right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are into another day of the NADPC Division 1, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you here. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another day of NA Div 1. How the hell are you doing?
Feeling great, Mike. We've got some great matches lined up today. Looking forward to how some of our teams perform. We've had not too many surprises so far in the NADPC. Kind of as you'd expect, maybe a few longer series on a few of these, maybe longer games for some teams. Like last time around, we saw SKG versus Alpha. That game one dragged on for quite a fair bit, was a bit of a rough start, but so far within expectations. Maybe the one combo breaker was Shopify Rebellion beating TSM after 2 tours. So that kind of, we heard from Saberlight last time, like a couple of days ago, where he's like, all right, now we can kind of chill. And chilling they have been, because even RTZ is streaming a lot more often. So, I mean, it's a change of pace here, just a little bit in NA.
It certainly is, Jonathan. We should have a look at a bit of a recap before we do get into any more here. So we can have a look at the other day for NA Div 1. Of course, you started off with DogChamp versus Feld. I believe DogChamp were able to take the series out 2-1. But these two teams did seem relatively close in terms of skill and the way they were playing. So DogChamp able to kind of err on the side of winning this time around. But first game did actually go the way of Feld. Mind you, it may be the fact that they have a Medusa and an Underlord on their side of things. So they've got that kind of those two broken heroes right now in the patch. And hell, even the SB, Jonathan, one of my favorites coming out here from Feld. But in the end, DogChamp pulling off the 2-1 victory.
Yeah, they managed to work things around, rally by game 2 and game 3. A lot more drawn out. Again, in these games, they did go the distance. Pretty much outside of game 1, which is on average, 33 minutes, not the longest, but game 2 going for 43, game 3 going for 53. A lot of back and forth. You mentioned that Felt did look promising from Tour 2. That is maintaining into Tour 3, having this really competitive match up against DogChamp, whereas I believe the last time they met that did go 3 games as well. DogChamp still having a good understanding in this new patch of how Team Felt plays, but it does feel like maybe a couple of things needs to be brushed up, right? Like maybe around the drafting a little bit and allowing stuff like Underlord plus Medusa to go through. I like that Felt did experiment in that game 1. By game 2 and game 3, everything kind of went back to standard. Game 3, you do see Phantom Lancer coming out, which, we've seen a lot more coming out in the DPC and other regions now as well. And we had some points in the different region. The panel has said, like, this is like Winter and Adam Boat saying it. They're like, stuff like the PL, we don't really understand it. It's a very funky hero, right? Like it has some weird power spikes with the changes. Its Ags feels better, but it's like, I know what's going on when that PL gets picked up. And it also lags the server. That could play into factor, especially when your game goes 53 minutes by that game 3. We'll take a look at that game 2, a spectacular performance from DogChamp to force out that 3rd game. But yeah, like you go into game 3, you're up against PL, you've got TB. The matchup isn't necessarily the best, but it's also like, how do you truly maximize that PL? It's like, it's so weird. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's DNM's TB you're up against as well. And I mean, TB, a high armor hero against a hero like PL, like your illusions just do no damage to this hero, right? Like TB, once you hit the Skadi timing, you're just perfectly fine. Of course, we had the pleasure of seeing the speed offlane Witch Doctor as well, which ended up working out very nicely. Just adding that kind of heal to the TB when he's getting jumped by PL just kind of makes it so he's actually unkillable. And I suppose Witch Doctor, in some sense, with the heal is, I wouldn't say a counter towards PL, but it does make it a little bit easier to clear off the illusions. And, naturally, if PL just can't chip away at you because the heal's too much, he's not really going to be able to win out the game. So DogChamp, props to them. 2-1 victory here over Felt. Again, it was a pretty close matchup here between these two in this best of 3, but I mean, at the end of the day, DogChamp proving to be the better team, at least for this series between the two. And of course, we did have another series the same day. That was the one we casted, SKG versus Alpha. Now, this one was interesting, right? Because game 1, it felt like Alpha couldn't lose this game, right? Like, it was the way they played the game out. I believe I remember a 9.5-minute Battle Fury timing on the Ursa for Alpha as well. So it literally felt like the game was unlosable. But the game dragged out for long enough, and as you can see, we're 51.5 minutes into the game. and then SKG just naturally outscale the side of Alpha and just take over.
Yeah. I mean, you're up against a Doom, you're up against an Alk, you're up against the support Clinks, which scales as a core as you go into the late game. Doesn't do much in lane. That was really SKG's weakness there. Early on, their laning phase was just atrocious with this draft, quite frankly. I really liked what I saw coming out from SKG. Again, the realization from Leonidas to just go for that Divine, leading to some really good burst kills when they did reveal it in the fight. I think that was one turning point for SKG to play around. Just that snap Divine pickup, giving them a lot there. And come game 2, it was pretty much a stomp. Like, this was the exact opposite of what happened in game 1. A really quick-paced game. Lund went off running with a Storm up against Puck matchup, which, normally Storm does have a little bit of a better time, but you wouldn't exactly expect Lund to just stomp in this way. They bought a lot of space out for Leonidas to basically just play free farm on the Dusa, no pressure at all onto that hero. And it felt like Alpha this time just couldn't capitalize with her lineup, right? Like, we were expecting earlier rotations from the Skywrath Mage to play mid to punish the Storm before the 6 was up. Didn't really come out. They couldn't leave that Beastmaster alone for quite a few levels. And by the time you could, you were pretty covered on Lund to just make plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a very strong performance for game 2 at the very least for SKG, and of course we had the pleasure of speaking with them after the series, and they seemed very, very happy about it. And obviously some somewhat based words coming out from our interviewee, as we are going to get to see the leaderboard. A Dogchamp, Nouns, SKG, Shopify Rebellion all tied for first place at the moment. 1 series win each, and well, naturally the bottom 4, Alpha, Bait, Felt, and TSM, are all the teams that have dropped the series so far. So, not too much to write home about quite yet, but there is a top 4 and a bottom 4 at the moment. Naturally, that is going to change quite a lot today. And speaking of today as well, I'm not sure if we can have a look at the schedule coming up for today, but there you go. SKG up against Shopify Rebellion. That's the one we're casting, and of course, Bait versus TSM is coming up right after that. John, these series are pretty cool, right? Because SKG, in the interview we had, they mentioned that they're looking towards beating Nouns and TSM. Now, when I went and said, what about Shopify Rebellion? The answer was something like, we're not 100% confident we can beat Shopify. In fact, we're not very confident at all, but we're going to try our best. But John, if SKG somehow, if they somehow pull off a miracle and beat Shopify Rebellion here in this series, imagine what it would do to NA Div 1. I mean, it would be incredible.
Would be incredible. And, we've seen Shopify Rebellion take these losses before, normally up against TSM. So it's not technically outside the realm of possibility. I think SKG could prove to be maybe again within the top 2 teams coming out here, taking that slot to Bali. If all things line up, if their performance remains consistent, they could shake up NA. But I do respect that Jan Bora, tempers expectations. They're like, all right, we know we can probably take Nouns and TSM. We feel like Shopify Rebellion might just be on a different level. These players are all really experienced on lands. They've had a lot more time in the Div 1 scene, pretty much. One could argue gatekeeping the scene just a little bit, although not to that extent. I feel like last year was a very open year for NA in that when Shopify Rebellion was still EG, their performance was a little bit mixed. We were seeing a lot more chances for other teams to kind of climb into that top 2. This time it's remained relatively consistent. It's been TSM and Shopify for a long time. So if SKG finds a win, not only does that apply pressure in Shopify Rebellion, it does open up the top 2 slots, because now you could potentially see TSM and Shopify kind of fight over it. You could see if SKG again maintains a very consistent tour, lock in the first place. Like this series does mean a lot. Now, mind you, it is very unlikely that SKG wins. I do agree. It's realistically here, you've got some player-to-player matchups that just don't favor you overall here for SKG, but maybe you surprise them. There's a dark horse factor going in. I'm not sure how much Shopify Rebellion's managed to see of SKG. There's certain things that can work in their favor just by being an unknown factor.
I mean, 100%. Like, I think you've got the advantage of being kind of, maybe underestimated if you are SKG. That's the big advantage you might have, because we have seen Shopify throughout the first 2 tours, sometimes when they're up against a team that shouldn't be able to win, sometimes it gets closer than it should be. And you can kind of see that Shopify, they can get a little bit relaxed. We'll see what happens. We are going to get to see the beautiful faces here of SKG. Of course, 2 boys from Peru, 2 boys from Mexico, and then you've got Brazil as well. Yomburu himself, very well-spoken lad we had the pleasure of speaking to. Looking very forward to it. I mean, these guys, they're very likable, John. It's kind of hard to dislike these guys, I'm not going to lie. Very, very nice people. Obviously, their playstyle is quite entertaining as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing it. But Shopify Rebellion, obviously the recognizable faces in this matchup here, and the huge fan favorites. I'd say it's going to be at least 95-5 in terms of the ratio here between these two teams. And I mean, quite frankly, in terms of who could win this game, I might still say 95-5, Jonathan. That's how one-sided this should be towards Shopify Rebellion. Not to be anti-hype, but let's be realistic here. I mean, SKG, they're the ones with something to prove. I want to see it happen. I want to see complete chaos in NA Div 1 for 2 or 3. I want to, for once, not know who's making it to the major, Jonathan. That's what I want.
I mean, that's the exciting part. Who knows? I mean, we heard what Saberlight had to say last time, right? He did say that, you know, you win against TSM, you can kind of relax with that match out of the way. And they've been relaxing. I mean, RTZ's posting more in socials. RTZ's streaming nearly every single day.
Yeah.
What's happening, right? Like Shopify Rebellion, their squad is lighting up. I mean, Abed never does anything on social media. He's a very quiet guy, so that's out of question. But RTZ's streaming. The world is healing, Mike.
The world is healing.
10 years, 20 years, 30 years since RTZ streamed, and it's back. So maybe that plays a factor. I don't think it does, but, you know,
I mean,
we're grasping for straws, Mike.
I've been watching his stream quite a lot every morning, Jonathan, especially on the days off. Let me tell you, this man has been playing a lot of POS 1 SF. So I guess if you know, maybe he's a bit rusty. We'll see. I highly doubt it. We'll go into the draft. We'll see exactly what they're planning to do here between SKG and Shopify Rebellion. I am reaching for, I'm grasping for straws, Jonathan. I'm trying to find any good excuse here for SKG to have themselves a better chance than they should. By the way, Jonathan. No, go on. Finish your thought.
I did witness RTZ disassemble SNY and sell his son
yes,
for the Halberd. That was a sick one. So maybe stuff like that happens in SKG. The stars align or something.
Yeah. A couple mistakes here and there on the stream, that's for sure. But that's why we love the RTZ stream. You know, it's all about that kind of little bit of saltiness, just a sprinkle of salt on a beautiful man that is RTZ. And speaking of RTZ, Jonathan, you talked about tweeting. I saw a very particular tweet, and I think we're going to get to see exactly what I'm talking about in just a moment when we get the player cams up. I don't want to spoil it for anyone that doesn't use Twitter and is not aware yet, but Arteezy's had some development, to say the very least, from the last time we saw him, because last time he came out with white hair. Look at this, Jonathan. He's got pink hair now. Let me just say straight off, I love the pink hair. I love it. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, it actually, he rocks the look. He accidentally used, I believe, Dove's shampoo, and apparently it reacted with his hair. So, yeah, so there you go. I do want to point out as well, before talking about the draft, Lund is not wearing one of his Bintang hats. Maybe that plays a factor as well. You know, he had that hat, he changed his hats in their series up against Alpha. No hat this time. Maybe that's going to play into this, Mike.
I mean, maybe he's just lifting, like, maybe he's got a weight in the hat, Jonathan. You know, I know you don't watch Naruto. It's a Rock Lee scene. You know, maybe he's just taking off the weight, you know. Just, you know, allowing his back to stretch out a little bit. He's just going to carry the team for their sake. And, I mean, we'll see. The draft has, of course, begun. Magnus Techies is the opening here for Shopify Rebellion. Sanking Gomez going straight for the Alcoddle. We did see them really enjoying these kind of heroes like Alchemist and Medusa. They like to play a slower, greedier game, I would argue, based off what we saw last time around. So, mind you, that was against Alpha. I think Shopify Rebellion will know very well how to deal with the Alchemist draft, but at the very least, Sanking Gomez, they're going with something they're comfortable with, which I think is important.
I don't think it's fair to say SKG plays a slow game when game 2 was like 25 minutes.
That's fair.
Game 1 was definitely slower, but that was more of their lanes going out of controllably bad. and I don't reckon that's something Sand King Gomez will want up against a team like Shopify Rebellion, which we've heard is a team that emphasizes laning phase a lot. So Sand King Gomez has to bring their A game there. I am wondering what they'll gun for. I feel like this Alcotl is probably not your laning partner. You're honestly gunning for something like Cotl 4, something else for the 5 to be out to play with. You still have a couple of combinations on the offlane, although you do take away the Beastmaster early. Underlord, Doom, they're still kind of in the pool. Oh, well, Doom's gone, but Underlord's still in the pool if you want it on Sand King Gomez. For Shopify Rebellion, Magnus Techies is a pretty scary combo. We've seen a lot of Magnus pop out. This the same old Harpoon build with a blink.
This is a boy band, Jonathan. This Shopify, this is literally a boy band. Look, they've even got. I mean, it's just Saberlight looks like some British guy that they just brought in for the sake of having a British guy in the band. Like it's. I mean, obviously he's not British, but you get my point. And there's the bad boy of the whole thing. BTS Arbed here is. I mean, it's incredible. I can't get over how great these guys look.
Yeah, and this time around we don't have Bulba pacing back and forth like it's a detention. So they're definitely a little bit more relaxed.
10 seconds remaining.
What can you do? Bulba's out of the band. Sometimes it happens. You need a bit of drama in the boy band scene. Shopify Rebellion, they'll go for the Void Spirit here for Arbed, I believe. Now, this is something you talked to me about quite a little bit before we started the game, but you did kind of mention the fact that if there was going to be any kind of lane that might feel like a huge outmatch, it is probably going to be the mid lane here between these two teams. So I think we are going to be keeping a pretty close eye on the mid lane because we'll see how Lund can do against Arbed, right? Like this is, I always like to say it, but Arbed definitely arguably one of the best mid players in the world right now and has been for quite a while. And I mean, for Lund, this guy is great, but he's a bit new to Div 1. This is going to be a real test for him.
Yeah, for sure. That's the one lane matchup that's going to be the scariest. I will point one thing out. Lund and Jan Bora both have like very dynamic headphones. And I believe it was Lund that influenced Jan Bora to get it. So, it's nice to see those small connections line up there when a team has that chemistry going on. And King Gomez, they do pick up the Quap in exchange. The lane matchup against against a Void Spirit's actually pretty decent. I'd say that's one of the lanes where Quap can feel good. Melee versus range matchup, you can kind of go for the daggers. Or hit Saberlight. Yeah, he's actually just dancing along to something right now. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's a boy band, Jonathan. I've told you this. He's just doing his thing. Very kawaii from Saberlight. My goodness, look at that. The model looks from Arbed. My goodness. It's incredible. Jesus. You think there's a guy with a camera behind his computer screen, honestly?
It does feel that way. For Shopify Rebellion, I mean, the world's open for them on what they'd want here on more than likely their pause 5. Your lane matchup for... Yeah, they'll go for the Clinks themselves. So it feels like Shopify Rebellion might be gunning for a slower game, although it could just be a faster game as well, because if you can't really handle the Clinks' early control, his slowest annoying in lane, just how much you can get out from pushes and team fights, the Clinks is pretty big. I think Scott Arthur really laughed it off. It always gets me curious, like, what did he say? Even it got a reaction from Abed. He actually giggled.
Oh my, that's a very rare scene from Arbed. We are going to have the Clinks coming out here from Shopify Rebellion, one of my personal favorites right now in terms of not having to play against it. This Clinks is a disgusting hero to have to try and go against, and I'll tell you, like, you look at the support duo of Sand King Gomez, this Clinks is going to have a great old time. Like, Silencer and Keeper of the Light, if they get caught off guard, they're just as good as dead to this pos 4, pos 5 Clinks. There's nothing they can do about it. He's still smart.
Yeah. They've got something in mind here. I wish we'd know, but I guess we'll see. I mean, Fly's all business. While Abed and Artur are laughing it up and Saberlight's just dancing around. I guess Shopify Rebellion is really, to an extent, a little bit more lighthearted. A weight off their shoulders from TSM, but man, you can't get too relaxed. You can't afford to get too relaxed.
Looks like the weight's all on Fly's shoulders at the moment. Johnny, he looks very, very stressed out, I'll tell you. Speaking of stressed, Jan Bora's not looking too happy either right now. Obviously, a huge matchup for them, and, props to them for giving it their best shot here, as we are about to finish off the drafts. Obviously, just focusing on position 1s right now. to ban out against Shopify Rebellion, and Shopify just focusing on offlane heroes to ban against Sand King Gomez. Speaking of which, by the way, Jonathan, in the matchup against TSM, Shopify Rebellion had left both their support duo, their support duo for the last pickups. This time around, though, they have not. They've left the Arteezy hero till last.
Yeah, something a little bit more traditional for Shopify Rebellion. Again, maybe up against a wild card like Sand King Gomez, you don't have as much information as to what this team likes to do. You don't have as much information as to what each player likes to do. So you go a little bit more bog standard in your draft order. You kind of leave things open to adapt to what Sand King Gomez might want to do. Sand King Gomez, for their part, do ban out the troll now, and the LC is taken out as well by the side of Shopify Rebellion. So maybe signaling something that is illusion-based coming out here for Artur, and Terrorblade's gone, but PL's still in the pool. Again, PL's been really popular. I think the Naga options there as well for Shopify Rebellion if they want that. And for Sand King Gomez, it doesn't feel like you have the best response to that. Kotl's there to an extent, the Quap's there as well, but it's not really scaling damage. Alchemist doesn't tend to go Battle Fury nowadays. The Radiance can still be effective against illusion heroes, but eventually you can get run down if you don't have one hero that can at least give you really good AoE control against illusions, and just kind of make it easier to manage those illusions as well.
Final pickup here, Sand King Gomez. Having a think about it, obviously we're still looking for an offlane hero. It's kind of hard because you don't know what you're up against in terms of the position 1 of Shopify, and with that Clinks as well, it can be a little bit annoying to say the least. The Clinks is one of those weird supports right now because it's not necessarily the best at laning. It's pretty 50-50 as to whether he dominates or whether he gets stomped in the in the side lanes. But
Radiant team pick.
although go for the bounty hunter. So I mean, it could be an offlane bounty we're looking at, which I think is perfectly fine because you can still go the Vanguard build up on bounty, and it actually tends to feel pretty damn strong. And I guess this is classic for Sand King Gomez, right? Like he did say he was going to try and cheese them a little bit. I wouldn't go as far as saying this is a cheese draft, but you do have an Alch and a bounty, so they can certainly take over pretty quickly if they're off to a good start.
I think it's an interesting Kotl combination, just a double Janata, early Shadow Walk as well. Chakra combination is
right.
It's untraditional, but it's also rather interesting. I'm keen to see if Sand King Gomez can kind of pop off with that. It can make it a little bit overwhelming for Arteezy to just farm. His gold is just going to be snapped away. They will go for the SF, which is honestly a pretty good solution.
Wow.
And you did mention Artur has been playing a lot of this in his pubs, a lot of this in his stream.
Literally non-stop.
Pretty much.
Literally non-stop. I mean, he literally just spams picks it every game. Like every time he finishes a game, and for some reason, every game I was watching the other day was a loss. Every single time, he'll just pick SF again and again and again and again. It's like, Arteezy, maybe stop last picking, sir. I think we all know what you're going to choose now. I'm pretty sure the enemy team's watching the stream. I think they know what you're going to choose. So maybe let your mid laner last pick here or something like that. It's not too much of a surprise anymore, sir. But there you go. The SF does come out. Would you believe it? I mean, I think quite frankly, like, I'm not sure if it's a great SF game by any stretch of the imagination, but it might literally be a matter of, hey guys, we're going to win. Let's just have fun, is maybe the mentality of Shopify. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying their mentality may be somewhere along those lines.
I think the SF is really solid. Like, Bounty Hunter can't really gap close you too comfy. He gets raised up, walking up to you. You have this SF and Clink combination, which is pretty good because you provide some minus armor down the line for the Clink support to feel even better. I feel like Shopify Rebellion has come out with lanes that are actually a good answer to Sand King Gomez. Maybe just Saberlight's lane is the one that doesn't really suppress the Alchemist too much. I guess a threat of Blast Off into Skewerback can kind of work out, but it's not the most natural. I think in comparison to some, like, say, Doom Techies is a little bit more consistent in comparison to Magnus Techies. So that's the one lane for Sand King Gomez to launch off of. Lund versus Abed is still a little bit of an unknown factor. Again, the Quap here should have a decent time, but Abed has played against unfavorable or slightly less favored matchups before up against different players and come out on top. So I'm keen to see. This is even back and forth. I would say Shopify Rebellion having a better time on RTZ's lane is concerning. I do think that when you let Artur just have a fun game on his safe, it doesn't tend to end well for the opposing team.
Right. Well, we'll see how it does pan out, John. Game number 1 is now officially underway, so we can head in and see exactly what's going to happen between these two teams. And, well, I can't wait to see it, John. You kind of mentioned it. You don't want to give good laning stages away to Shopify Rebellion. I mean, I guess the same could be said for SKG. We're going to find out very, very soon. Let's head into game number 1 between SKG and Shopify Rebellion and see exactly where we head. Drafting-wise, it's kind of hard to point out who came out ahead. I do like what Shopify's got, to be fair, Jonathan. But I could see SKG doing very well with their own draft, so I'll reserve judgment.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. I didn't even notice Fly is taking the techies, so you are running the pause for Clinks. A techies and SF lane is pretty strong, honestly. You can, again, sticky bomb, make it easier to land raises, blast off kill threat down the line. I don't know how much Ducha can really get out of that lane. Like, that's where this bounty hunter pick kind of falls flat. The SF in particular punishes it hard with the techies on top. It's not going to be easy for Ducha to try to slow down Artur. And that already makes it a really hard game for the side of Sand King Gomez.
Speaking of Sand King Gomez, they buy out all 3 blood grenades, whereas Shopify only picked up 1 on their whole squad, and I believe that was Fly that picked 1 up, so not sure if that really indicates anything, John. I mean, it might just mean that they're going to try and, secure those early kills in the laning stage if they can. It's the blood grenade, a very, very strong item for finding those first bloods if you can in your laning stage. We'll see if they get away with it, though, as we'll see Roshan just scurrying his way into the pit. I believe it was a 2-for-2 with the bounty rune trades, and it was. And we should start with the mid lane as per usual. Of course, you have Arbed on the Void Spirit going to be up against Lund on the Queen of Pain. It's really hard to know who has the advantage. Like, it should be Lund on the Queen of Pain, but then it's Arbed Void Spirit. It's kind of like if he goes for the right skill build, the Quap may feel like it just doesn't do enough.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps the first 2 to 3 levels is a little bit more awkward for the Void Spirit. The Quap can certainly take advantage, especially by level 3. But I think down the line, it's going to be really hard to look for direct kill threats onto Abed as long as he plays his cards right. If he can constantly land his own harassment with the Aether Remnant and just kind of play the farm game, you're pretty fine. You've got pretty good kill threat to rotate onto mid from the side of Shopify Rebellion as well. Whereas in comparison for Sand King Gomez, a Kotl and a Silencer don't feel particularly scary to pressure a Void Spirit early on. So that's one thing as well that Shopify can lean on.
Arbed's taking a few tower hits here. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Fly able to already secure first blood on the techies, though he may drop, but no. Gets to the tower, gonna be just fine. So first blood already being drawn here for Shopify down at bot lane. Sadly, Arteezy did not take the kill, but nevertheless, I'm sure he'll be happy with the creeps just being available to him now for free.
And I like what they're doing. They're actually just catching 9 off more than they are Ducho, because the Bounty Hunter really can't do much. You can't walk up and right-click Artur. You can't really pressure techies either. You just get lined up for the bomb, and then the raises can come through if Artur has mana. So it's not the easiest time for Ducho. And again, you can see just Artur having a pretty free time, uncontested in CS for the most part, just able to do what he wants. Perhaps by level 4, this starts to get a little bit more playable for SKG, especially as the levels go up in 9. That's still a ways off. The last lane we haven't really looked up top. Saberlight on the mag along with Crit on that support Clinks up against Leonidas on his Alk and Jan Bura on that Silencer. And this is the lane where they really stack all their blood grenades up, but I honestly don't see a kill opportunity with Silencer Alk. This is not really the most aggressive lane for the Alchemist to play into. The Clinks can kind of trade pretty favorably into the Silencer as well, for the most part, especially without the Glaives being picked up by Jan Bura. So Crit's kind of free to just buy space for Saberlight to farm. You're not slowing down the Alk by a huge amount. At the same time, Saberlight is allowed to farm safely into his Vanguard timing, which is when things really simplify for the mag anyway.
It's kind of hard to know who that's preferable for. Because if you are Shopify, you're more than happy to just free farm the lanes. Just have confidence that you are the better team. It's mid lane. Lund taking a fair bit of damage here from Arbed. Kind of one of the things with the Void Spirit right now, like it just hits so hard. The funniest thing is it was nerfed to be absolutely fair, but it just still hits like a truck. Lund has been taking way more harassment as bottom lane. There is going to be a bit of a blast off here on Ducho. TZ saving the last raise. Not going to be quite enough, but he'll have another one soon. And they've got the sticky bomb. Ducho is going to drop Fly, able to secure another kill here on the techies. Having a very good time so far in the POS 5.
Again, it's a lot of aggression down bot. Artur is just going to be able to farm up. There's not much threat from a bounty and from the Coddle. So you're really just kind of stuck copping that lane. You are looking for more from your other lanes, but it's not really going too smoothly. Like, you've got a decent enough start for Abed up against Lund. You are behind by 5 CS, quite a fair bit of EXP being lost by Lund as well. Half a level down. Abed's going to be able to hit that 6 mark, start dancing around as well. And the right-click damage of the Void Spirit's just ridiculous. Item builds open for Abed this game. Doesn't feel like there's anything in particular he needs to go for faster. He could go for the Desolator. They do manage to cut off Fly from his blast off, with a good blinding light at the very least.
Yeah, there's one little counter towards the techies is you can just kind of knock him away mid blast off and it still goes on cooldown for some reason. 9, gonna have to be on the lookout for that as Lund, mid lane, gonna wrap around the Aether Remnant and will be okay to survive as Abed does not have level 6 yet. Neither does Lund, to be fair. They're both sitting at level 5, a very even affair in the mid lane, though Abed should hit level 6 first. As bottom lane, they're going to try and make the jump in once again. TZ, though, is in trouble. So there was a rotation from Yambura, and they are able to secure the POS 1 SF. So SKG, able to find their first kill on the board. And what a hero to pick off, it is the SF.
Yeah, it's a nice one to take. Although,
oh,
damn.
Fly just gets it done on his own. Meanwhile, top lane, Leonidas now going to find himself in danger. Though I say that, he's going for the fight back against Crit. Crit forced the Fury Fire up to survive through it, and now Leonidas is the one running, but he's going to be just fine to survive. So 3-1 now in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Still, SKG not too far behind.
Yeah, they're doing a fine enough job to keep up. Leonidas has managed to use that solo lane quite well. Now they can pressure just a little bit, though they can't find the follow-through onto Saberlight, but this is good enough of a launching point for Yalk to feel relatively comfy here. Probably just still going to go for the usual Radiance build-up, which is still going to be effective against a lot of these right-clicks, but again, you're in good territory for Saberlight. Ring of Helltop, Vanguard probably not too far off, and there it is. The full Vanguard's already up. So he's not really under pressure from a kill threat from the Yalk either. And again, all things considered, even without killing Arteezy down bot,
lane. Leonidas, he is very far forward, does land the stun. Saberlight, though, does have a shockwave up in any moment and should have the kill. Will do so as now Yambura was trying to help out, but might also find himself in a spot of danger. He's able to just kind of walk out of range of Saberlight. But they do find the POS 1 Alchemist, so a pretty massive kill here for the side of Shopify. Ducho, just jump in again from Fly. Blast off is going to land and they have the dust up, so Shopify able to take the kill here against Ducho as TZ will pick up his first kill of the game.
Yeah. Kind of compensating for that early on. I want to take this moment to rant about Universal Heroes, as I always do. Why does Techies have 77 plus 5 damage at this point in the game?
That
Just
is
with a wand and a circlet.
That is a very good point. I'm not going to lie.
I ask myself this question every time. It's like, why they get so much to support Universals? Venge is probably the worst support Universal right now because Venge is just kind of dead. But Wind Ranger with 2 bracers having 900 HP plus 70 plus damage. Techies with his range having this much damage with just like these items. It's like, why?
Why not, John? Why the hell not? Why can't my boy Techies get a bit of love? You know? Here we go. Nine's in trouble. They've got Blast Off up, but the Blinding Light going to be enough to kind of get him out of range. Instead, though, they're looking towards Ducho, and Arteezy just lands every single raise. Ducho just loses over half his HP instantly. Just going to be so cautious with those level 3 raises. Just so much damage being pumped out. Meanwhile, mid lane, Abed makes a jump in for an Arcane Rune, but now he's out of mana. No, never mind. Stick charges and a juke out of the Sonic Wave. I mean, he's still gonna die. He was trying to be really flashy about it.
Is under attack.
He's all right. I mean, a big kill here for Lund.
Yeah, you don't mind the way that kill comes out. You get that pick off on Abed. You get a bit of a launching point for the Quaff. Granted, Sonic Wave is a pretty long cooldown, and they've got room to play aggressive up top here.
That they do. Yambura gonna drop down the silencer. You know what? Now that we've actually seen that happen, why did he jump back in? Apart from just looking flashy as hell. Like, he could have just jumped the other way.
Yeah, he could have. I'm not sure. Maybe he expected more of a kill threat. I believe would crit perhaps, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't know. You know, like maybe he just wanted to try. If he did clip the Quap, like if he had enough reach, perhaps something could have happened if someone else came in, but doesn't quite line up. I don't think that was around or rune timing either, so you couldn't have anything to steal.
Dire's
Nice
top
juke from
tower
Ducho, but he's still been dusted up here down at bot lane, so he's going to try for the TP up, the Requiem. Oh, Ducho's going to cancel the TP.
structures are
I'm not sure he would have made it anyway, but now he is just guaranteed to die. Would have much rather just kind of seen if he could have made it out. Nevertheless, Arteezy, another kill for him on the SF.
7-2 start here for Shopify Rebellion. Again, every lane just feeling great. Now, you do have room now for Leonidas to just free farm in the Alk, but he's been hitting the jungle very early on, giving a free lane to Saberlight as well. He's already working onto that Echo Saber with a power threat up and running. So you're going to have a lot of damage, a lot of threat, especially once the Harpoon's up on Saberlight. And honestly, there's just nothing stopping them from Sand King Gomez. You have one here that can currently play. It is Lund on the Quap, but no one can really connect with a Quap just yet. Maybe once you hit level 6 on Ducho, that's when you should really start to apply some pressure with the track. But I just don't know if you have enough control, because you really don't have too much stunts. You don't have too much in crowd control until you get global silence up for Yanbura. He is close to that level 6 mark. It's still really dicey. It's such a long cooldown to play around with a bounty kill.
Leonidas almost getting taken down by the Ancients there. He's going to be able to survive. He does have 9 helping clear those stacks. My big concern is, like, you look at the net worth board, Saberlight, he is very far, well, not very far ahead, but the fact that he's second place and look at these stacks he's farming right now, like, he's still huge on the Magnus, and ahead of him is still Arteezy on the SFs. This is against an Alchemist and a Bounty. Mind you, you haven't really taken off on the Bounty Hunter yet. Like, you haven't really tried to go for those track kills, but I mean, the Alchemist still far behind enough to make a dent in this hero, and I suppose once he has the Radiance up, it'll be a little bit of a different story, but it feels like Shopify are just so much quicker in terms of farming.
They are. They can clear out the map. It's because you're not getting pressure from Sand King Gomez at all to deny any area of the map. Like, they're not able to make any plays. They're forced to just kind of sit back. Only the Alchemist can kind of clear these camps effectively at the moment. You can't really farm up with a Bounty Hunter in that sense as well. So you just get more value from a passive game for Shopify Rebellion. They've got the Vanguard up on Ducho at the least. Down the line, you can again start to play with track. We need to see that come out from SKG. They are smoked up on Lund and 9, but again, how do you even pin these heroes down? Just don't have the
Pretty hard. Not the easiest, that's for sure. 7-2 now. Bottom lane, looks like there are going to be some rotations here from Fly, so maybe you could try to go after Ducho again, as the creep wave was giving vision, but he seems to be very well aware that someone's TP'd it. Ducho will just go ahead and take the bounty rune and just run his way out. Meanwhile, mid lane, Frida's still just casually taking the tier 1 mid tower. You can't underestimate the damage these skeleton archers can deal when the tar bombs applied to the tower. Like, it's just kind of ridiculous that Klinks can just do this in the mid lane and there's not much you can do about it. He's still doing it. He's still just waiting for the skeleton to expire, and there we go again. The tower's just gone. Like, you might find the kill, but that's so worth it for crit. Look at this hero, John. Can they actually kill him? Dust up, he's dead. But why is this hero at level 7 allowed to walk in by himself against 3 heroes and take the mid tier 1 tower? Tell me that.
The hero. It's just it's it's one of those things for the patch, right? Like, we got some weird reworks. Lynx is,
Yeah.
I mean, he's just up there. Can take the objectives. Map control is going the way of Shopify Rebellion off the back of that. It already had the medallion for quite a fair bit. Solar Crest not too far off now. The push pace of SKG is not that fast either, in comparison to that one hero.
Saberlight very close to connecting that skewer, not quite able to get there in time though, so Lund is able to blink away. Echo Saber now available on Arbed, so he probably does want to go for a fight. SKG, they're more than happy to try and drag this game out though. Like, they do have the Alk. They do have a bounty. They'd love to just keep the game going as long as humanly possible. Shopify Rebellion, on the other hand, they're going to smoke up as 3, try to head in towards that dire triangle and see if they can find somebody. Leonidas, he is taking a lot of Ancients right now. Or rather, just a double stack, but nevertheless, still a lot of gold just going to be left behind if he's not too careful, as Arbed's going to make the jump in on 9. They have already picked off the Keeper of the Light, but now Arbed, he's trapped up. The Global Sun's making sure he could knock it out. That's a great trade here for SKG. And they can go right back to the triangle.
They can keep farming up, just a little bit of impatience, jumping the Coddle instead of checking off the high ground first. Lose out on a much more valuable target, RTZ. Playing tag, but doesn't have enough of a kill threat to not be in too much danger up against Lund. No Sonic Wave to threaten the burst. Good track kill for SKG to find. We need to see more of that. Just have Ducho ready to jump in, get the tracks up for the team, and just keep connecting.
Look at this damage. This is a mid-quap against the Pos 4 Clinks. Yo, look at that damage. Lund is gone. Saberlight able to set up with the RP. And he is just fine to TP back to the fountain. But Crit just took out half his HP in the matter of a couple seconds. Let's go again, shall we? Ducho? Well, Ducho is going to get caught by an 8th Remnant, and Arbed's getting to work. It's by the tier 2 tower, so he should be just fine. Or is he? Crit's stalking him right now. Let's see what happens. I mean, he doesn't have the silence anyway. He should not be able to secure the kill. Instead, back into the mid lane, they'll look for Yambura. Yambura gonna try. Look at this, John. How is this fair? How is that fair, John?
Yeah. It's just the way it is, you know?
That was with bonus armor from the tier 2 tower.
It doesn't count for much when you've got the full solar crest up. So you just melt, unfortunately. Leonidas handling up. He has a blink.
Arbed again being caught out. Another massive pickoff for SKG as they find Crit as well with the track, so they can chase him down in the Clinks. Crit should be dead. Surely no way out of this one. They'll commit the Sonic Wave just to ensure they secure the kill. And don't forget, these kills are worth a lot more to SKG than they are to Shopify. These are track kills being handed over.
It's a great way to bounce back in. Full Crimson Guard now up and running on Ducho. He has decent enough strength gain, so some good damage block down the line to help you deal with, especially that Clinks. That is a pretty good solution to the damage output coming out from Crit if he's in the area on that Bounty Hunter. So some answers are starting to show up. You've got number 1 net worth now for Leonidas with the space and the kills that he's managed to find. Should be able to ramp up into that BKB and start to have some presence. However, Shopify Rebellion, they've got that Harpoon up on Saberlight. They've got the Skewer back ready to go. Straight into a Hex as well for Saberlight here. See if they find something off the smoke. They got the scan on Leonidas.
Yeah, that they do, Leonidas. Oh, nice blink away. Quick reactions here against Saberlight. Does still stun himself, but wants to stay in position to go for a fight. They do have global up here on Yambura, as long as he stays alive, and chances are he is just dead. Fly picks up the kill. 5th one for him on the techies.
They're just a little bit too slow coming out with that Crimson Guard. If you manage to block some more of that damage, you might have that.
Saberlight's just running in by himself here. And he does have his team nearby. 9 is just taking so much damage from Saberlight. He's actually trapped up in the tree line. He'll get away. Meanwhile, towards the south, there is going to be a Requiem. So Ducho is gone. 9 is gone. And Shopify is slowly but surely a starting to just show off. They're just doing it on their own.
Just a little bit too scattered coming out here from SKG. Xan King Gomez need to work as a unit. Shopify Rebellion aren't really splitting across the map. They are committing on these objectives as a team, whereas for SKG, the response is a little bit more staggered. You know, they're not able to really come in, try to play with the global silence, try to play with these track kills that we've seen some success in. And when Shopify Rebellion clumps up, like they just win outright. They've got the output, they've got the presence of the Dark Lord up, so Crit's damage output's even more crazy as long as he's sticking near Artur. And I mean, they're still getting decent farm on Leonidas, but everyone's being sacrificed. Lund way behind in comparison to Saberlight. Duchu, same story here as well. Like, these heroes are just not at the point where their own item times are getting hit. So even if your Alk is ready to go, like, he has to carry the weight of his other cores as well because they're just under farm.
It's not a good time for SKG, to say the least, as Leonidas now going to run into Arbit, but there's a harpoon out from Saberlight, dragging him right back to the loving arms of Arteezy as Leonidas is gone. Arbit, he'll just keep going for more. Ducho does get caught out and should have no way out as they just throw him across this fight. Fly picking up his 6th kill of the game now on the Techies. 6-0-3 on the Techies, by the way, as we are going right into Roshan, apparently.
Yeah, why not? You've got the damage with Clinks. Like, this doesn't take too long. Unfortunately, one of the skeletons spawns outside.
Oh. For some reason, I mixed up Clinks and Techies. Go on, John.
Yeah. Well, wait.
Shut up, John. Go on.
No, I mean, it's fair, because look at Fly's right-click damage. It's 100. It's 107.
Oh, bottom lane.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, the thing is, John, you know what really bothers me about this Clinks hero?
Yeah.
He can tar bomb the towers, right?
Yeah, that's that. I don't know if that's intended. I guess it is for now, but it feels like it shouldn't be that way, you know?
He gives plus 65 to his skeleton archers, which are doing 15 damage at the moment, so 80 damage per skeleton archer. This is a level 1 skeleton walk, by the way. You're going to have a 3rd one very, very soon. And it's just, why do their skeleton archers do 80 damage each? Like, you're going to have 3 of them soon. Plus a Clinks, who's also getting the tar bomb bonus when you put it on the tower.
Yeah, it's very balanced. And the tower takes longer to kill them off as well, as you'd expect. So the tower really has no saving grace. Who would win, a big hunk of magical stone that defends, or one skelly boy?
Oh,
Tell me,
you can't underestimate those skelly boys, John. You just can't do it.
Yeah, those bones hit hard. Get your calcium, guys.
Shopify Rebellion. 6k in the lead now, 15-6. Looking to chase down SKGs. 9 and Yambura looking to back their way up. Wisdom runes. Looks like they're both probably just going to go the way of Shopify, as Fly is able to pick one up on the dire end of things. I think SKG just understanding the position they're in this game, just need to sit back and keep that farm going. As bottom lane, Lund will try and escape from Arbit. We'll be able to do so with the blink. But, or rather top lane though, Ducho, can't say he's so lucky.
They had to use the gold sounds there as well to save out Lund. So you're not going to have that on Yonbura for quite some time. What's happening, Mike?
This hero is so stupid.
Yeah,
so dumb.
He is. He is. Nullifier next. I mean, if you can get away with it in the lane, you know, it really pays off. Have a greedy support like this. So...
That's literally the build. It's literally Solar Crest into Nullifier every game, and then they buy an Orchid after that for some reason. Like, it's just... Anyway.
This is the support for people who don't want to play supports. This is it right now. I don't know if you can call what Crit's doing support gameplay. I mean, he's buying wards. He's basically a core. A core with less farm still than an actual core, but more than enough impact.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, he's got 6k net worth, but he can deal the same damage as someone with 14k net worth. You know, being Saberlight. Like, they were even damage. On the Bounty Hunter, that is. It was just... Here we go. Arbet's in. Yambura has been spared. No, not quite. Arbet just... We're letting Fly take it, as now they've got Lund as well. Perfect setup from Saberlight. Shopify Rebellion, 23 minutes into the game, looking to go high ground. Leonidas, he's going to try and make a bit of a jump in on the Alchemist. Not really going to matter too much, though. Saberlight's just getting to work, and That's going to be one lane of barracks gone. SKG still trying their best to find a way to defend this, but without their mid-quap and their silencer, it can prove to be a little bit challenging as Leonidas is going to make the jump in with his BKB and the stun out, but Arbed's still going to be fine to survive through it, and look at the damage output. Leonidas is just dead. Oh,
Just
goodness
melts.
me.
That is not a
Saberlight.
comfy time.
Saberlight's pushing Yambura back towards the fountain, trying to help the enemy out, as 9 is going to be able to make it. Lund, can he at least find Saberlight? No, he cannot. Saberlight's fine.
That's just mega creeps.
Another one. Perfect Aether Remnant from Arbed onto Ducho now. Ducho? No, they're going to leave him alone. They want Yambura. Yambura is just dead as Lund actually finding the Aegis off Arteezy. He will respawn up, but Arbed's going right to work in the back. Lund is just able to blink out, just barely. Arbed will back his way out.
24-minute mega creeps. I don't know if you can manage this at all.
Oops, Leonidas. He's going to try to run. Arbed's on the chase, unable to pick him off. I mean, last time we saw SKG, they made the comment of Smurfyundo, and right now it looks like Shopify is Smurfyundo in here, John. It's a very one-sided affair. As Lund is going to drop. Arbed still jumping in and out, just trying to be an absolute nuisance as Ducho's going to run. Leonidas is charging up another stun. Arbed's going to be able to juke that one out, but Sableye won't be so lucky. Requiem's there now. Leonidas is going to get RP'd up, and Shopify will take him out, as there is going to be a very quick disconnection from Ducho. Ooh.
Yeah, they call
Ducho is not happy.
To be fair, they picked him Bounty Hunter last pick with a Kotl support, and they left the SF. Like, out of all the matchups, you could try to play the off-lane Bounty Hunter, and it does feel like SF is probably one of the worst ones to try to get anything done. Very minimal impact coming out from Ducho. Not really down to his style. It's just, what do you do when you're up against SF and techies? You really do nothing. It's a lot of magical damage. You're a melee hero that relies on your right clicks to harass, and you can't just walk up and right click. Like, they bully out 9 early, then they start piling onto Ducho. He gets his Vanguard timing still relatively in an okay time, but it doesn't do much. And I think for Sand King Gomez, it's not just the draft. I feel like there were some things that came down to execution as well. The way they'd clump up didn't come online as fast as you'd want this lineup to do so with this kind of draft. Like, they needed to play with a techie sticks much faster than they did.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very strong kind of showing from Shopify. I think we kind of expected that result in game 1 at the very least, so it's not an unexpected result. Props to SKG for putting up somewhat of a fight. I wouldn't say it was the closest matchup we've ever seen, but it is a very kind of outmatched series here between the two. Again, I kind of, in some way, I appreciate Ducho just kind of rage quitting that game, because it shows he believes that he can win, right? Like, it shows he believes his team can win. And he's just getting a little bit upset because that's not happening. But clearly he had an expectation before this series started.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just the lane setups from SKG just weren't that great. This support duo of Silencer and Kotl has no control whatsoever. You're relying on pretty much your Bounty Hunter to run in, get a right click off for a stun, and have your Alk jump in as well with the unstable option, which it just feels really awkward when that's your initiation, right? Like, outside of Global Silence, which is, again, great, led to a couple of kills, but it's a massive cooldown, which doesn't play into how a Bounty Hunter wants to run this game, which is very fast. Like, this is just not a very well-stitched together draft from Sand King Gomez. I feel like they can do a lot better. We've seen them do a lot better. So I'm hoping they can bring something stronger. Just, again, emphasis on lanes more than anything else for Sand King Gomez, because that's where Shopify Rebellion really looked to perfect their game, just in the laning phase. It's like the key part. You have to bring out a fight in the laning phase, or you get run down like this. 4 minutes in, 19k advantage. Mega creeps up, and you can't do anything about it.
That's the thing. I don't think it's enough to even out the lanes either, right? Like, top lane, the Alchemist was farming just fine against Saberlight, but you don't really want to go even with Shopify because they've just had so much experience over the years and so much time as a team that they're naturally just going to be able to outplay you pretty much every single time. Of course, we do have to award an MVP, and I think we're going to give it over to Fly here in the techies, Jonathan. I mean, he's a pos 5 that went 7, 1, and 6. We saw a couple solo kills here from Fly as well. And yeah, I mean, he just looked fantastic. You know, Fly has always been a great pos 5, and you know, even on the techies, just rushing Guardian Greaves and helping his team out that way. He's just been fantastic to watch this game one.
Yeah, he certainly is. Now, mind you, I feel like handing it to techies nowadays is like kind of typical, just because techies is like, he's a top tier support pick right now because he's universal. He still has range. He has really good magic damage. He has a stun on hand. Like, this hero just provides everything. Fly executes perfectly, of course, to be fair. Like, he plays that lane really well, enables Artur to find these kills, get his farm going, not receive any threat coming out from the side of Sand King Gomez, and just play a spectacular game. Again, how is it balanced? This guy gets like 17 damage by level 3, level 4. How does he have more damage than Clinks by the same level 10, level 11? He had 105. I think Crit had 85, which is balanced because Clinks already does stupid damage for the skeletons. I mean, it's universal heroes. I know it gets me worked up. I like playing them, to be fair, because they're busted, but they are busted. And Techies is probably the worst of the lot.
Well, Jonathan, we're going to head off to a short break. We'll let you have some time to think about why Universal Heroes are so broken, as we are going to head off to a very short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Shopify Rebellion and SKG. We'll see you all again very soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Shopify Rebellion and, of course, SKG for NA Division 1. It is MLP Dota and Dronix Fire. Jonathan, I know you're smiling. There's a lot of funny stuff going on at the moment. You and I have been enjoying Twitch chats, to say at least, because the RTZ copy pastas are coming out, and they are always very, very hilarious. Though you know what's not hilarious, John? The SKG losing Game 1. That was not very funny. You can see the boys, they do not look very happy right now. I mean, Leonidas, he doesn't look like he's in a good mood.
No, I mean, he was chomping down on some food earlier on. Food's all gone, joy's gone. Got to focus in on that game. Again, the draft, I felt like, didn't really do them too many favors there on Sand King Gomez. Just not strong lanes, which is really hard to do. You can see Jan Ver kind of shaking his head, maybe on some suggestions to pick here. They're forced to ban out the Magnus and Beastmaster, take care of some Saberlight heroes early on, but that allows the Doom to go through. Shopify would first pick, takes the Doom up, which, you know, it's Doom. It's one of the top tier, one of the two top tier offlaners up there with Underlord, Beastmaster trailing in number 3, I'd feel. And Shopify just taking away Medusa and Batrider, which are also really big heroes to kind of handle. Batrider in particular is... It's so weird. How do you feel about the fact that you can go Batrider with no napalm now?
5 seconds.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I honestly have not even seen Batrider picked up in a game yet, so I'm going to
a
reserve
lot.
judgment because literally nobody's picked it up in my games or in pods.
I've seen quite a fair bit, and I think it's just so weird that because it's universal that you can get away with no napalm. It's just a consequence of this universal typing. It's like, he has like, again, he ends up with like 78 damage by 72 probably by level 5 with just a wand and maybe a bracer. And it's like, all right, if you don't need napalm, you can just try to chase down with your magic damage and DOTs, level those up because you don't need to spam the napalm, and then just run them down. It's so weird. It's not going to show up in this game, but that's why it's a top priority ban in some cases, because it is weird. And King Gomez, you do pick up the Rubik and the TB very early on. TB lane into the Doom is maybe a little bit more manageable. I think you can play with Metamorphosis. They pick up the Pangolier on Shopify Rebellion. A little bit of a laugh from Abed again. The bad boys, the only one laughing for some reason.
I do have to criticize the center split not looking too centered right now from Abed. It's a amateur mistake.
He's a
there.
bad boy, right? Like he doesn't clean it up, right?
Yeah, you gotta perfect it, Jonathan. I mean, I've hung around a lot. I had the center split at one stage, believe it or not. I did have.
I cannot imagine.
I swear to you, there's a photo out there somewhere.
Is it on
My
Facebook?
mum probably has it.
Okay.
No. I was very young, but my mum probably still has that photo. I'll go look for it for you, Jonathan. I'll post it on Twitter if I ever find it.
Yeah, you've got it. You've got it. Take a screenshot of it, post it side to side.
I was a very handsome young man, by the way, Jonathan.
I'm sure your mom said that to you a lot. I'm pretty sure. So,
well, ironically, she didn't. So there you go. No.
Oh no, Mikey. Oh, I don't know what to say about that. You've just made it sad now.
I mean, my wife tells me I'm handsome, at least, I guess.
There you go.
Sometimes. Anyway, moving on. If she's not upset at me, you know how it is, John. I mean, you don't know how it is, but when you get married one day, you'll understand. King Gomez, Rubik, Terrorblade opening, Shopify Rebellion, Pango Doom. On that note, Jonathan, by the way, if any fine young men or women are looking for a partner, John X Fire is unmarried at the moment.
Thank you, Mike. I know why you said fine young men and women, but I appreciate it. You know,
I like to keep it fair. Anyway, moving on.
I want to talk about Pangolier as well. It is also, I believe, universal, right? If I'm not going insane, and I want to say yes, but I could be completely wrong. But I remember it being in universal type.
I mean, you could literally just look in Dota, Jonathan.
It is universal type. It's again, I know I've played the Pangolier as well. I'm like the dummy that I am played mid, and I'm like I'm doing okay on Pangolier, and I'm like this feels wrong.
That is incredible.
Very wrong. It is incredible. We lost the game, but it was so easy to lane as Pango. Granted, there are still matchups that Pangolier can feel awkward in. The Shopify covered their bases, taking care of Ember and Storm. Void Spirit's still probably in the pool here if they do want to pick that up for Lund. That could be one route to go. lanes
5
decently into that
seconds remaining.
Pangolier. And Shopify Rebellion do take care of the Underlord. I'm wondering if we see Shopify go back into just
Radiant
picking their
team
3 cores first. Because they're confident now. They could.
They certainly could, Jonathan. We'll have to wait for Sankin Gomez to see what they want first. I mean, Rubik TB is a nice opening. Obviously, Terrorblade very, very strong right now. Rubik, not the strongest hero, but you are up against the Pangolier. So Rolling Thunder's quite an easy spell to steal for Rubik, and I'm sure he'll be more than happy to take it. Obviously, you do have Doom as well, which is obviously a pretty broken ability for Rubik to take if he can.
Dire team
Either one's always very, very nice in the middle of a team fight, and they are also going to go down the Undying route. So this is a hero in particular I really enjoy at the moment, Jonathan. I know you like to refer to yourself as an Undying specialist,
Yes.
but this hero does feel still very, very strong. Ever since they changed the decay spell animation and reduced the delay a bit, he just feels busted no matter what.
5 seconds.
Yeah, he feels really good. He has an interesting save as well with a Tombstone coming out of Ag's Labyrinth. Granted, you don't get bonus regen inside and you can't attack from inside, but it is a weird save. Like almost like a pseudo Phoenix Supernova to stall for time. I think there are some cheeky plays you can do with that. Maybe just salve yourself and go in. Granted, that means you're carrying salve past laning stage, but there's some funky stuff you could do with the Tombstone stave. Haven't really seen it too much, but this does give a really strong lane for Sand King Gomez to play in. Terrorblade plus Undying. You can soften up that Doom, threaten with Metamorphosis,
Dire team
run down.
Radiant
I'm seeing even a Smirk out and fly. All right. Wind Ranger into the Phoenix. You don't have the biggest right clicks from Sand King Gomez outside of your Terrorblade to clear out, so the egg's gonna feel great. Wind Ranger, universal hero. I have played this multiple times.
10 seconds.
Bracer Rush. Wind Ranger is the one here that really uses the Bracer change for damage
5
really
seconds
well
remaining.
and uses the stats. Like you can get level 5 with 2 Bracers. You have 928 HP, 928 or 938 HP with a wand on top and like 72 damage. It's like, what? It's universal. It's
Dire
universal.
team
That's it.
It is
There's nothing else to
universal,
say.
Jonathan. Ridiculous. The puck comes out now for Sankin Gomez. So, I mean, another kind of lane-dominant mid, nice tempo-setting style of hero. Obviously, you look at the draft of Sankin Gomez, and they are ready to fight whenever, right? Like, Rubik, Undying, Puck, it's a great trio
10 seconds
to just roam the map with and just make all chaos happen. Shopify Rebellion, I mean, obviously with their own draft,
Radiant team
I don't know how serious this draft looks. Like, it feels like they're taking it a little bit easy with the whole Wind Ranger Phoenix build-up, but go on.
I'm gonna say I have a feeling they're actually gonna run Wind Ranger core somewhere. Like they're
I
gonna
was
do
thinking the
something
same.
really funky because they had a good Arteezy had a good laugh, and we've seen them pick their 3 cores first before when they're confident up against TSM. They look really confident. So I'm expecting either a crit or fly hero last, probably just crit fly in his Phoenix. You can't divorce that. And Sand King Gomez seems to have the same idea. They're banning out supports. So how do you lane this? Do you run Arteezy Doom? Do you run Saberlight Pango off? Pango off just sounds pretty bad right now, but I guess Shopify Rebellion can pull that off
10 seconds
if they want to.
remaining.
They could.
You run
Let's wait and
Saberlight
see.
Wind Ranger? That sounds
5
really
seconds
funky.
remaining.
Something Saberlight would probably enjoy.
Radiant team ban.
Or you run a safe lane Wind Ranger for Arteezy. Off lane Doom still, mid Pango. There you go.
A safe lane Wind Ranger for Arteezy.
I don't think it's bad.
I
Double
mean-
Bracer, Maelstrom.
I guess. You know what? I think
10
everyone would love to
seconds
see it from Arturo if he does want to pick up the POS 1 Wind Ranger.
5 seconds.
Sure, everyone would
ban.
enjoy that.
They banned Centaur, which is a really annoying target to focus far down, and
That's
just
true.
kind of gives them a bailout in Sand King Gomez. Perhaps?
Let's see, Jonathan. One more ban to come here from Sankin Gomez, and we can finish off these drafts and see exactly where they're headed. Sankin Gomez, on the other hand, like they're lacking an offlane right now. Saving it for Ducho once again. Hopefully Ducho's kind of mentally reset after that game 1, because, you know, RQing at the end of the game, never a good sign. Again, I was looking at the silver lining. I know people were saying to me, John, it's pretty obvious that you're a dad now because you're looking at all the positives and everything. That's not the case. I'm still a toxic piece of shit, let me tell you, but, you know. I do think, maybe
I
he just
mean, it goes
actually
without
expects that he
saying.
can win.
It goes without saying, Mike, you're Australian.
Yes.
I know what it's like down under. I've played
Apologies
quite a
for
few
swearing,
games.
by the way.
I mean, it's in your blood. No need to be
It is.
sorry.
It's,
Why be sorry?
Yeah, don't give me that SVG accent, John. I don't want to hear that.
I mean,
5 seconds.
SVG talking about things no one cares about. And Adam immediately stopped reading. That's the part I found funniest. He didn't even realize it included Cap thinking to himself, "Get me out." He's just like, SVG talking about things no one cares about. Then he's like, yes, that's it.
Final
So
pick up
happy.
for Shopify. Let's see if it's going to be a +1 Wind Ranger. Do it, RTZ. You can do it. I mean, with that kind of beautiful hair, you've got to play Wind Ranger, right? It's got to happen.
It's gotta happen. It's gotta happen. I mean, they're really thinking about this pick.
Radiant team.
What if they random? Nah, they won't. They go in one. All
Hey!
right, Core Wind Ranger it is. They used the LC band to bait. They baited with the LC band. They're like, oh, maybe we go an illusion hero. No, psych. It's a Wind Ranger core. Safe lane Wind Ranger. What else could they do
Alright.
that's weird? Safe lane Lion. No. It's got to be Wind Ranger.
I think that's the best part. Is I'm more shocked by the fact that we have a lion in the game than a +1 Wind Ranger. I'll be completely honest with you, John. I mean, this hero, this lion, I mean, it's literally one of your favorite heroes, and I can tell
It is.
you, it still feels like complete and utter trash. This hero, I mean, it's just
It's so weird because I feel like his mid game is actually improved. You're not fully reliant on Blink. If you have games you don't need Blink, you're a really good shard pickup from the Tormentor. Your shard is pretty much your kit. You go the level 10 movement slow on Mana Drain, and then you go Mana Drain restore at 15. And this hero is really interesting. The Tide Hunter,
whoa.
I don't think that does anything in this lane up against the Wind Ranger, which is Arteezy's.
boy.
It does nothing against the Wind Ranger. I mean, if you can come in for the Anchor Smash plus Fade Bolt, Wind Ranger does no damage. You can see how happy Abed is. This is a better draft from San King Gomez, I think. This is it's stronger lanes coming out, but I don't think the lanes are a good solution to what Shopify has. You can see Jan Burrow just realizing a
Yeah.
little bit of despair here. Like, what does
Yeah.
Tide do against Wind Ranger? Nothing. You stand back. You
That
don't
was
do
the face
anything.
of despair. He did not look like he was very confident in what's been drafted. I got to tell you, John, this Tide Hunter, this patch, it does not feel good.
No.
It feels kind of bad. I've played it, Jonathan. Trust me, I know. It feels pretty damn bad. Like, sure, you might not die to the Wind Ranger. With Kraken, sure, you're going to block most of the damage off. I get it. You build a Vanguard. You're practically unkillable for the first, say, 15, 20 minutes as a Tide Hunter if you do have max Kraken, sure, Vanguard. But it is still a meta where you're building auras. So I suppose the Tide can still work. There's just better heroes, it feels like, in the meta right now. Though, again, let's reserve our judgment. Maybe San King Gomez, they know what they're doing. We know Ducho wasn't happy game 1, so I'm sure he's made the decision to ask for Tide Hunter for game 2. We're criticizing SKG's draft, Jonathan. We have a +1 Wind Ranger, a +4 Lion on the side of Shopify Rebellion. So who am I to criticize SKG?
I honestly don't think these picks are bad from Shopify. Again, like
Okay.
Lion's probably, it doesn't feel the best in lane. It has a lot of shortcomings, but if you can play it well up against a Terrorblade, it's a pretty good time because you've got a good way to clear out the illusions. You've got Magical Burst on hand coming out here. And again, Wind Ranger's universal type. So anything universal, I feel, can almost be played as carry. Just purely off being universal. Like that type is just busted.
Level 1 team fight. Nice warding here
They're
from
running
SKG,
away.
but they're going to allow the D ward. Okay, so they don't want the fight. I would have thought with an Undying, you would have gone for it. You probably could have got a 4-man Decay there, to be quite frank with you. Maybe even a 5-man. But instead, they try to go towards the high ground. But they let that vision go rather than taking the fight. I'm not sure about that. I feel like you should have taken the fight. With TB level 1 meta, with Undying Decay or even Tombstone, if you're really feeling spicy, that might have been a pretty damn good fight.
Could have been, but I I feel like Shopify Rebellion's level 1 is pretty strong as well. Like you get caught out in the Fire Spirit, suddenly your right-click damage to play off the Decay is gone. Your Magical Burst isn't really there early on, to be fair. Like you don't really have that. So I think there's always that punish that is available for Shopify, and they play it safe. Shopify does get away with additional bounty runes off the top of this, though. We're going to be feeling good as we break out into these lanes. Crit getting chased down a little bit by Yanbura. But
this is
not gonna
the
lead
item
much.
build-up I really enjoy is Undying right now. Like, you buy Orb of Venom and you have a Blood Grenade with a couple mangoes. And it just, the slow that you do with the Blood Grenade and the Orb of Venom, it's pretty ridiculous. It's very hard to get away from without Brown Boots on.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier to run down. I think the one reason Undying might not be as popular is the limit to starting mangoes. Like, it doesn't feel as amazing to just spam Decay as it once did, because you just don't have as much mana to start off with. Good snipe from Yanbura though to take away Saberlight's courier. It did deliver the items out. We can take a look at the lanes as they do break out. Down mid, we've got Lund on that puck up against Abed on the Pangolier. And we have seen this lane multiple times. I feel like this isn't unplayable for a Pango at all. Like, you do have Swash to play with, you've got Shield Crash and start harassing. And Abed has already started with 4 Iron Branches on Universal Hero, so he has a good chunk of damage.
Oh, dude,
He loses quite a fair bit.
Ooh, power shot's way off the mark, but doesn't matter. No secure First Blood RTZ able to secure the kill himself on the Wind Ranger. I mean, to be fair, he has level 1 Anchor Smash, so you know it's kind of limited as to how much he can survive right now on the Tide. But props to Shopify Rebellion, kind of seeing the opening and they just take it. And you know what? Like, a Phoenix Wind Ranger isn't the kind of duo you'd expect to kill off a Tide Hunter level 1, but they're actually doing some really good work. Like, look at the zoning right now. It's ridiculous. This bottom lane, the same thing's kind of happening thanks to the Undying of Yanbura. Just, you get a little bit worried though. That off lane's been pretty rough already for SKG.
Yeah, it's not a great time for Ducho. I don't think you're getting as much either down bot. Like, Saberlight is still allowed to farm, and he doesn't really care about being zoned out. He's always got the Devour to play with, so he's always going to recover. I think if he gets a good creep to start harassing, that's where it gets scary. Early Tombstone.
Yeah. Crit definitely gonna die. Saberlight, I think he might actually just be dead. They'll dive him. They've got the zombies available. With the slow out, Blood Grenade connects. Saberlight is gonna die. SKG finding a double down in the spot lane. And immediately Yanbura, well, he almost got the Courier of Crit as well. But he will deny himself off and just get the free reset.
Heads up play coming out from SKG, playing with all the slow stacking, with a Reflection, with the Blood Grenade, and the zombies. Shopify Rebellion, early levels, not their strong point. Level 3, level 4 is when things can start to feel a little bit better, when you've got a little bit more utility out from Crit as well. That is Metamorphosis gone from Leonidas, so in a way it can provide a little bit of an opening if you find an angle in. But again, you don't really have the levels yet to play aggressive there, so it's just going to take a little bit more time to wait up.
Abed mistimes a little bit with the swashbuckle. Very, very hard to land, of course, with the phase shift. But he's going to force Lund to walk back to the fountain, as Lund will go for a quick pause out. FPS issues he claims. Talking about that mid lane for a moment, it was a pretty even affair but before Abed's forced him out of the lane, and now I imagine Abed is just going to take over.
Abed's queuing up 1 million diadems. Yeah, that's honestly that's not too far off the mark as to what you want to do in Universal Heroes. Just
what if you created an item where you could just constantly combine items to double the stats every time, like a Dagon, right? But just these items, like it's just one item, but you can keep combining them.
That sounds. I feel like if you do that, then it should be like diadem builds into ultimate orb, and then ultimate orbs build into the, I don't know what you'd call the most ultimate orb. What would the word? No, the items build into the penultimate orb, which is just ultimate orb now. Then you combine the penultimate orbs to make the actual new ultimate orb. There you go. That's how you do it. Maybe build diadems from branches.
Incredible. Thank you for that.
All the stats coalescing into one slot.
They're coalescing right now down to the bot lane, John. Saberlight, he's in big trouble. Tombstone's down from Yambura. Saberlight is going to be able to walk out with the level 2 Scorched Earth, however. Yambura just going to make sure that Tombstone remains protected. I want to hand over that free gold away to Crit or Saberlight. Creating a lot of space for Leonidas as well. The TB's having a great time. It's top lane. 9, force the TP away. RTZ taking a fair bit of harassment here from Ducho.
Look at that.
Ducho at that stage now with the 1-1-1 build, so he can kind of fight back.
Look at RTZ's damage at level 3. Bracer, Wraith Band, 74 plus 3 damage. Level 3.
Hold on a minute. Yambura being chased down. Metamorphosis, no, it's not available. Crit's actually the one to drop. Yambura able to take him out with the decay. Crit kind of underestimating the damage output of that Undying Decay, and he actually gets himself out of there. As top lane, Ducho not looking too healthy at the moment. One more hit would do it from Fly. He'll miss the initial Fire Spirit. Ducho trying to duke him out the best he can, but it should not be enough, and it won't be. Fly able to secure the kill on the Phoenix.
You're trading back and forth in terms of the off lanes not going the best. I do feel like it's easier for a Dune to recover from a slow lane though, because they're seeing a little bit of aggression down mid. They finally nailed that kill onto Lund.
Crit just walks in with the Hex and the Earth Spike, and it's kind of the thing against the Puck, right? Like, you've got that instant Hex from Lion. Pretty hard to fight against as a Puck, as Yambura, bit of a chase here onto Saberlight once again. Not going to be able to secure the kill onto the Doom. Meanwhile, top lane, onto the Tide we go. Ducho is still trying to fight here along with 9, just trying to trust that his Kraken Shell will do enough work, but Arteezy is still chasing him down. Power Shot is up. It's going to be blocked and missed. So Arteezy does not land it on Ducho, but instead he'll go after 9. And 9, I mean, eventually should just die. Ducho going to try and fight again, but Power Shot is now up and available, and it's not going to land. Arteezy, copping the gush, had the raindrops, is going to be fine, as now the sun rays out. Ducho, no. Oh, he's going to die. Arteezy with a double kill, and eventually he will go down, but what does it matter? He wants the reset anyway.
Gets the reset. It is a pretty big kill to give away, but at the same time, it's only Yambura to really benefit from the XP there.
Oh, Lund. He pops the coil to try and just lock down the Pango, but it just doesn't matter. Arbed still has his way with him. Even 9 TPing in to try and help out, but just could do nothing about it.
You just can't stop him. Like, Abed's had a really good lane. Again, really even until the dive, which as a Pango you just kind of expect. This hero can match up against the Puck. Doesn't care too much about the range advantage the Puck has. You can reach pretty far in. And everything's lining up for Shopify. A little bit of a stronger presence, to be fair, from Sand King Gomez early on, especially with his start for Leonidas, but it doesn't feel like it's enough.
Ducho. Oh, Power Shot's going to go right through the backside. He is going to drop, as maybe they can pick off Fly, and they will. Arteezy, still full HP, but needs a way out now. Is going to try and go for the chase on Yambura. He has the Power Shot. He'll run right into the Undying, but he's trying to run. Wisdom picked up. He gets the Power Shot. Arteezy still running. Can he make it? There's no way. One more hit will do it. Lund, he's going to hit the orb. He does. Raindrop block is not enough, but he got a hell of a lot of value out of that.
He drags even Leonidas down here. More than happy about that for Arteezy. Opens up the lane a little bit more for Saberlight, which it sounds funny when your core sacrifices for the off lane, but considering these starts, you really don't mind.
Look at the Skillies.
They just play.
That's a lot of Skelly boys, John. That's the tower
Skelly
gone.
boys again. Just like the Clinks, all the Skellies. Just how do bones break stones?
That's what they do, Jonathan. Leonidas is going to drop. Fly able to secure the kill. The series has been a bit of a bone zone here, as Shopify Rebellion going to go for the TP out. Or rather, Saberlight will, and will be fine to do so. Mid lane in the meantime, Ducho is just not catching a break.
Damage.
Leave Ducho alone. I mean, I feel like they're picking on Ducho. He's 0-5-2. Shopify Rebellion, I believe they found their target. And right now they've got aim assist on. Let me tell you, John, it's not looking too good for Ducho.
It's looking rough. Again, they last picked this Tide into the Wind Ranger lane. It just doesn't do anything in the early levels. And this is just insanity. They're just going to be able to find the kill. They missed the stun, but...
They do. Oh, the finger, not quite enough,
There
but
you
it
go.
will be in the end. You will get the stack there for Crit. plus 40 damage on the Finger of Death now, as they do go for the mid tier 1 tower. And
Look at Ortiz's damage. 92 plus 12. Abed does 93 plus 9 at level 9. Wind Ranger's at 6.
Yes, he
Just
is.
with the rate band.
Yes, she is.
And the power treads. It's just incredible they buffed it from 0.6 to 0.7.
Dire's top tower.
At least
That
it
they
is.
did, John.
I mean, I'm not complaining on the Wind Ranger, to be fair. I think it's fun. Is it fair?
He's got-
Probably not.
He's going for the Diffusal Blade as well, more stats to come in for the Wind Ranger. That's a kind of an annoying item build as well. Is you focus fire someone, they run out of mana, and it's like, it might be the slowest death in the world, but it is going to be a death nonetheless, eventually.
It's not too slow, actually, especially with the Javelin up for Artur. So you do have more output there. I think the Disperser upgrade path is pretty interesting for Wind Ranger as well. Again, she uses the stats, every single stat, very, very well. So you have everything kind of lined up there for the Wind Ranger with this item build up. 7k lead for Shopify Rebellion, 2 times the kills over Santin Gomez as Abed finds one. Is he?
Yambura running circles. Abed decides better off just popping the ultimate, and instead we'll just take him out with the swashbuckle. Nice and easy for Abed. 3rd kill of the game. Everyone else rather quiet, as I think SKG just trying to focus on securing some farm right now, not feeling too confident to be able to take any team fights. Shopify, obviously 7k ahead. Don't really need to force anything either, but I mean, it really does just seem like they're having fun this game too.
Yeah, for sure. There's no pressure. Again, maybe the lane of Saberlight goes a little bit wonky, but it's a Doom. It goes into jungle, works onto the Midas after the Vanguard.
Dire's
Oh, you still have that recovery for the Doom. You're still up there, number 2 net worth. All the cores on side of SKG suffering. Ducho in particular, of course, after his lane. And still being hunted.
Ducho, chase down, has the Ravage, is actually going to pop it.
Yeah.
Hey, it looked nice at least. Thank you for that, Ducho. We appreciate it. That's,
I guess go down with style.
I mean, he certainly went down, John. Leonidas. Abed. Gonna have the Rolling Thunder. Leonidas. I mean, you don't even have the Thunder leveled up right now, and he's gonna try and run with the pick stick, but it's not gonna be enough. Abed will take him out. Meanwhile, Sablight's decided he's gonna pick up a Midas. I don't think is necessary for old Saberlight right now in this game, but he's a man of business. He's not stopping, Jonathan. It's all about the farmers. Crit gets caught out mid lane with the Dream Coil, but Crit's fighting back. Lund is dropping very, very quickly, and he will eventually die, but he'll take Crit with him.
Yeah, he still gets the charge on Finger of Death kill, so you're happy on Crit. You don't mind that. A support for the mid lane. Again, it's nothing but winning here for Shopify Rebellion so far. For the side of SKG,
middle tower is under attack.
you're buying space for Leonidas. Your Turbo is fine. He's not farming great. You look at the net worth, but he's farming at the least. You have some timings to meet. It doesn't feel like they can connect all too well with their puck, especially because Ducho can't connect as well, considering the start. Again, it's just all a consequence of the lanes. Not all the lanes. It's really just a consequence of Ducho's lane right now. It's just he got bullied. The Tide pick into the Wind Ranger core just doesn't do much. And he's forced to Ravage just to try and save himself, but that means you just don't have that connection.
They've got the puck controlled up, but here comes 9 with the Rolling Thunder. Takes the Earth Spike instead, though, and is going to back off, but at the very least keeps Lund alive for now, as Abed is going to go for a bit more of a chase. Earth Spike's going to be there from 9, but the dive is in from Fly to give the vision over onto the Rubik. Eventually, 9 does end up going down. And another dominant kind of kill here from Shopify Rebellion, as it seems like they've also found the TB. Leonidas just going to farm the hot tub while he's at it. Feels much safer in there than he does in the bottom lane at the moment. And Shopify, I mean, they're just continuing the domination. I mean, this game, as much as I hate to say it, John, it's not even close right now.
No, definitely not. Again, it felt like at the least Leonidas lane went better. That's probably the one difference in this game. Ducho and still not having the best of times, which is unfortunate. The blink could lead to some interesting plays. I don't think it's going to be enough, quite frankly. We just haven't seen SKG connect at all as a team. But perhaps the blink on Tide plus this blink already up in Lund can lead to some plays. You are just surrendering a lot of map space right now to Shopify to fly.
Jump in, Lund. Nice green coil. Actually only going to land on crit. Fly is fine to just try and dive out if he wants to. Ravage is committed. They've held down the Phoenix, so Fly will drop, and now crit will drop. So SKG taking a successful team fight this time around. Not messing around whatsoever. It is only 2 supports, but look at the gold they got out of that. That was like a 1.6, 1.7k swing.
Yeah, it's massive. Again, early kills in general just reward you with much more. So even just 2 supports can kind of bounce you back in, give you a little bit of momentum to play with. Not enough to change the direction of this game, but you have that blink up and running now on Ducho. He's working towards his pipe. RTZ.
Here we go. Teasy wrapping around through the twin gates. Not going to be able to set up anything here yet.
Radiant are
The rest of SKG are hanging around the top lane, so they might be willing to force a fight with the Metamorphosis up on Leonidas. Thing is, though, you don't have Ravage, and Ducho is showing mid lane. And Shopify, they might still be willing to take a fight. Fly, kind of frontlining for his team as SKG remain as 4 at the top lane. A pipe now up on Ducho, so he might rejoin his team and try to force that top tier 1 tower. In goes Crit. He'll have a look around. He's going to spot out 9, I believe, but maybe just didn't see him. Just didn't have the vision. And instead, now Roshan's being pinged out by Shopify. Is this a Roshing lineup? Can they do it? Like with the Wind Ranger?
Yeah, you could. It's a lot of damage focus far. So you just get to melt right through it. I mean, look at how much he's reduced. 124 minus 1. That's still 123 damage coming out at max attack speed. Or at a really high bonus attack speed for the Wind Ranger. Just clear it. No threat of Dream Coil. Well, it's up, but no follow-up from Ravage means you take it safely. You just back off. Like, no contestation coming out from SKG. I'm a little bit surprised Ducho actually went for the full pipe. I thought he went for the blink first. I saw him buy it out. I guess he sold it immediately and just went for the pipe. That does mean that, again, you're relying more on Lund than anything else to start these fights for you with a Dream Coil. Might be a bit awkward to find the angle in with a Ravage, but as long as you can somehow connect those spells, you have some team fight on your side for SKG. Shopify Rebellion. We haven't really seen their full power yet. Like, Saberlight has literally ignored all of these fights. I don't think we've even seen a Doom usage out from him. He's got the Octarine. That does mean lower Devourer, lower Midas, and lower Doom cooldown can get active at this point.
Lund, nice little pick off on Fly. Does find himself a solo pick off. It does seem like SKG is slowly starting to find a way to fight back. The thing is, though, like, Shopify more so seem like they've slowed down this game because they're just farming right now. Like, Arbed picks up an Ags now. Saberlight's got the 4 Octarine core into a BKB very soon. It seems like Shopify are just dragging out the game and just enjoying some farming time. I don't know if I can say SKG is forcing them back.
No, I don't think so either, Mike. It's Shopify trying to get some items up. Like, Wind Ranger Ags, honestly, if you think about that Ags, it's pretty funky because you get 50% physical damage resist. I'm not sure if after that reduction, like if the 50% comes first and then your armor kicks in, because that is massive if that's the way it's calculated. That actually gives you a lot of durability on the Wind Ranger when you do get the wind run off. So I'm actually more than happy to watch this experimentation come out from Shopify just to see that Ags.
Jump in. Oh, Crit. He's found Lund again. Finger is committed, but can they reach with the Rolling Thunder? Oh, they can. Oh, Lund. It is a level 1 phase shift still, so the duration is only 1 second. Sadly for him, he got clipped on the backside of that Rolling Thunder. Very unfortunate.
On the other hand, at the very least, it took long enough that Crit doesn't get a finger stack off the back of it, so small wins.
Good news.
Silver linings.
Very, very good indeed. SKG. Oh, they're getting kind of swarmed again by Shopify. Like, you look from the north, they're coming. Flying Arbed. Find a TB illusion for now. SKG trying to run towards the south, but Crit's waiting around that area. Though mind you, Crit is now underneath the vision of SKG, so they could try to pick off the line. Ducho is moving in. Ravage is up. He'll pop the Gush first. Hex is out from Crit, 4 staff away, and that'll be Crit gone. Nice little pick off again from SKG. They will not go for more though.
They just respect that Shopify Rebellion could just counterfight if they get a good Doom off, if they protect the egg, if Ravage Dream Coil. It doesn't feel like it plays into the egg really well. Again, depending on the positioning of Fly, and Doom can just ruin your fight anyway, and maybe just down to, again, just wanting to farm up a little bit more. Maybe Arteezy just wants to actually get his build up into the Ags. See its impact here. He is just farming. Like, he hasn't joined his team either. Like, both Saberlight and Arteezy have just taken the backseat, just played a farm game. So they might find Ducho.
Yeah, they may. Doom's committed immediately. Another spike to lock him down. I mean, Ducho, he's got no way out of this. He's just going to try and hit the tower. Gets one hit in. Why the hell not? Meanwhile, though, Arteezy is going to go for a bit of a solo pick-off onto Yambura. Yambura with a nice 4-staff to the high ground is looking to be okay, but Arteezy looking for a wind run to chase him down again. Does have the Aegis up, so it feels like he can go for the dive here. But no, we'll not go past the tier 2 tower. We'll play it safe. So 11 to 19, 10k advantage, still the way of Shopify Rebellion. Again, taking this game very, very slow. More than happy to just play the farming simulator this game too.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You're not being punished for it at all. The side of SKG still needs to farm up as well. They have managed to catch up a fair bit of gold. Like, Lund isn't too far off from Arteezy, Leonidas as well. Ducho even recovering quite nicely here as well. Your outliers are Saberlight and Abedo, with a pretty significant lead on those two heroes, on the Pangolier and Doom, but almost to be expected from the Doom. Abed just being really active. Probably the only real active hero right now is the rest of Shopify Rebellion farm. There is a bit of a smoke out from Shopify Rebellion, but you've got that blink on Ducho. He does go back for it. You've got, again, that connection with a puck.
Well, he's got to make something happen. Like, this blink timing, it just feels so important for SKG if they wish to try and make a comeback here in this game too. Because it will be a comeback considering how the net worth is right now. The way this game's just been played. Seems like they won't try and force a fight yet, but I think it might come soon because Shopify, they are going after that tier 2 top tower. Not going to take very long to take this one out. It's very quick.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Look at Saberlight's aura. Time Warp aura.
Yeah.
Cooldown reduction in an aura for all your teammates.
Yeah.
Where'd that come from?
It's one of the satyr creeps, I believe.
That's a...
So yeah, it's a thing. I've seen it occasionally dominated. I think we've talked about it, but it's not really a high priority. But you know, in a game like this, where you're kind of chilling, yeah, just pick it up over the Alpha Wolf or the Centaur Stomp.
Oh, yeah,
Why not?
what's
Farming.
that item that gives you 10% reduction? The neutral item? Quickening Charm. You basically have an AoE Quickening Charm for your team.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much it.
Seems good.
For free. Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
I
So,
mean,
John,
again,
I
usually
haven't
as a
seen that
Doom,
before.
you'd want something better, like control, but again, you're not caring too much right now on Shopify. So if you're just gonna sit back and farm, might as well improve the efficiency of your farm.
That's true. That's very true. Smoke out here from SKG. We might get to see the Blink Ravage come out, and he has to do it very soon because Ducho's in big, big trouble. He'll try to 4-staff away, but now they've caught the Rubik instead. 9 is gone. Ducho is going to be chased down here by Abed. Not seeing the Ravage opportunity yet, and I suppose by this point there's just no point because he is just gone. 3 down for the side of SKG in a matter of seconds.
They just melt. Full Ags up on Arteezy. So he's got the Wind Run increased slow and the, again, physical damage reduction, which is just very... It's an interesting thing on Wind Ranger because she has technically physical immunity with 100% mischance, but once you have MKB, even then, 50% physical reduction is still huge. So This is probably not the game to test that, like up against an MK. I don't see the MKB coming at all on Leonidas anytime soon, but it would be nice to see just how effective that is as a way of keeping Wind Ranger Core's longevity into the late game. Because it's an interesting way to patch up a weakness.
Here we go. 4-man smoke again. They still have the Ravage up. They want to try and make a play with that and the Metamorphosis, and even the Dreamcall is available here for Lund. Though, mind you, he's not really near his team at the moment, but nevertheless. SKG making their way through to the mid lane, but Shopify, they are together. Like, it's the hard part, is they're constantly sticking as a team. At the very least as 4. The only person away from Shopify is Arteezy at the moment, who's just farming his Gleipnir up. And Shopify now smoke up as 4, so they want to try and make a gank attempt now. Nobody been spotted yet, but there is vision in that Radiant jungle, so they are going to run towards that vision.
I
Ducho.
don't think the Time Warp. I don't think the Time Warp works on Doom.
Wait, what?
He doesn't have the aura on himself.
Why?
You can check the teammates; they have the aura. But
Leonidas? Leonidas is in trouble. Doom is up, and he is probably just as good as dead. Maybe they can look for a deny. No, a nice 4-staff away. He's fine for now, but Arbed is still chasing him down. Instead, though, they will pick up 9 on the Rubik. The Ravage was committed to Ducho to ensure they could at least try to fight,
dead.
but Leonidas is still just down. He dies to the Doom damage. I thought he was out.
No one was around. No one was around. They were all just far away. He just burns down.
Back to your point, by the way. Well, why is Doom the only one that doesn't get the aura?
You know, I think it's because it says it's the wording. The wording is correct.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Speeding
attack.
up the cooldowns of all nearby allies, but not yourself. So technically, it's right. Well, technically correct. I don't know if Saberlight recognizes this.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I don't think
like,
he does.
hey, I've got lower cooldown. It's like, and then you check, it's like still 60 seconds. It's like, that is your cooldown with Dr. Reed. It's like, all right. 145 on Doom. It's like, yeah.
I'm pretty sure
No
he
aura
actually
on top
doesn't
of you.
realize that's the case.
Yeah. It's a very, I mean, you know, 11 is subtle. It should be noticeable, but it's subtle enough that you just assume it's working, even if it's not. That's kind of funny. So his aura is literally doing nothing for him. It's not even farming faster. I'm pretty sure that's the point he picked it up, just so he could devour more and Midas more. But even that's not happening. But he doesn't notice.
Yeah, he's just saying the same. Look, guys, look how fast I'm devouring. 40-second cooldown, boys. 40 seconds. This is broken. Good on you, Saberlight. We appreciate you, sir. Anyway, Shopify Rebellion. 27 minutes in, they've got a 20k advantage, John. They're just taking it easy again. Which leads me to my next rant, as we are going to start Roshan. I went to Five Guys the other day, Jonathan. This is an NA Div 1 broadcast, so I can talk about Five Guys. Can I just say, I don't understand how people afford those prices. They charged me $19 for a cheeseburger, without fries or a drink. I couldn't believe it.
We did Five Guys in Genting, you know? Like,
Yes, we did.
it was expensive, but I have to admit, when you have everything on that burger, it's pretty damn good. Not gonna lie, I enjoyed the hell out of it.
To be fair to me, I didn't pay for the burger and Genting, so it was fine. I appreciate it. But now I
Yeah,
have to
that's
pay
true.
for me and my wife. Oh, it was terrible, John. I paid like $65 for 2 burgers, 2 drinks, and some small chips. It was ridiculous.
Oh no, that sounds. How much, Mike? How much? Could you repeat?
$65. I can't make this up.
$65
Radiant
Yeah,
every
man,
single time. You say these prices, you say these things in Australia. I just can't imagine it's real.
Well, this
is
is
just
an
one
American
big
company,
fraud.
Jonathan. This isn't
Yeah, but
an
it's in
Australian
Australia.
Lund. He's in Australia right now, John, middle of nowhere. He's caught out.
is under attack.
They're going to turn him right upside down. The finger will get it done.
To all betrayers.
That's clever, Mike. Very nice.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Very nice segue.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the
You're
recognition.
learning. You're learning.
Arbed. He's going to be okay. I mean, they're chasing him down in the Pango. It'd be a very nice pickoff, but Arbed seems to be very well. Is he aware? I mean, he's jumping in by himself. Abed,
Cheers.
we've talked about this before, so you can't just do this on your own. Sunder is out.
Sunder.
Abed is on the run now. Ravage committed just to ensure they get the kill. In comes the cavalry, though. Arteezy, he'll get to the focus fire on Leonidas. No Sunder is available. He's already committed it. Tombstone, however, Yambura puts him in the tombstone, and that'll keep him alive, which is kind of ironic because he's in a tombstone.
Yeah, it's pretty funny that it works that way, but you stay alive, get into your grave, delay your death. Eventually, you could get buried there at some point by
That's
RTZ, but
true.
not today.
Very true. So they're without Abed now because Abed decided to go on a solo mission. Because he's bad
It's
boy.
his
you know.
Filipino blood.
He's
It's
a
his
bad
Filipino
boy.
blood. Yeah. You know, sometimes you just feel like doing it. You know, the sea instinct to dive still runs in his blood, Mike.
Yeah.
Just as we once saw in your dream dive tier trees on his time in Tiger, just as we saw Dreamosal dive tier trees in a TI regional qualifier with Boom, so does Abed dive into 5 heroes.
Oh, you went through all that without mentioning mid one. I'm very surprised. Thank you for that, John.
Such as Mid One finds a way to replicate Boom of 2018 and 2019. It runs in their blood.
It does. 23k advantage. Now, Aegis Cheese available for Shopify Rebellion. Considering how long the game's gone on, I would have thought someone was at least trying to build the block of cheese. But nobody's done so, which is very upsetting.
Yeah.
There's actually 4 Lotuses down at the bot lane right now if they wanted to start doing it.
Yeah, I'm still surprised. Like the only block of cheese I've ever seen was from that Team Secret game in Div 2 where Puppy ate the cheese. And I believe in the post game, the explanation for that game was we don't know what the hell we're doing.
Of
It
course they
dragged
don't,
on
John.
for like
It's Western
70
Europe.
minutes.
What do you expect?
It dragged on for 70 minutes, and then I was like, what the hell happened in game 2? They were like, we don't even know ourselves. It just it went too long. You know, it happens. This game could go long as well. Maybe at some point. Well, I don't think we're approaching the point where they're going to regret being chopped by Rebellion just yet, but could reach that point, and we're so close to dying to the Tormentor.
Second time he almost died to that. Remind me, can he put himself in the tombstone? I can't remember.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, actually, it defaults to letting you in when you right-click your tombstone.
Okay.
So when you try to pat around and you click your tombstone, you go in to the charge, which is somewhat annoying.
Not easy. Aegis up for another 50. 4-star forward from 9. Oh, nice rolling thunder though. Abed immediately going to take out 9. The Rubik is gone. Doom is committed by Sableye on himself. He's going to make the jump in. He's found the TP. And there's the tombstone again. It's going to be taken out though, so he's going to run back towards the fountain and he's got no chance. Meanwhile, Arteezy going to deny himself off to the tier 4 towers. Excellent. Ravage is
Ooh,
out. Ducho,
Ravage.
he's going to try and do it on his own. A lot of damage being done here along with Lund, but Arteezy's still fine. In fact, he's going to man up. He'll heal up with the cheese and that's it. Lund is down. No call coming out yet. Onto the tier 4 towers, at least Abed goes, as they'll jump in now onto the Undying, just starling on the side of SKG, who are refusing to call GG. Gem on the deck. Crit will go ahead and pick that one up. And the tier 4 is just under siege now. Done. Ducho, he's in again. He's gone again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they're going to try one last time. Leonidas, Shadowbladed up, will move in with a reflection. Abed taking a fair bit of damage. He's going to go with the Rolling Thunder to be able to get his way out. Arteezy, just hanging out in front of the fountain. No fear in the world here. Lund, again going to jump in onto Arteezy.
Doesn't care.
He literally could not care less as they jump in again. Saberlight, Gleipnir, everything locking them down. It's just too tough. I believe there was a shackle in the mix as well, locking 2 of them. They will lose 9. They will lose Leonidas. But what they won't lose, John, is their sense of pride as they will not call GG. Onto the puck they go. Lund still getting dived into the fountain. Ducho is still trying to kill off Arteezy. Lands the tentacles, or rather the tendrils. But now Ducho's in trouble. Arteezy's still just manning up against the tide. Yambura dropping again. Ducho in the tree line is not going to be able to make it up. Someone buy these boys a new keyboard. There's a certain letter that's not working right now.
Radiant's
Yeah.
middle tower is under
Maybe the
attack.
keycap flew off. Not entirely sure, but the Ancient is under siege now. Focus fire in a few seconds.
Oh, yeah, Ancient's under attack here. Leonidas, PK beat up, going to try and run back towards the fountain. Pops the Metamorphosis. Arteezy's still the target,
Oh,
and they will finally
okay.
get him. Arteezy's down, but they've lost Lund again. Ingo's Saberlight. He wants some revenge. Just fountain diving. They'll find another couple. Saberlight survives. GG is called. Lund has seen enough, but they got Arteezy. It's a small win before the loss. Arteezy's having a very happy smile to himself as well about it.
I can't fault him. He gets to play Wind Ranger safe lane. It's pretty fun here at the lane. I think, again, looking at this game, Sand King Gomez has corrected by game number 2 to have better lanes. I think that's something they've accomplished with this draft, except for Dutra's lane. Now, again, not down to him, just the hero matchup doesn't quite work out. They did have a read as to this potential flex, but they don't get the offlane to match up to it. So I think all things considered, for Sand King Gomez, this is a team that we talked about last time having a lot of promise. Their own expectations up against Shopify Rebellion were pretty low. Granted, like they understood the reality of that. But to be fair to them, I think we've seen Shopify Rebellion take faster games, right? We have seen them play against teams in Tour 1 and take these wins much, much faster than they did up against Sand King Gomez. Game 2, they did stall it out on their own choice. But game 1, 22 minutes, 23, it's pretty quick. But again, not the fastest.
Oh.
You can maybe take pride in that.
Well, what are you even saying here, John? How much faster could they possibly take it?
15, probably.
Oh, I mean, I guess you're right. I appreciate that you're trying to
We've
find
seen them end at 15.
You're trying to find the light at the end of the tunnel here for SKGI. Look, they versed the hardest team in NA Div 1, John. There's no need to make excuses for the guys.
True.
Chances are every other team is going to get stomped in the same way by Shopify now, apart from maybe Nuts. But we'll see. I mean, who am I to be anti-hype like that? We're looking at the replays, or rather the highlights here of game number 2, and as you can see, a bit of fun from both sides. SKG, props to them, not calling the GG, allowing the fountain diving to happen, from the side of Shopify Rebellion. It seemed like they were much more content once they killed off Arteezy, and that's fair enough. I mean, everyone wants to kill the superstar that is Arteezy. Once you secure that kill, you're usually more than happy to just call him.
Yeah. Out of context, that sounded really wrong, but I do agree.
What's
not
wrong
in the
about
out of context version. I don't know, I heard that my brain just completely died, and then I just heard you say kill Arteezy, and I was like, out of context, all of the things we say is pretty wrong. All of the things we say out of context is pretty wrong, but we are in the context of Dota 2, of course. I don't know what I'm saying anymore, Moy.
No.
Yeah, you would never say it. No, I'm just imagining things.
Okay.
As this game was almost like a fever dream for SKG, but again, you're playing against Shopify Rebellion. I think the one thing for SKG is coming out of this, there's a lot they can learn from how to run optimized lanes, from how to run certain matchups, from what to look in your draft. I think for a team like SKG, it's actually a really big learning experience as long as they go back and look what they could change, right? That's the one thing you can take away when you play these stronger teams. Shopify Rebellion, again, they come out on top. They play a really strong game, and we've got to give our MVP out. Abed did shine. I mean, 14-1-14. His one death was the time he runs into 5 heroes. So that says enough. His one death was a death of his own choice.
It certainly was, and there you go. Abed claims the MVP for himself. That one death indeed was a choice by him. Crazy XBM GPM here from our Pangolier, and pretty free game nonetheless. John, you've been whining about Universal Heroes all day. Abed just enjoying Universal Heroes as much as he wants today. Just complete domination from him. And overall, another win for Shopify. A very easy 2-0 victory. A very quick 2-0 victory here is, even the second game, the length of the game was a choice by Shopify Rebellion. You know what's going to be interesting though, Jonathan? We have an interview with the one and only RTZ coming right up. Mr. Artur, congratulations on your 2-0 victory here against SKG, my friend. How the hell are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm looking forward to my stream right now. I'm waiting, getting this interview done and then loading it up. OBS is already open here. Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Yeah, that's what we love to hear, RTZ. I'll ask you about the stream. I mean, you haven't streamed in such a long time. And then last week, first series of the whole Div 1, you guys destroyed TSM. Is that the key to getting RTZ to stream from now on? Like you beat TSM, that's it. You're happy to stream.
If we paint it that way, I think it's true that regardless, I probably wouldn't have streamed, but I did plan on trying to stream some point in this season. But then yeah, definitely winning against TSM made it a lot more chill. So we don't have to scrim every single day, We still scrim quite a lot, but I think we would have felt a little bit more pressure if we had lost. It was relieving.
That's absolutely fair. Yeah, I mean, we've been enjoying the stream, by the way, RTZ. It's been very, very fun to have you back. I'll ask you a completely irrelevant question once again, by the way. You've gone and bleached your hair, and then today you show up with pink hair as well. Can you tell us the story, RTZ? What happened to the white blonde hair that you have?
Okay, well the thing is, I'm new to this hair management. I've been a guy who does not care about hair, or honestly, I haven't really cared about my appearance too much in general. But so I just recently dyed my hair, or bleached my hair, then dyed my hair silver, and there's all these hair things I have to care about. Apparently I shouldn't wash my head with hot water, or as frequently as I used to, or certain shampoos I have to use. So the story is that Dove has this shampoo that you're supposed to use specifically for colored hair. She has a pink one, but it should be fine. But she has 2 shampoos. One of them is actually it dyes your hair, and then there's a one that you use when you have colored hair. So I accidentally used her I was stupid. I just didn't read it, and I just saw a pink one, and I put it on my hair, and then I look in the mirror, and then I was like, holy shit, what did I just do? And then I tried to wash it off frantically. I couldn't wash it off, so I panicked. But honestly, I think it looks pretty good. I was surprised. I thought it looked when I first did it, I was in a state of shock, so maybe I couldn't appreciate it. But now that I think it's settled, it looks not so bad. I kind of miss my silver though, but it's okay.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I actually like the pink more. The way I see it is, you choose a more, I want to say, feminine color like that for your hair, but it makes you look more manly, in my opinion, RTZ. I think you look very, very handsome. Just so you're aware. And by the way, as a married man,
I'm matching with Dove's hair, so now
that's true.
When we're gonna take a photo together, it's gonna have the same kind of hair for both of us.
That is very, very cute, RTZ. Very cute. I appreciate that you used your missus's hair products as well. I do the same thing. I don't buy shampoo, RTZ. I just grab the wife's shampoo, whatever it is, I'll use it. I know how it is. John, go on, ask some questions.
All right, Artur, I don't want to hold you off from your stream too long. Very strong win here. We do want some clarification. Game 2, you guys did take your time. Can you explain why? Were you guys just, did you guys just want to get some items going before anything else happened, or what was going on that game 2 that it took a little longer?
We thought they're gonna use their timings, to move across the river, but they got BKB TB. It was, we're respecting their timing, so we wanted to take a proper, not some stupid just run into them and feed fight, but then they didn't really do it, and then I don't know, we just got kind of lazy to actually end the game. But I mean, the way I'm saying it sounds pretty egotistical, but we just tried to find the right fight, but they didn't want to fight when they were the strongest. So yeah,
that's fair. Now I have one question. This is maybe a little bit more to Saberlight, but he did pick up the time warp creep. He held on to that for a very long time. Did he ever explain why to you guys? Because I'm pretty sure it didn't affect any of his abilities if he wanted to farm faster.
I think he wanted the what was it, 7-second cooldown arcane blink. That's what he's playing for that time, and he wanted to blink around. Or is it 4-second cooldown? I don't know what he was. He had a 4-second cooldown arcane blink. That's what he was
Oh,
playing
so
for.
he's trying to
That
just
was
stack the
comms.
cooldown reduction.
Yeah, he was
All
just
right.
like, he
don't
didn't say
think it
anything the whole
affected
game.
him.
He was like muted, and he was just saying, "I want my arcane blink," and then pinging gold until arcane blink. That was his gameplay.
That's fair. That's fair. I appreciate that. Yeah. That's all for me.
All right. Well, one last question before we let you go. Stream Arteezy, I couldn't help but notice everyone in your team right now has gone very fashionista. You all look like a bit of a boy band now. Do you feel like the good looks and the handsomeness that you guys are providing, like, is it like an aura now? Is that how you guys just smash TSM? Like, you guys are just, you're a boy band. You're closer now.
I honestly, I haven't really noticed, but I guess you're right. Everyone's kind of changed. It seems like everyone's a lot more conscious about their appearance in a good way. Like we're all caring about our fashion and whatnot. So maybe that improves like Dota's skill inherently. Who knows? But we are definitely playing better than we have played from like season 1 and season 2. So, and slightly it seems like TSM played worse against us this time.
Well, with that, Arteezy, we won't hold you any longer. I know everyone wants to go tune into the stream. I might even do so myself. So congratulations on your victory, sir. And we'll see you on the stream very soon.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Cheers,
sure.
guys. See you later.
See ya. Cheers. That was obviously Arteezy. I mean, if you don't know who that was, you're probably a League of Legends player, so get the hell out of here, right? It has been a great day, Jonathan. Shopify Rebellion, it's not surprising they got a 2-0 victory. I appreciate that Arteezy came on and talked to us for a bit. There's your schedule, by the way, in case you were wondering. There is another series coming up. Bait against TSM. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a great series up against these two. Obviously, TSM looking to be the favorites here in this series. But Bait, after that loss last week, probably desperate to get some points on the board. And, although they are still at a disadvantage, John, they had to stay in their home country due to certain things happening. They probably have improved over the last week, or rather over the last couple of days. And I'm sure they're looking to put up a big fight against TSM.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what they have prepared. How they've maybe worked around this sort of lag issue, whether or not they've just gotten used to the ping. It felt like some responses were just a little bit slower, but I feel like, after you watch some Australian players play in NA, you're like, all right, anyone can probably do that. If LY can play in NA with Artur, then yeah.
Us Australian players, we're different, Jonathan. All right, not anyone can do what we do. All right, we're in the hyperbolic time chamber all the time. We have to do it the hard way. Regardless, it is MLP Doris John X5. Don't go anywhere. We are going to head off to a short break, and right after the break, we'll be back with our second series of the day between TSM and, of course, Bait. We'll see you then.
And hello and welcome back, you beautiful people out there. We are coming in hot. That's right. We're jumping through the trees. Trent, you ready for this one? We are here on NA Dota, NA DPC. It's going to be Bait versus TSM. Can you believe it?
I know. It feels good. Feels good to be back. Doing a bit of the NA Dota. It's been a hot minute here. So, we have our two squads here, and obviously, fear of elimination, relegation, really for both of these teams. Because according to the official standings right now, TSM are dead last due to T coming later in the alphabet than A, B, or F.
That's
or
important.
Alpha, Beta, and Felt. Yes. So, I mean, in the red already for TSM. Dangerous stuff here, Lyrical.
Definitely. We did just also get to see a pretty solid match last time around. It was the Sand King Gomez squad facing off against Shopify Rebellion. Quick 2-0 for Shopify, as they've sort of come to do quite often in this region. But I will shout out Sand King Gomez. They have one of the best lines of the supporter packs that I've seen recently. It's
which one?
Highway. It's great. It's so good. Oh my god. Shout out to those guys for the Sand King Gomez line. But regardless, it is going to be TSM facing off against Bait. And I think as much as we're joking about relegation, granted, Bait did kind of struggle last tour. They were not having a good time in the least bit. But we're definitely expecting more from TSM here, probably coming in as the favorites. Taking a look at the one and only Don Do himself. Just always smiling.
He is. Dendy, I noted that his current Steam profile picture there. Oh, look, there's Funnick. Legend himself. I don't know if you take a look down the lobby of what Dendy's current picture is. It is Cersei. Is that her name from Game of Thrones? I've not watched in a long time. That's right. Yeah. It's right after she gets her hair cut and she's being walked through the streets and being, I guess, like, what, they throw rocks at her, you know?
Shame.
Shame. Yeah, shame. They're shaming her. Like, Dendy, is Dendy having some emotions here?
I think a little bit.
Because whenever they put the anime profile pictures on, I get someone to explain it to me. But this one I get. Like, she had a bad time.
It's true. And last tour, they ended 3-4, a whole lot of troubles throughout the entire round of the region. A team that definitely did not and came in super freaking hot was TSM. Last tour, they ended at 7-0, did not lose an entire series the entire time, only lost 2 games. The lovely face right there of Ari representing UK Dota in NA. He's trying to recolonize. That's what's happening here, Trent.
That's my Canadian right there, Bryle. That's my guy, though. At least I got him. I got Bryle left.
There it is.
I got Bryle and I got Coach Moon.
The only ones that are there. It's easy too, right? He's Canadian, isn't he? That makes sense. But the TSM squad, a bunch of very good-looking fellas themselves, ready to take battle on the field of Dota 2. Is it a field? Probably is. There's parts of it that are fields.
It's fieldy. It's mostly fields. There's some rolling hills, some treacherous canyons, a couple fjords.
So, Trent, I like to talk not about Dota that much because I'm not very good at Dota. But what I do like to talk about, because nobody's actually good at Dota, that's what I've discovered.
Sounds like an ad read is about to come up here, but continue.
But what I've discovered and what I like to talk about more is the psychology of these teams and how they're going to deal with the pressure, the mental anguish of it. And Dendy, the whole boys, Stonebank, all of them, Bait are coming in a little bit demoralized, but also ready and hungry. They're voracious for a win. And on top of that, TSM just had their hearts broken, dropping the first series to Shopify. Is this going to be the time where Bait come in and upset the champs of last tour? Can they do it? I feel like their time is now. What do you think?
If there was a time I had to play them, I would want it to be early in this new patch. I think that's fair. Because the best way to gain an advantage in a new patch is to grind. And that is something that you're fully capable of. These are grinders on Bait. Like, these guys, Dendy still plays a lot of pubs. The guy still gets in there, still streams, still does his thing. So you can expect that maybe they're going to find something. Maybe they can find a strategy, a hero, a good idea, just in terms of how the game can be played right now. Just from all that massive games. And all you need is that little bit of an edge. And we've seen how games can get quickly out of control here. And maybe that's all you need to get this win versus TSM.
I mean, I could definitely be down as we get ready to hop into this draft for game number 1. Now, I will also say you're talking about the player profile pictures.
Yes.
And that's something that we can also look to with a little bit of help from Funnick. I looked at his profile picture. It's a lobster pirate with a little hook for a claw, which tells me either Pudge or Kunkka. They're coming out this game.
But yeah, why not both? I don't know.
Porque no los dos.
It would be a shame if Pudge wasn't being picked by Dendy's team in a day where we had one of the best Pudge performances in recent memory, of course, from Kataomi. He just keeps pulling them out. Of course, he didn't win.
No.
But the hooks were sick. No,
that's
not when you pick Pudge. No.
Some heroes that are definitely try hard and all about that winning. We've got the Doom and the Medusa to start. First 2 phase banned out. Looks like these fellas know what's coming their direction. Ari taking a page out of the Nothing to Say headphone collection, has the cat ears going. Love that.
That's good. The power up right there.
Whoa. And they're in the future. Bait are in the future. Look at, there's flying cars in the background, Trent. Can you believe it?
I wonder why Dendy was saying we are in the future in the lobby.
Oh my God, they are in a future. This is what NA Dota looks like if Jack can get a sponsor. Okay, this is what North America would look like.
This is Dota if DC won TI.
Yeah.
That's NA Dota right here.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh God. All right. Well, nonetheless, it is going to be Bait picking up their second round of heroes after the Magnus comes out. It's become all over the place, but this is the other hero that's all over the place. The freaking techies. Gotta love them.
Oh, whoa. What is going on my screen? Sorry, I have my pick things are all messed up on mine. We're good though.
Okay.
My Dota client's having a bit of a fit right now. It is definitely Bait's turn to pick. This is what happens when I go back and look at fun things in the lobby. I totally broke my drafting screen. It's okay. I can look at the preview. We're fine. So the Void Spirit is the thing I'm looking at right now because I do not want to play against Magnus and Void Spirit. I think Shopify just picked it, right? So you probably saw the games and we've seen a lot of teams do it, but it should be very fresh in your memory of how broken both of these heroes individually can be, but specifically together. They look really hard to deal with.
Yeah, it is incredibly strong. So again, for those of you that are living under a rock or a stone bank, as they say, the base damage increase that you get from all of these universal heroes, Magnus and Power gives you bonus damage to all those universal heroes. I had a mag in one of my games the other day that had 230 base damage, and it was plus 200 damage just from Empower on top of that. It's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wild one.
TSM FTXs.
They're gonna go for the bounty.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Look at Whitemon.
Yeah, he's
giggling
giggling.
about.
Yeah, that's a great question. Is he thinking, ooh, they got no stuns?
All of them are giggles. They're a giggle right now.
He's amused.
Oh, not Tomato though. This guy, stone-faced, to try and measure up against Stone Bank.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
he's trying to think really hard to get another hero so that he can play Magnus. He's trying to convince now if you guys pick this, then I can play Magnus. It'll be great.
I think they were just laughing about the fact that they get to play Void Spirit Magnus.
I mean,
Also, the other person that we're not seeing on these comms is Moon. And I kind of wonder if Moon's in there with them or not. And sort of making some outlandish comments possibly.
no. Moon?
He's definitely the one.
Nah, I could be right. All right, well, time to dig deep here, guys. Once you see the mag and the void come out,
10 seconds remaining.
time to put on your thinking caps here. All right, so what are the upsides? They have techies. Probably one of the best 4s in the entire patch, if not the best 4 right now.
Right.
Feels like the hero can just do everything. It can control a lot of great space in the mid and the late game, which has looked insane in those ever important Roche fights that we've been privy to watching in quite a few of our casts where it feels like you just can't contest the pit because of all the proximity mines. Very frustrating. But he also stuns in lane. He does crazy mad nuke. He reduces magic resistance. very, very useful. Bounty, really movable between the lanes through the twin gates, which is pretty cool. And then, of course, we already have comeback gold and stuff like that. So, yeah, getting these track goals on top of that, kills more valuable, pick more killy
10
things.
seconds remaining.
He's got some upsides with his cool new stun. So, it's not like the worst start. I am curious as to where the bounty hunter will be going, though, in terms of what support role or maybe even a core.
Yeah, that's a good point. I kind of like the idea of it being a 5. I feel like it's looked pretty decent in that regard. I will say that also looking at like both Magnus and Void Spirit, Bloodseeker doesn't sound that terrible, particularly with all the spam that's been going on. I wouldn't mind seeing Bait run that. You know, do the rupture onto Void Spirit, one of the heroes that actually gets impacted by that. One of the spirits that does. It could be kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid idea. I mean, when we've seen Void Spirit struggle, it's typically either versus like Silencer plus additional lockdown can sometimes really mess him up because he's very, like, he wants to go Echo Saber Deso and just run over the game if he can. But now we're seeing the rise of the Echo Saber Manta build because so many teams are counterpicking him with silences or like strong roots or something. So you want to at least try and slow that down. Unfortunately, the problem is that when he has the Magnus, he can comfortably go Echo Saber Manta. He doesn't need the Deso because he has Empower. So that's why this combo is so broken together.
Right. Well, I mean, as Bait, you had to have known that was coming their direction. You had to have known that they were going to be picking this up, and this Bounty Hunter feels like it's an integral part of the strategy to deal with it. I do also wonder with Bounty Hunter already getting taken if they're going to run some like cheesy Tinker or something like that later on. Could be pretty cool.
Yeah, the Vision combos would be a pretty solid way to go about it. For now, they're going to help protect that bounty a little bit here with that Spirit Breaker band. I mean, just a good hero. Pairs well with the Void Spirit as well, but we have seen it ruin several Clinks and Bounty Hunter games. All it takes is one little misstep over an Ob Sentry combo somewhere on the map, and your hero is probably going to die. As they remove the Monkey King last, as they have to open up their picks and probably reveal a core. And they're just going to go for the straight-up mid Queen of Pain to try and counter the Void Spirit. They have 10th. And this really could go kind of anywhere. We already saw one Queen of Pain today from Mickey. We
Surely
have
it's Dendy though, right?
I mean, you say these things, but we got Funnick. He could do it.
Okay, all right. The Moon Lord himself.
Yep. But yeah, obviously putting it mid is the goal here.
I will also mention, I don't know if they're all hearing it, but there have been a lot of voice lines used since we started this. Whitemon is a chimpanzee noises enthusiast. The Bait Squad are using their own voice lines, as well as the "he disconnected." It's great.
I like the "he reconnected."
Is that one of them?
Yeah. They made a second one. We reconnected.
So I love that. Oh, that's so good. All right. Oh my God.
Dude, this is such a good Oracle game.
I love Oracle right now too. This hero, for those of you guys that maybe are again relatively new to Dota, for a little while, the change that Oracle got for free right now was his Aghanim Scepter. It
for free.
He just gets it, a 4,200 gold item for free now. What the hell?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Dude, these are four of the best heroes of the patch.
They really are.
But hey, I mean, I'm being all doom and gloom here. But Dota, it's not all about the draft. It is definitely about how the lanes shake out. And these heroes are not, they're not foolproof in the laning stage. They can be fooled upon. You can become the fool. Is that what foolproof means?
I think so. No, if they're
There he is.
foolproof, then it means that it's still, even if you're a fool, you win.
There's my almost 6K MMR caster right there. Calling out the Bloodseeker. Look at him go.
Let's go, Bloodseeker.
We've seen a lot of Bloodseeker today. We did not have a good time with the Aghanims versus the Medusa. That was not good. Spirit Vessel Ags. It's like two items that really bad versus Medusa. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing there was that it was also against a Medusa. which is
Right.
just in general, things in general don't look
bad
good
hero.
against Medusa.
Fair point. Fair point. So
But
yeah,
yeah.
not gonna be a problem this time.
Okay. Curious. We'll see how it goes. My voice cracked a little bit there. That was bad.
It's okay. You're just showing your youth.
That's true. I am very young. That's what
Now
they
we're-
say.
they've been saying that. All right, so can I just get like a Kasane like and just to round this out? We go Tomato. You know, he plays the mag. Kasane grabs his Lycan, and we just empower everyone.
TX's turn to ban.
I mean, I'm honestly down for any of these things. Like these 4 heroes together in a draft, and I'm feeling good no matter what's going on. Bait, it's not like it's terrible though, I don't think. I think that they have like a very high amped up tempo type of game coming out, like you were talking about. You know, with the Techies Bounty Hunter, it was bound to go that way.
Last thing they need is that additional little bit of either all-out push like the Visage or some sort of like, I don't know if jump's the right word. Yeah, no, it's definitely a body. It has to be like some sort of a body in the middle of it. If it's not, like Visage would work one way, but I feel like you need a beefy hero. Maybe like a Veno to lane with the bounty.
Okay.
Or you go like melee hero and you lane with the techies and you put the bounty 5. So you can like mix it up based on that.
I was thinking about the Darkseer again as well, even into the Oracle, but I think that it's still, because like that type of thing, it seems like it'd be really nice to just like accelerate these heroes and, like you say, be a big tanky boy in the middle of it all. But
It's so funny they banned Legion, because Legion was like the first hero that came to mind for me, and then I'm like, there's an Oracle though. I don't want to play Legion into
10
Oracle. That sounds
seconds
awful.
remaining.
And yet
Right.
they banned it anyway. So maybe he wants like TB or something. Yeah, they banned TB instantly because So don't pick PL now, or else that would be wild. I mean, PL's kind of nasty to be honest.
yeah,
I mean, that
Yeah,
hero,
just
like,
AFK
I don't know,
farms.
like, you're favored. You like the hero. You want to see how strong it is. Oh, there we go. Kasane hero, Tomato Mag. Let's go.
all
Big
right.
fan.
All right,
Very
very
pleased.
strong, very strong. I wonder if Bait can swap this up, run offlane Bloodseeker, and then just take like
10 seconds
somebody to
remaining.
try and kite the mag.
Well,
'Cause-
and someone to lane versus the
5
bat.
seconds
Yeah,
That's the main issue.
yeah, that too.
Unless you move the queen to lane versus
Queen,
the
yeah.
bat. All right, that just sounds wild, though.
Funny.
I mean, it's a classic
Swap.
counterpick to Bat Rider, obviously, but
Yeah. So-
he's going to be in the off lane, so
So they could safe lane. You're saying safe lane Quap, yeah.
they could match the queen versus the bat, put the Bloodseeker versus the Void Spirit, or pick another melee mid to go versus the
Select your heroes.
Oh,
like they could like literally do Underlord mid or something crazy like that. But we're just going Dota.
simple. I liked that idea. I think that they just didn't have enough reserve time to try and swap up their draft completely. Because I think that you're right. There was
Well-
something else that maybe was there.
The problem is that you can't do that stuff anymore. Like my brain wants to do that and like go for
Right.
the queen versus the bat, but how are you going to force that matchup now with Twin Gates? Like
Yeah.
forcing bad matchups is so hard to do because they'll just keep moving.
Right.
It's a nuisance.
Well, we find the final pick of the draft, and it's going to be the Underlord, something that has seen a lot of recent, impressive results. It's an aura builder, which, to be honest, TSM don't have. That's something else to sort of be a little bit concerned about. The Bat Rider's probably not going to want to build much. Maybe like a drums or a Boots of Bearing eventually. There's some elements of this bait draft that I don't hate too much. What do you think?
My main concern will just be like the supports getting out of the lanes. Like they're two very scary supports, right? They're Bounty Hunter and they're Techies. So if you can get rolling on the map, they can look great. They can look fantastic. But they also have Queen of Pain, who's in a similar situation. She really wants to like keep the momentum going. It's very much a like pushing the stone up the hill sort of deal, and you really don't want to make a mistake. Now, auras do help a lot with that. But I still feel like they have a lot of pressure to make things happen in this match. And if you don't make anything happen, you look at how they're scaling on the side of TSM, and I would be quite afraid.
Well, we'll see if they can get the ball rolling, or if it's just going to be Sisyphus again for Bait. As we hop back into this game number 1, TSM facing off against Bait and a DPC. A battle for two teams that have very different expectations, I would say, people have for them. Definitely TSM coming in as the favorites, but Bait could make an upset happen. Who knows?
I did lobby that Sisyphus because you said you were playing Hades, so
I figured. I appreciate that.
Yeah. You know, I did an entire run with just the boon of Boldy.
I don't know what that is.
Well, I purged all of my buffs except for the Boldy, which does nothing.
Okay.
And I beat Hades. Just to see if it would give me a thing that said like Champion of Boldy, because it gives you a title when you beat the game, and I didn't get a cool title, and I was pretty upset, to be honest. So,
well, good to know.
That's my Hades sidebar.
Love
so
that.
shout out to Boldy.
Boldy. I don't remember that.
No, he's
Need
the
to play
boulder.
more,
Yeah,
clearly.
you need to gift Boldy some stuff, and he'll give you the Boldy buff, but it doesn't do anything. It just means you were nice to Boldy.
Oh, I
Jeez.
didn't know that. Is that what
Hades
Sisyphus
noobs.
has?
Yes, that's Boldy.
I didn't know that.
It's a boulder. Boldy. Come on, pay attention.
Okay, fair enough. My bad.
The battle
All right, Stoma, get this bounty rune, all right? Put us on the...
Get
Oh,
him.
get it.
No.
He didn't get it. He didn't go for
He
the early
punched him, though.
stun.
He punched him.
Yeah, but he
Gave
needed to
him a
punch him
punch.
first.
He gave him some good punches, though. Can't take that away from that man. Whitemon, he's in shambles right now. Honestly, look at Whitemon. This guy, he does. Look at how much like HP is
He's
missing.
bobbing uncontrollably. He's definitely jamming out to something.
He's very concerned. Well, as we take a look up here on the top side of the map now, Loading going to be playing together with Stonebank, trying to deal with the pressure of the Bat Rider. So talk to me a bit about this Bloodseeker here and how much
How about
trouble.
this?
Oh, wait a
Look
minute.
at this setup.
Wait a minute. Oh, look out. Don't look now, but TSM taking him down. Stoma, he didn't get the bounty, but he got what mattered. First play.
This is the power of the bounty hunter. Getting the kill, and then you can move right over to the twin gates, pop back down to that bottom lane. But for now, he's lurking. He's like, did I leave? Or am I still here? Because they want the TP back in. Oh, the sentry's down. They're ready
Oh
for
my
this.
God. If
They
they
want
get
it
this,
bad.
though, they got him. They got him. I think Kasane's dead. Flame break to
Oh,
try and
he
create
held
some
it.
distance. This is insane. So much pressure. Oh, he needs another hit, though, but it's not going to be there. Oh, man.
Oh, but look, they got the sentry. That's still pretty big because they don't have another one now. So
Yeah.
Stoma can just stay. He can keep pressuring.
I mean, and to be honest with you, Funnick is not losing that much down bottom. Like, yeah, he's getting his range creep denies, but he's getting the pulls off pretty consistently. So
Yeah, he just got skewered though. I mean, this is why. Because exactly what you said. He's getting too much, and they're just like, all right, bounty's still here, guys. So they're just gonna. You have to hit the Underlord, right? That's your job now.
And Ari, I mean, he might be the next one to go down. They're good heroes, but if you bring 3, that's a little bit stronger. And they picked a very good hero for Bait in this offlane. The big old fat slug of Funnick.
They got him again. It's just
Sonic.
on the bat.
In trouble.
Oh, this
and
is so sick.
Going to drop. 3-0 start for Bait. They came for blood and they're taking it.
He seeks it. That's his job. And he's doing a great job of it so far. Bounty hunter, blood seeker, techies. I mean, he's not quite as bloodthirsty as his friends, but we all know that he's just insane. So
True.
certainly helps. Did they bring any more sentries? They have 1 sentry. So Lodian and Stoma trying to stay near their sentry because they don't want to lose this sentry battle. No other lane matters, guys. It's fine. This is all that
Yeah.
matters.
Nothing else is happening
the
in that
gold.
importance, but they are going to TP in the Oracle now and jump in, kill Ari. Can they get a return kill, though? Kasane is trying to run down Lodine, and, well, there will be enough damage from the Oracle combo to bring down 1. Whitemon, he's out of mana, though, so eventually, after 4 kills, they decide to bring 1 more hero top because, I mean, now it's just a one-on-one of Underlord versus Mag.
I mean, Funnick is getting a handle, though, to be fair. He just got his 4th last hit.
Yeah.
There's a decent amount of creep still in his face. Of course, I say that's the same for Tomato right now. So not the best start for your Underlord, but I would say well worth it to ensure that Bat doesn't get anything crazy going on up top. I mean, what is Stonebank right now? He's way up on the net worth chart right now. And Dendy doing fine in the mid. I mean, hey, it's Grandmaster Dendy Queen versus a melee hero. You expect this?
And in the meantime, Bryle is also going to get rotated on. Stoneman Dendy is just kind of doing the dagger spam, which has been dodged a little bit. That gives a little tad bit more freedom for the Bat Rider, who now is putting some pressure there on the Stone Bank. But, I mean, as bad as the last hitting is, Funnick still has levels against Tomato.
True. Thanks to splitting the XP, that is going to help out. And now, Whitemon is just, I guess, going to try and, like, match some of the rotations here since he's not really needed bottom. He's going to get stacks on, but trouble up top here. Kasane.
Getting chased. Stonebank running faster. They're hitting people to make them move a little bit more quickly. And with loading in tow, Stonebank able to get that kill.
Damn. That level 2 on Techies is so gross on the Sticky Bomb. Goes from 90 to 180. Whew.
Maybe going to find a couple couriers to snipe here. It might be a massacre if they're not careful. Bounty Hunter moving in, wanting to find oracles, and he went back a little early. Oh, that hurts.
Oh, but wait.
Hitmon?
Haha!
Take that. And trying to stack up camps. Snowman not going to let him do that.
No. Can't be having that around here. There's still a courier sitting at that secret shop. Yeah, that would be nice to grab. He wanders his way over there.
We'll see if he can get it, but it looks like
tasty courier.
Yeah, I mean he's going to get this one as it sends back the Ring of Health.
Dubs. But wait, he got the dust and the wand
Okay, big.
on the way up. I mean, that'll save Bat's courier, so noble sacrifice for your core. But I mean, his courier already delivered the Ring of Health, so he wouldn't have cared.
Yeah.
Now, he's got a minute and a half to the Wisdom Rune, so he might as well just wait here anyway, just for a full 90 seconds.
I do love that idea, but it looks like he's going to head out. It's still just 1v1 in the other two lanes. There's just all the action sort of going around this Bounty Hunter, who is going to run by Whitemon, moves on in. Techies is nearby too. Mon, queuing up his Q. Odin spots Bryle, drops the mine. They will back away. As the double stacks are coming out, more of them being built for the Bat Rider.
Okay, I actually thought he wasn't going to get the grab on the arcade rune in time. Immediately dispelled, but grabs the kill.
Double jump forward. Dendy doesn't have enough mana for Scream, but doesn't matter. Deny comes out.
Nice.
We'll play by Bryle.
Yeah, 87 damage right now. Smack.
I mean,
Oh, but wait, Lyrical.
yeah.
But wait, it's that time. Oh, they went for the kill instead.
And he has the sentry down.
They could have went for it.
He's still thinking about going for it. He's going to try and run for it. I think he
He's gonna
gets
get
there.
it. He's going to get it.
Oh,
Will he die
man.
for it? I mean, he is TP, right? Yeah, he is TP.
Oracle's coming over, has dust and sentries.
Oh, I mean, they know.
Yeah, they've got to know. He's also going to come out of Invis here in a second. Hello, friend. How are you? Can he get the stun, though? Pushback flame break. He's fine. They get him. Well played.
Oh, they popped the dust. All right, that's worth. He made him pop the dust, too. Okay, it's not actually worth because he didn't get it, but at least still nice. And immediate TB back there from Lodine to grab their Wisdom Rune. Make sure there's no shenanigans happening over there.
Okay.
Well, it's 6 kills to 2. It's a 2K lead. You're tuning in right now, and, you're just like, they're doing it. Bait are gamers. I'll have to see if it carries forward here. Because we haven't seen a whole lot of map movement yet from that terrifying Void Spirit. Is Ari gonna get ruptured up here? Add another one to the board. Dead.
Brings him down. Impressive showing. Yeah, I really like what we're seeing so far from Bait. I mean, granted, Mag is incredibly farmed, but all 3 cores from Bait are farmed, whereas Bat Rider does not really look like a hero. But if Bat can get these stacks, that's where it all comes back together.
Yeah, I'm very impressed that Funnick was able to catch back up there. I guess it's not so much. I mean, he's doing a great job, but it's more so the attention that everyone else is causing elsewhere on the map that's given him this total freedom. Because there was certainly a chance where you would be like, oh, they've now left the Underlord alone. It's a 1v1. Let's rotate to our mag because that'll be free kills. But Tomato's setting up. Oh, he's got no mana. Nah, he trench walked. Nice play.
Gets it off in time. Funnick still in trouble. Does get brought down. Whitemon with the finish. Odin will throw one last volley of the things. But, well, wait a minute now. Dendi coming on in, killing off the Batrider and stealing some of the stacks. So they're putting in a little bit of work here, trying to shut down that bank for the Batrider.
And that's doubly effective, too, because that was a lot of stacks from Whitemon. So you're also stealing experience and gold away from that Oracle, too, when you steal these stacks.
Dire's bottom tower
Very
is
nice.
under attack.
Oh,
And speaking of experience, Whitemon, just level 4.5 right now. So trying to get some stacks up, begging Tomato, you know, please farm.
yeah.
Tomato's drawing the line. He's like, this is where I'm going to farm. I'm going to do this. So make stacks along this path, please. Do you see that? It was like,
Yeah.
he's drawing it again. I will go this way. Would you like my lane? Yes, please.
That's good. I like that. I mean, it's necessary, right? Like, they need to get these levels up on Whitemon. Likewise, though, they also need it on Bounty. And he is helping you get some of these kills, but dying before the kill comes out and then the disarm to walk away. Ooh, that's frustrating.
Sorry. Oh, the raindrop.
Lodi makes the move. Underlord coming into battle too. Kasane, you're in trouble, my man. Funnick throws it out. Can they bring down the bat? Yes, they will. So the rotation in with the Fiend's Gate, and Funnick just heads on his merry little way out of there.
Right on back. And mid lane, we got a bottle refill there for Dendi as well, who still has Sonic Wave right now. And a shield rune. Actually kind of cool on Queen. A hero that obviously has to like pretty hard commit with the earlier levels of Blink. So a shield rune will be one great way to try and get in there. It is dispellable though, right?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think so. It lasts
I
forever.
mean,
That's
most
the main thing
barriers
I
are,
remember.
right?
Yes,
most
it should
barriers
be.
are dispellable, so pretty sure. So
No.
kind of scary versus the old Oracle.
You can see right now win probability. They're favoring bait. I mean, not a huge margin because, again, the late game prowess that you have from TSM is scary, but a lot of things are going right for them. They just need to keep this snowball rolling.
Keep pushing.
That's right.
Straight up the hill.
Tries to move on in. Still does not have level 6 yet.
Bro, I just saw Kasane's level. Don't look. Don't look at Bat's XP.
Okay.
Yeah, don't look. Definitely not getting doubled up by the safe laner.
That's
More than
very
doubled.
scary.
He's actually 9 before he hits 5.
That's super scary. Dust? Yeah, they got him. So same level as the bounty, which does definitely hurt. But Kasane going to get a little bit of freedom here as they finally stop running at him, and the team comes to help a bit.
They crushed that top lane. Credits to Bait. That's definitely the big victory so far in this one.
Yeah, the decision to try lane. And oh my god, if they could get this kill, this would be huge.
Oh, but
Tomato going back to hit the jungle.
It's almost better.
Yeah. Stonebake moves in. Rupture ready. Drops it. Tomato goes for the skewer, wants to get out. The jump from downtown catches him right on the edge. Finds
cool.
Tomato. That is a
very cool.
huge kill.
I thought that was going to work because he had to go pretty close on the edge of the radius of the stun to ensure he could get that with the
Radiant's
travel
bottom
time.
tower is
That
under
was
yeah.
sick.
attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Damn. All fires, or all cylinders firing. That's the one. For Bait.
They're
Moving
doing
the
it.
tower. They're pulling the wave
Combustion.
off of the top tower as well.
Very, very nice. Yeah, and I mean, they brought 4 heroes top to try and come in and, you know, find a kill, but they had already made the move on Bait to get out of harm's way.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So more strength and power coming in their direction. It's going to be a Witchblade first for Dendi, who is 3rd right now on net worth. And Void Spirit very much not taking off. Bryle has not had these clutch games that we've come to expect from him.
No, he got queened mid, which is not usually the funnest thing, but
Right.
definitely totally recoverable in lots of situations with rotations. But it's his team who's been getting rotated on, and he hasn't been really been able to get into a lot of situations where he's trying to like make a counterplay happen. In terms of like TPing to a tower or something, it's been the Underlord plays from Funnick to try and give them the higher numbers. Plus Bloodseeker, Bloodseeker right now creates a very awkward situation for the Void Spirit as well, because like he can't get ruptured, and you only have the earlier levels in Dissimulate, so it's 20-second cooldown. So your mobility is kind of low. You get caught in a blood right. That's a bad time.
True.
That's a big blow up, though.
If they can get those types of kills, particularly like that all of this action has had before Bounty's been able to get 6, very important that they try and shut him down consistently. But Techies is getting farm, and he's getting set up down here bottom. If they turn into a fight this side, these mines actually might do a pretty big amount of damage. Yeah, he's pinging him. He's like, come back, fight over here. Thinking about going in. Ari makes the move. 1 mine hits. They won't go for more.
Zero has some mana issues. I mean, he's just like chugging clarities on Lodine right now.
Yeah.
Just non-stop. As he heads on back for the Wisdom Rune. No one moving in to steal the Radiant one, so it will be fine. You just think about trying to like litter this map with mines. It's a pretty pricey thing, but the Pavis, great for that, 2.5 mana regen. So in combination, like you don't have to go for a Soul Ring or something early, or the Arcanes. You just grab this Pavis and send out clarities every once in a while. He's got another one coming on the courier. He is addicted.
Yeah. I'll also say, though, that this is the timing that if I'm bait, that I am super ready to fight. You have everybody towards mid. Funnick is a little bit out of position, though. Can they do anything to punish this? Maybe not. The rest of the team coming to join. Bryle jumps to the side. They don't connect on the blast off. But
Tracks
they
are up,
will
though.
find Whitemon, and yeah, he's in a ton of trouble. Instead, it's the Oracle that's out of position. Purges himself, tries to run away. A second round of track, but that should be more than enough to kill him off. I think he got one more purge there, so they might have not gotten the track kill.
He did. He purged it before the end. The 6-second
was
cooldown that cost him the track. If it was still 4 seconds, he could have gotten another one. You know, it's funny because Funnick does look out of position, but I think with your hero, that's actually how you want to play it. You want to be just tempting enough to go on you, because the last hero they want to hit is Underlord. But when he's like that, you think, oh, okay, we can poke this guy a little bit. And now the recovering Kasane only looking for creeps. He just wants to be a core hero so bad. I'm a real core. You're not Kasane. I'm sorry.
Loading takes a lot of damage, drops down one last mine as he was the one left behind out of the portal. And I mean, you know, trading support for support, as you say, not a real core. That's what it feels like. But Tomato, he's big, bad, and out of control. This man has a harpoon.
He does. And now immediately there goes Bryle into the harpoon combo RP for Dundee.
Pulls him away from his team, Sue. There's no chance for a save. Well played.
That was so nice. And Bryle, of course, like this is where his game is going to get so much better when he gets this Manta. Like he's going to be like so much more fearless. He's going to have his own Dispel to work with alongside his Oracle. Things feel a little bit safer, a little bit easier. Really, the only person who is so far behind is going to be Kasane. Like he just doesn't feel like he can offer much of anything at the moment to the team. He's just pushing waves. So he's going to need a bit of assistance here from the squad for the comeback. And I mean, Ari as well, right? Of course, his lane partner, pretty quiet this game. Pretty invisible, even for an invisible skeleton. So he's hoping to finish up this Solar Crest, which I think we might have seen about a dozen of today. Looking like one of the best items out there.
It's funny because it was just nowhere to be seen for a very long time. And just bit by bit starts to get buffed. Stonebait, ready to run in. Finds the skeleton man, kills him immediately. As much as like TSM are starting to come online a bit more, I am worried about their 5-on-5 fight potential. You got Pipe on Underlord. There's going to be some issues here for TSM.
Yeah, and as bait, you just want to try and force these moments. Like force into these objectives, cause them to need to defend, bring all their numbers.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hopefully win those fights with track gold as they're going to find Whitemon here. There is still Sonic Wave as well. They can kind of like threaten it, hoping to not obviously throw it out. But ooh, that dust slowdown might be enough to create a gap here.
Oh my God, that was so sick. Dude, Whitemon's good.
Yeah, I think he gets tracked there if he doesn't dust.
Yeah. Or like, and that's the other thing too, is deciding to chase because he was worried there was a sentry in the area on the bounty hunter, so he didn't go for the stun first. But no Oracle around Bryle. He gets hit immediately. Ari pops the dust, turns, ready to fight, but Stonebank shows up, and there's the rupture. Will be able to connect. And they bring down Bryle after the fact, loading right on top of him. This is a big kill. They bring in Funnick too to find onto Whitemon. Already Bryle dead. Dendy gonna throw out that Sonic Wave, kill the courier, kill the hero. It's not a track kill, but bait They're cooking.
Doing some quick maths there on that fortune, or on the false promise there, ensuring he's going to get it there from Dendy. Finds an illusion room too. Again, pretty solid on Queen, honestly. Jumping in, keeping yourself safe. What are they going to get off of this? The creeps are just wailing on this bottom tower. Fnatic went to the jungle instead, though, with his bonus damage. Too worried about a potential rotation, which is fair, because there's a bat and a mag in the game. I wouldn't want to hit that tower, even if it looks kind of safe with my teammates. Better to just go farm it up, get that next round of items, and prepare for the invasion of the Tormentors. Dun, 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 dun.
They're going to torment people, that's for sure. Oh, my God. Dude, it connects on Invis heroes?
He was just trying to check for a ward, right?
Dude, I did not realize that hits on Invis heroes. That's crazy. Although loading might pay for it. No, still dusted. He gets out of the dust range, starting to wear off. Vision drops down that sentry. You can't get through the gate, and Kasane dies in the meantime.
Dude, this is really funny that he is just stuck there. Sir?
There's nowhere to go that way.
This is border
gate.
control. You can't come this way. Meanwhile, on the other side, yeah, Kasane did go down here. Thank you for the death summary. He died. Coroner's report. No longer living. So I think what he typically does, like what the Techies players do, is they'll throw a sticky mine up on a high ground and then throw down their sentry. And I think he was trying to throw it up, and then suddenly it's just attached.
Yeah. That's really funny. I've never seen that before.
Well, we'll take those.
KB Bloodseeker.
Mjolnir. Ooh.
They're very strong. And something. Okay, he's caught.
RP?
I mean, you'll take that one for sure. Showing the power of this mag. Look at the damage that he has right now on this hero. Just in power going in a couple items.
So he gets base damage increased by 63%.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, that's not okay, guys.
It's so nuts.
Especially because Harpoon, like, not only is it one of the most stat-efficient items for Universal Heroes, it's just so sick on Magnus.
Yeah.
I'm going to feel bad if it gets nerfed in terms of the active, because I do think the active is really cool. I just think maybe the stats are a bit much. Why did Universal Heroes go from 0.6 to 0.7? What happened there? Were they in trouble? I thought they were already good.
I think they were dying a lot in the lane or something. Oh my God, loading.
Hold
moly.
up.
Dude, I know a funny way to grief your team.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So they'll come back for that Tormentor later.
We'll just wait for that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Just testing their metal.
They needed Underlord there. Funnick need to be there with his pipe.
Ooh, Dota Plus win probability here, as you can see, still pretty even. I gotta say, Bait holding on longer than I expected to this lead. They just made some super solid plays, great fights. Especially Funnick. Funnick, I think, is really, like, I feel like Underlord kind of fell off a bit since when he first dropped in with the patch. I feel like everyone was, like, really into Underlord, and we're like, oh, this is so good, this is the way to do it. And then we kind of moved to some other heroes. Funnick showing why this guy is still up there right now, and both auras now completed as we begin our 5v5 fight. This looks like it's Bates. It's all on Tomato, who is RP in 12 seconds.
Oh, and there they go. Immediately onto him. That's not a good hero to find right at the start. Tomato pops his BKB, but look at these auras. Funnick is taking so little damage, but will it be enough damage? KB wearing off Sid. Tomato realizes, I don't want to be in this fight anymore. Jump through, find the Bat Rider, connects onto him. You know, they call the team Bait, I think for pretty good reason, because they got pulled into this fight, but nobody really is dying, and they actually are getting away. Sonic Wave comes through.
They open up a gate to chase.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Tomato was trying to farm the camps nearby while jungling.
But that was a really good move by Bait, because they didn't go in for Roche. They were waiting for the fight first.
Pull Roche into those mines to speed this up a little bit here. And yeah, Funnick though, I mean, timing, very unfortunate there. I mean, to be fair, if they have RP rate, it doesn't really change that much anyway. So,
right.
Although he finds the TP out from Tomato and at least survives, they get what they wanted. Grab themselves this H, and it's again, more gold for Dendy. About 700 gold, almost 800 XP for this Queen of Pain, which is a hero that obviously needs these kills, because we've seen plenty of games where she'll kind of fall off a little bit. Even if, you know, she doesn't flash farm like some of these other mid heroes. She definitely wants to be involved as much as possible. So Dendy working towards that Aghanim to try and up that, that damage just a little bit more there with the Shadow Strike.
Yeah, it sounds really good.
200 initial damage. Whew.
All right, and then getting the screams out too. It's pretty solid stuff. Yeah, I like it a lot. Now, there was another thing that was picked up that could make a pretty big difference in these fights, and that's the Reign of Destiny for Whitemon. This ability seems very strong. Oh, Dendy.
That's true.
Dendy blinked. They're chasing. Double jump. Dendy, he's in trouble. Dendy, he's gone. All it takes is 1 second, but Stonebake there on top of Tomato. Turns, ready to fight, still ruptured. Hard for him to chase, but can they have any way to control Tomato after this? Dropping down some mines. Ryle, Ari, they run into him.
They're tracking them up. They're dragging this out.
Waiting. Finding him. Double auras. Techies surviving through a lot. Lodine backs away the reactive taser. They're being pulled further and further in. Stonebake held his BKB that entire time. Jump completely off the mark from Lodine, but still they run in with Stonebake. Trying to take him down. He's in trouble. Taunted Aegis gone.
They're getting pulled
this
apart,
fight
man.
from TSM, they really are just baiting this out perfectly. As the jump comes from Ryle, Stonebake wants to run away. They drop down the gate, hoping to find a way out of here. They just can't find it stick on a target. They move back in with Dendy. He gets the Sonic Wave off, but do they have enough damage? Chasing, hunting, Kasane down low. Tomato, he gets the TP canceled, so maybe they can run these heroes down bit by bit. Dendy not sure who he wants to go after. They find the finish onto that Bat Rider and trying to play cleanup now. A lot of track kills, but it is going to be the Bounty Hunter brought down. In the end, I think that's a 5 for 2 when you count in Dendy's death.
Yeah, or even 6 if you count the Aegis, you know, if you want to get real technical. But that was so masterfully played from TSM. Like, really well done. Pulling them out, Bob, weave, back in, and bait. It felt like they could have sacked one person and TP'd the rest out, but that person would have had to be the Bloodseeker. Like, I think they were just sticking on him the whole time, so they're forced to keep trying to fight. That timer on Dendy's kind of close to the point where you sort of poke back a little bit, right? Like, when Stonebake ran back in there, you're kind of thinking, oh, is this going to be a moment? But they had saved that RP, catch him again in the BKB.
Right.
And they lose a significant portion of their lead here. I mean, this game probably just flipped. And, I mean, Dota Plus is just like, yeah, okay, that was it. That's all we were waiting for. TSM will now win the game. Which, honestly, that's the hill. The ball, the Boldy's rolling, bud.
I mean, I think that's the thing that's really rough about it too, right? Is that was the fight they wanted. It's just Dendy was dead at the start of it. Otherwise, that's perfect. And Dendy, I mean, he might be dead again. They don't have save. Oh, wait a minute. He gets out. Oh, the Kaya and Sanj keeping him alive. They find Whitemon at the start of these engagements, but don't feel confident going on him.
Okay, wait, wait, what? How did he live?
Kaya Sanj? Or
okay. Did he get pulled out by the 8th Remnant from the lasso?
He did.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought
That's
I
what
saw.
it was.
It's a good one.
I thought that it was just the status resistance, but yeah, it was definitely
because it looked really short. I was like half looking because it was on like the edge of my screen. I was trying to see if there was follow up or saves coming, and then he was just gone. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. Well, that's the save that they need. Just your enemy team will save you.
Yeah, it's like you know, when I'm playing Hoodwink and you're cutting the trees.
Right. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I like to practice that. Give them a fair
saving
chance.
the enemies. That's true. Yeah. There it is, though. The Aghanims. That helps when you don't die.
True.
Manage to complete this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You need to find more of these track kills, Trent.
Dire's top tower is under
You know what else they need? They need to try and delay anything significant happening until the next Roche, because they have techies on the side of bait. And this Roche will be a daytime Roche. So that is not good for bait.
Do have Funnick, which, you know, makes it slightly better than others because you can like Fiendscape, but it's not great. It's like, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, and the reasoning for that, if you maybe haven't seen some of the other games today or of this patch, is that what typically ends up happening is that you have buybacks for the fight when it's near your outpost you can TP to. So the Roche being on your side is super helpful in these very game-deciding Roches. When a game is relatively even around this point in the game, happens a lot. You know what else happens at 28 minutes is Wisdom Runes. Quick, scatter to the winds.
Go get them. I'm convinced if the purple little dot didn't show on the map, there'd be so many Wisdom Runes left.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There would be so many of them left over.
Is it just me, or are you finding there are games where there's like 4 bounty runes? Because like people just don't go here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like it's happening a lot lately.
It's like an extra reward after you win a fight.
Yeah.
You know? In a gold lead and a gold lead from the bounty runes.
But if there were 4 little icons popping up, like if it just stayed, oh yeah, they'd be over there.
Tower has fallen.
Some tier 3 neutral items being scooped up here.
And this awkward spot where for bait, they need that perfect fight to sort of pull their chances back in again, but waiting for the perfect fight lets TSM get into those important items. It's an uncomfortable place to be, I'm sure.
He is going risky on the invasions here. Traps Brile right next to his tier 2. Oh my goodness, both these guys are just being crazy right now.
People need a gem.
All the mind trips on Ari, and they're going to find Lodi, and that Ob Sentry combo on the pillar makes that a free kill.
Very nice.
But at least it's just the techies.
True. Death by 1,000 cuts. Still death. Stonebank going in for the Ags again. We've seen this before.
Yes, he sprays his blood.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's all there is to it.
Dire's bottom tower
True.
has fallen.
We do have the Nullify picked up here from Brile. Certainly looking like it's right next to Scythe in terms of the busted feeling items right now. So many barriers, so many things you want to get rid of. Very helpful. And then obviously like save potential being reduced from it too. It's just a very handy thing to have. As Soma continues his aggression, looking for these tracks. But the Dispel is there. There's the gate. Ooh, throw it out, throw it out. Oh my goodness, I can't believe he didn't do it. He's crazy.
So gate down.
Okay. That's for 85 seconds. And Roche, let's see. It's definitely going to be a Radiant side spawn.
Yep.
15 seconds. If it spawns within the first, 3 seconds, TSM just win. So, let's see. We'll just call it GG.
Win?
Do they win the game? All right. All right. I'm going to go with 31 seconds.
2 minutes.
Ooh,
2.5.
We should have added together. Then we were really close. Yeah. All right. That is great news for bait. They have to come check it out anyway, though.
But Tomato.
How do
they want to
jump
open
this
up
guy?
on him again.
How do they start a fight as bait, though, right now?
Yeah, it doesn't feel good to jump Tomato. They need some other way to reposition people.
That's why Stone was going a little wild. He actually just run up, find people so that the jump can come in based off his vision, and then he stuns at the same time.
Hunting. Wait, they just played on a ward.
Yeah, they see the bat. They see the bat.
Is big. Find him right at the start. In trouble. They kill off Tomato's courier as well. And that had, I guess it was just the Hyperstone for the AC he's going for. Brile jumps onto Lodi, taunted, pulls him back in, gets the Pavis.
Barrios.
And the help coming from Funnick. The rest of those
he didn't
items.
nullify.
Thought about it. Didn't want to go for it. Funnick, the big slug, walks in. They find him right at the start. Nullifier down. Pulls him far away from the team. Funnick in trouble. All that healthy items. And in the end, it did not even matter. They take him down. No buyback.
They have a ward back here, too. They can see them all retreating.
Trying to run away. Lodine, one left behind. Like a goat with a limp. They hunt him down. It's a new one.
It's a common American phrase, guys. Don't worry about it. What are you up to there in Oregon, huh? You just...
Listen, my neighbors ask a lot of questions.
Just grabbing goats.
About their goat.
With my golden eagle. You know? That's talent, you know? The claw is sharp.
I gotta come up with a good phrase. I like that one. Like an injured fowl. They're left behind. As David Attenborough always says. You know? Man, what a
wow, yeah, what?
What an interesting series of events. Bait still holding on to a 3K gold lead in spite of the fact that so much of this like momentum and edge has kind of left them. I do think that like the TSM side is scary, but there's still some avenues for winning here for Bait.
I mean, they've actually had a gold lead the entire game.
Yeah.
And yet it just feels like TSM are going to win.
It's true.
I mean, you can kind of see why when the fights start to happen and like how they struggle to make a good fight start. And you can understand why you feel this way. I mean, that was a pretty great situation for them. Having the vision, getting the free pick the bat. Ooh, Kasane, he actually missed his blink, which means he didn't run into the bounty hunter. Oh, he doesn't have gem. All right, never mind. He doesn't. It's fine anyway. So
I mean, that would have been big though, because I think bounty hunter might, if he made that blink, bounty might have killed him with like an underlord gate.
Dire's middle tower is
Yeah, actually that's true. I was thinking they were too far away, but you're right. Maybe they could have gated.
Well, regardless, for now, I mean, that kind of feels like it has to be the way that you play at this point for Bait, is like bounty runs around, tries to find individual heroes, and then they gate in and kill that one hero.
Well, they're making their way to Roche right now. Because it's that time, and they're going to smoke from Bait and make their way, but this is a mag lineup. Although there is no Deso this time, of course. I don't think it's going to matter. They're going to be too fast.
For Dendi, do they still take the fight after the Roche is claimed? There's a chance that they feel like they have to.
There's a gem on Bryle. Could be very important here with all the invis.
Stonebake runs on in. He has his Aghanims. He has a shield on him. They think about going. Funnick right on top of him right at the start. Dendy throws out the dagger. Tomato, he's ruptured. Can they do anything here at all? Funnick starting to fall. Dendy finds that backline onto the Oracle. Whitemon still so survivable, but starts to drop down low. Gets some save on himself. Stonebake in on top of a couple of them. He's moving mighty fast. Takes down two, maybe a third. They buy back immediately. Want to get into this one for the Underlord. They're on to Ari. This is a good fight right now for Bait, but with Tomato coming back again, he's able to find Dendi solo. Fight split off into two different parts. Funnick goes through the gate again. Lodine gonna retreat. Decides not to drop the RP for him.
Bryle gonna see Dendi. Thanks for that ward again.
Yeah. Has another blink soon. The jump away. Gets out of there before the harpoon RP.
He's got range. He's got range.
He gets him, Dendi. Caught right on the edge. He doesn't manage to get another blink off. All right, well, it was looking okay for Bait, but losing Dendi, losing Stonebank, it hurts a lot.
We got to get rid of these outposts. We got to be able to disable these outposts for like 40 seconds or something. It just feels stupid. I really hate how you just get to buy back and TP to the Roche fight because it was on your side. Feels really stupid. Like this. I mean, how many times have we seen this today? This exact same situation keeps happening. Bait have a good start to that fight, but the Radiant team buy back and TP to this stupid outpost and just win the fight.
It's true.
Seems double not cool.
Double plus not cool.
Double plus not cool.
Yeah, I hear you. Man. Well, TSM, they do manage to build up now a gold lead for themselves as the towers are going to start to fall. And Tomato gets ruptured very far away from the rest of his team. Down to half HP, still trying to walk this one off. Still not in a super healthy spot. Has the Satanic ready to go if anybody dares come after him. And the strength of the mag being shown off in full force here. Yeah, I don't care. I'll walk into mines. I'm going to farm.
It's just the Minesweeper right now.
Dude, he's going to have taken so much damage in this game.
No cares. All right. Well, Bait. It's a frustrating one to lose on that. At the very least, they got rid of the Aegis on Tomato, and the cheese was also used, I believe, that Bryle had. So their spoils are gone. The lead's not that big.
Dude, look at Bryle's damage right now. With the DD and the Empower.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. That's cool.
The Empower gets taken off. It's still a lot, but yeah, DD Empower is disgusting.
So much damage.
Heroes are not fair.
they're not right.
They're just not.
I don't like them.
It's just not cool. It's like, why would you do this?
Oh,
Bryle.
bro. That DD. Oh, wait, there it goes.
He still has some power, though. Thinking about jumping. Who's he find? Stonebank. Entire shield has gone loading down to about a third HP. Disarm for the moment. Bryle just takes him down. Oh, Bounty Hunter able to get away. They do kill off that Techies, and not a whole lot of heroes going down from TSM. Buyback on
loading.
Techies. Tomato. Oh, he comes back in. This is going to be a dieback. Tomato BKB pop, turn, punch. Why not? Does he have enough to kill them all off, though? Jump away, still surviving on Funix. Stonebank in trouble. He's disarmed. He, too, is going to die. These heroes from TSM, they're just so strong. It's a reason this combination does not get given up that often.
Dire's top tower.
They just do so much in fights. Tomato has been this like soft initiation where Bait were in a situation where they had to force the fights because they don't want this game to go too long. Like they can feel the pressure even though they have the lead that they're the ones that have to be making these things happen because of the scaling that's going on. And the fact that they're trying to pressure in made the harpoon so easy.
Oh, speaking of which, another thing that makes it easy is the Kasane Batrider blinking forward, and Tomato, even though he's taking so much damage, like you said, he does not care. They are surviving through it all. Turns out what's better against auras is just big old HP pools.
The reign of destiny.
That too. Look at this guy. Look at how many debuffs and buffs he has on the mag.
That's a lot. We're gonna give him some multiple bars.
And he just
We're gonna make him look like he's playing an MMO. Just kidding.
God, what a monster.
I don't like when the
Satanic
dagger
backup.
ends and it shoots out the screen because it scares me. Like, I'm just
Oh,
like,
okay.
oh, Queen's here, So, you know.
I would say that they probably feel the same, but in this game, I don't think they're scared of anything. They're just way too strong.
Soma just walks past that Lotus pool. Yeah, I don't got time for those things anymore. Useless. Can't really
Stonebank has
disagree.
a big shield, though, Trent.
How big?
It's 1,400.
big
Dendy?
shield.
Oh, no. Dendy needs a big shield. Get him the block of cheese. It's the only thing that can save him now.
I told you, Stoma's running right past the Lotuses, so.
That's true.
Just start collecting them now, and in 20 minutes,
Right?
as they hold on to this 2% possibility.
That is a sad bar graph.
Dire's middle
Yeah, I said it.
I'm just ready to watch Tomato go from like 20% HP to 100% in like one swing of the Satanic.
It's
Oh, and Swift Blink that he's also working on. Oh, there he goes.
Dun, 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 dun. Dude, carry players are allowed to have too much fun. What the hell is this? Why is Bag a hero that you're allowed to play in the carry role? This is not right. It's not right, Trent.
Nah, I knew Tomato wanted this the second they picked it.
Down
They
to the
can
bottom
feel the
lane.
power.
They pull them back in. The buyback from Dendy getting pulled out of the dang base. So much damage out the Sonic Wave, but it won't matter. Satanic back up to full. Tomato starts to beat into him. And the Oracle saves himself out of the Reign of Destiny.
Dude, Dendy padding the stats of that Sonic Wave, though.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was a lot of damage he's pumping in on everyone right there.
It's meant to be. Damage padding has to happen.
And yet, they're full HP and returning to the high ground. Alas.
You know, I don't know if Quap is quite as strong of a hero as the Void Spirit, if I'm going to be real. GG is called game number 1, going the way of TSM.
I did wonder a little bit about that pick, too, and then I realized that I wonder if it has to do with the ping. That he didn't want to play something more spirity or pucky, you know?
It's an interesting point.
Because it certainly is a pretty big consideration. Obviously, the very talented Jenkins said that he could not hit hook shots when he was playing from from Europe to NA on a similar ping. So if Jenkins can't hit hook shots, I mean, what hope does Dendy have to hit those high skill heroes?
He has some trouble on NA to NA too, if we're going to be real.
Yeah.
It's not great for the old Jenkins. Now No offense, unless
Full
it's
offense taken.
Actually,
yeah, okay,
offense,
perfect.
yeah,
Yeah, there was offense there.
Wow. Well, TSM, they took offense to not banning out the Mag Void Spirit. That as an opening combo seems incredibly strong. Like, so many of these plays that we're seeing in these highlights are just Tomato punching people with no cares.
You're not wrong. And it felt great that they really didn't have a good way to start these fights. That was truly the unfortunate thing, I think, for Bait, because getting to towers and pressuring them can be okay with an Underlord sometimes, but I think it's a little bit too frightening versus Void Spirit, Bat Rider, Magnus. Because there's 3 cores that can pull you out of position or lock you down from a big range, right? You can just get this suddenly jumped 8th Remnanted, and then there's rotations that come through and grab you and stuff. So it's hard to set up this real front line of just pushing the objectives without being really vulnerable, even on something like an Underlord, which means that you had to go for picks first before you go for these objectives. But getting the picks was really hard. They were completely dependent on Soma's vision, and it just wasn't enough. It was close a couple times, but you just can't expect to succeed if the only way you can start a fight is Bounty Hunter seeing someone to get a decent jump in of a Queen of Pain that's not even stunning. She's just trying to go for a quick burst.
Right. Well, and that's the thing, is that there was so much little chip damage, it felt like, from Bait, between the Techies bomb spam, between the dagger spam, but there wasn't that big oomph stun that you get, which is where you find the Bat Rider, the Mag, even Bryo with his Void Spirit, the Remnants. And that's why you end up with some really wonky damage numbers at the end of this game. I'm looking, you guys can't see it right now, at the damage numbers. Dendi, 50,000. Stonebank on Bloodseeker, 30,000. Techies, 24,000. The highest damage done was by Bryle on TSM, and he only had 30,000 damage. It was a lot of chip damage from Bait, but no kill damage. They didn't kill that many heroes, it felt like.
And there was
weird.
a lot of heals, 20k heals from Whitemon.
Yeah.
And that's Oracle, so the numbers are always a little funny, but as well as just tons of reductions. They're just reducing damage all over the board, really from both teams. It just it's kind of crazy how much we were doing there. But you said oomph. Who had the biggest oomph in this game? But Tomato. Let's be real. This guy comes with a carry. He's playing the Mag. His harpoons, nasty. Harpoons of the skewers, disgusting. Hitting RPs with no blink, easy peasy. Then you got to blink at the end. But he didn't have it the whole game. That's a vanity blink.
There you go.
I don't even think that blink hit an RP. That was he picked that thing up right before the game was ending.
That was for some skewers, yeah. There were a couple of high play skewers that came in at the end. But yeah, no, not that much of the big ones. And I think that you look at the numbers here, 8, 1, and 10. And then Bryle also had a fantastic game in this one, 11, 1, and 13 on the Void Spirit. But Tomato was very much putting himself in a position where his team couldn't lose. And I think that's why, MVP for me as well, where he was always the one that was just positioned. He was positioning like a support was, breaking the smoke gank that was coming for his team.
For my MMP award,
what's that?
Which is the most miserable player, I'm going to award that to Kasane on the Bat Rider, because I feel like he was not having a fun time. He got bopped in his lane, level 4 to the level 9 Bloodseeker at one point. But, then he just did his thing. He's like, all right, I know what I have to do. I'm going to help push out these lanes. I'm going to get a little bit of farm and XP. And then he hit lassos. He had some clutch lassos in the mid game that they really needed. He died 11 times, but he certainly was a space creator. They want to just because Mag doesn't want to be the first one in a lot of situations. And Kasane, he took up the mantle of what they really needed there. And that was for someone to just be a little bit feedy. So well done.
I like that. Knowing the importance of a job well done, doing your job well. And speaking of which, we're going to do our job well and go to a quick break as we get ready for game number 2. See you all on the other side. Welcome back, you wonderful people out there. We're back for game number 2. Bait facing off against TSM and Trentster. We are going to have a new draft ready to go. So I guess I want to talk a little bit about like the way that the game played out in terms of like ideas of drafting, because I didn't hate what Bait had. You could tell that they had this idea of trying to play fast, get a bunch of kills with this track stuff, and sort of just like roll over their opponents early, which is a style that we've seen work on occasion. What do you think it was that went wrong for them?
I think the tracks to me aren't really necessary. Like, I don't know. I mean, I like for that style to work, you don't necessarily need the bounty hunter. And I feel like something else aside from that could have perhaps made things a little bit easier in combination with the techies.
Okay.
I don't know. That's like one of my first impressions I have. Overall, the tricore of Queen of Pain, Bloodseeker, and Underlord also leaves something to be desired in terms of starting fights, as we saw several times, unless it's a perfect situation where you get the vision, you rotate in using the gate. But we won't be seeing the Underlord this time. It's banned straight up, and with the first overall pick now being in Bait's hands, they want to grab that Beastmaster, something they banned out as being highly valuable when the first pick was on TSM side.
And you can see it. This has kind of thrown TSM for a bit of a loop because they opted to take a very long time before they went for that next pickup, using a little bit of their reserve time. So they weren't anticipating the Underlord ban into Beastmaster pickup. They do respond with the Terrorblade and the Techies. So a very strong laning combo to try and deal with this beast.
And we saw this a lot when the patch dropped, and Beastmaster was still relevant, that we would often see the Terrorblade just picked up in response in the first phase, because it feels like Terrorblade is still extremely good at controlling the map, even more so now with the importance of pushing out these waves that aren't quite as valuable, but still wanting to get all these camps on the side too. So pick this hero, control the map, and have a decent lane versus the hero too. So, and then in combination with, of course, Techies being still very, very strong. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping for an RE Pugna. Maybe it could still happen if Wymon plays the Techies, but I like watching that hero too.
Yeah, it could be really nice. Do you like the Techies more in the 4 or 5 role?
I think the 4.
Okay.
4 just seems better. But I mean, it can be so dependent on. It basically just matters on the lane, and then. I mean, the hero doesn't need that much, so 4 or 5, I guess, is kind of fine. To me, it's more about like what the support pairing is overall, rather than if it's 4 or 5. I feel like a lot of times Techies are just gonna do what Techie does.
Right. Yeah, that's true. And maybe it's more just down to whatever you think enables your lane to have more success. Whether you need that spam or you need like some more sustain to survive through the laning stage. They pick up the Slark for Bait, which is a hero that, I mean, obviously against Terrorblade, there's like some power there in terms of being able to like steal some stats. I don't know if you love getting on top of him necessarily, though, because, you know, there's a lot of things that he can use to create a little bit of separation, and just turns and beats the crap out of you. But Techies, I feel like early can kind of punish this guy a bit.
That is true. And not the funnest time. You don't really have any options versus the Sticky Mine.
Right.
So that's generally not a great situation to be in. And then Slark versus Terrorblade has always been kind of interesting because Slark is doing quite a bit of physical damage, but, you know, it's taking longer to kill you. With the high armor, you're getting more essence shift stacks. It really just comes down to the Shadow Dance versus the ulti and the Sunder, and then he got Depth Shroud as a shard, so the matchup got even better for Slark. So avoiding the Sunder is certainly a lot easier than it used to be.
That's fair. It's a good point. And I mean, while there are other elements to it that can kind of suck, like you can create a little bit of separation if you have to run away on Slark with a pounce out, or you know, using that to initiate, depending upon which way they want to go with it. Bans out now, Axe, the Visage, and then the Wind Ranger taken out of the pool. PL still in there if they wanted to run that on Bait, although with the Techies already there, it's, you know, it's already a decent answer. Oh wait, what am I talking about? Slark's is taken.
Yeah, they have Slark.
Silly.
Yeah, this is just your Terrorblade brain. This is your I hate Terrorblade brain.
It
you're supposed to be going
is.
to the. You're supposed to be talking about Darkseer while they already have a Beastmaster.
Darkseer mid, exactly.
Yeah,
Run that one before.
The other hero he hates. Yeah, I mean, the only mid heroes that we typically talk about are like Tinker, I guess, as
Right.
being the big one. Speaking of mid heroes, though, Void Spirit, he's still in. Magnus, also still in.
Ooh, nasty. Do they run
I mean, Bait aren't going to take Mag. I don't think. That seems. I mean, to be fair, it is Dendy, I guess.
Look at him
Wow.
smile. You think he won't? You think he won't? He's gonna do it. Maybe he won't.
I mean, he's in space.
That's
That's
true.
pretty exciting.
Dendy in the future, still hanging on to that charm.
5 seconds remaining.
So
Cat ears are a nice touch, I gotta say.
they're really good. You gotta love them. Okay, TSM taking a little bit of reserve time here, and they're going to opt for the Spirit Breaker. Interesting.
Ooh. Very good hero. I think this guy's nutso. So what's interesting is that they're picking it when the Clinks is still available too. Now this might come down to just like
10
wanting the body more so, but I feel like we've been seeing a lot of the Clinks all over the place. Seems to be like the go-to. I think Spirit Breaker is easier to slot into your draft. Aside, like he's easier to fill a gap in your draft to create some additional engagement potential. Sort of this like tanky hero goes in there and disrupt things. But his laning setup can be a little bit tougher because he often wants a ranged hero unless you play like Darkseer.
Right. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, now into the Lich to sort of a quasi defensive-y type of support. There's a lot of like animated talking going on from Someone when we were looking at his camera after that Spirit Breaker pick. I wonder if they were thinking about running that themselves. But whatever the case is, he's smiling. Hopefully that's one of those happy. That looks like a real happy smile. You know, that's not one of those sarcastic, my team's feeding, I hate him smiles.
There is Rubik coming to mind for me right now.
Ooh.
That hero looks kind of okay here. Telekinesis. I mean, Steals versus
Look
Techies.
at you.
Yeah, Fable
Look
versus
at you.
Terrorblade. I love me a good Rubik. That hero, though, not so hot lately.
No.
No.
Oh,
And there it is.
They did it.
There it is. So they knew. They
Yeah.
knew they were getting Darkseer when they picked the Spirit Breaker, because
Yeah.
I do think that, like, yeah, the lane is just the only issue. But hey, lane solved. They banned the Oracle. Get owned. So they didn't have to worry about that consideration for the Darkseer. Darkseer player Lyrical on his
Yeah.
way to 6K, ladies and
Let's
gentlemen.
go.
This
We're trying.
man is just spamming. I'm very proud of him.
Thank you.
Tell me, what do you think when you see a Slark?
I think if I get to level 3, I am going to end his life. If I get to level 3 before him, he is done. But that's because a lot of people,
You're finished.
a lot of people, even in like the 5-6K bracket, don't know how to deal with Darkseer because it has like a 3% pick rate or something like that. In pros, they know how to deal with it. I'm assuming Stonebank knows how to deal with it. What?
Have I ever told you the story of
No.
Common's reality show?
No. What's Common's reality show? Like the
Framework?
rapper Common?
Yes. Okay.
Oh my God.
So we had a phase in my family where we would get together on Fridays. And I mean, we still do all the time, but we used to watch really shitty reality shows because it's really funny. So like for one time we watched a full season of Ink Master. That was great.
Okay.
And then we found a show called Framework.
Right.
And it's hosted by Common, and it's a furniture building competition.
That's awesome.
And when you got eliminated, do you know what he said?
What?
You finished.
You finished. That's great.
You like when you put the finish on like a piece
Yeah.
of wood.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
the
he
finish.
rapped. Yeah, you're finished. And he rapped the theme song.
Of course he
And
did.
one of the lines was
10 seconds remaining.
blood, sweat, and tears on the same shirt. Same shirt. I did it all for the framework.
That's great. Oh, I love that.
Ah, great. So thank you for that. Anyway,
No
you're
problem.
finished. That's what you said to the Slark. So
That's
that's why
what
you
I
just
said.
reminded me of that.
No,
so
I
you and
picked it up.
Common have that. Yeah, you're just a big Common fan.
That's right. I used to
Yeah.
love her. Do you know what that is? It's a good song.
No, I don't.
Or the
But
light.
I won't spoil. I recommend you guys totally check out Framework. Great time.
I recommend you check out The Light by Common. It's a good song.
Oh, he sings.
Well, yeah,
Not just theme songs.
not just. I mean, you knew about
That's
that
crazy.
one already. We should probably talk about the game at some point.
There was just bands. We're good.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, we got Rubik and Darkseer. Like, we already know what's happening. I don't want to spoil any more of the draft for them, okay?
That's a good point. It's fair.
Yeah, I like to leave some mystery for the chatters.
Ooh. Now, Pango, that is an annoying hero for Darkseer to deal with and for Terrorblade to deal with. That's a solid last pick.
Yeah. Only thing I see that they don't have... honestly, it's pretty balanced. Pretty balanced.
Okay.
It's like the team fight is... It's very dependent on how Pango does. Pango can be a little hit or miss, obviously with the rolls and stuff. They got these like little tiny spells in between, like a little telekinesis here and a sinister gaze over there. So maybe it helps the Pango sort of control the fights. That's a Timber Saw.
Yes, it is.
That's a mid Timber versus Dendy's Pango.
Interesting. So he just he takes away all of the stats. Oh.
There was an incredible game today by Enzantix Timbersaw where he almost pulled out a game that I thought was going to be pretty unwinnable. He was like beyond godlike. He was absolutely owning. And I was impressed. I was impressed by the Timber. Then I think Amar played Timber as well today. You know, not surprising because he obviously loves that hero, but he also looked really solid in there. I think that was game 3, right? Where they ended up winning with the Timber. So the hero looks really strong right now. The Ags is kind of funny with the whole exploding thingy, but he still gets the job done.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're liking what TSM have. You're talking about all these things they've got. They've got the combo of the Spirit Breaker Darkseer. They've got this Timbersaw hero that's been popping off. They've got Techies, the annoying support that spams abilities. They've got Terrorblade that takes over all of the vision all over the map and makes you feel so claustrophobic and small. But Trent, do you know what? Bait, they got one thing that TSM don't got. You know what that is? A TI winner, baby. A TI winner on the side of Bait. And he's going to carry him through this game on the Pangolier. Do you believe?
Yes.
Do you really? Because I don't.
Yes.
I don't know if I do.
Oh, they're firing off party horns in the chat. You guys just can't hear them, but
okay.
It is happening. Well, I hope you can, actually. Maybe you can. Their lineup can win this game. It's Funnick Beastmaster. It's one of his best heroes, right? There's no doubt about that. It's what could go wrong, I guess, is the question for TSM. Because I feel like the Timber's going to have a good start. Darkseer players go a little AFK sometimes and tilt their teammates because they're just too busy farming at the start of the game.
That's fair.
Not naming anyone, but yeah, he's got a Spirit Breaker, so he might get a little hangry.
I think that there is a window in there that Slark can win the lane if he plays it right, and he can mess you up. And Darkseer falling behind feels bad. Feels really bad.
That's right. It doesn't want to be finished.
Finished.
You're finished.
Oh, they're going for somebody. They're trying to take him out early. I only see, though, one blood grenade on the side of TSM. Shock, awe. Meanwhile, they've got 2 on the side of Bait.
Dude, I hate warding this pillar. I absolutely despise it.
Why?
Oh my god, he actually used a sentry. Never mind, he got away with it. Oh no, never mind, he's not gonna be away with it. I get peer pressured into warding this, and then it gets killed, and I just get upset. Oh, there we go. Nice moves. They did the little body plays where you just kind of walk up to the pillar to get vision for on wards. Still works.
Very nice, very nice. Love that.
I did not know that still worked on that pillar. All right, stealing that.
It looked like it was placed on sort of a weird edge of the pillar, so it might just have been that one particular spot they put it, but yeah, you can test it.
Nah, it definitely works on all. Because do you see the way they knew? They knew it was going to work.
Tomato. Picking up bounties. Stonebank picking up bounties. Nobody wanting to battle. Everybody just heading off on their merry little way across the map. Now, there is one other thing that we should mention and why it's somewhat relevant in this game, because Darkseer also was changed to a universal hero, and that's why you see these stats up build. Look at this guy. He's got a magic wand fully done, as well as 3 branches, no regen. It's greedy as all can be.
It does feel unfair that they get to start with wand, and it's like good for stats, and they have a wand. Yeah, it's like good for their damage, and they have a wand. It seems a little ridiculous. The fabled level 1 gank on Darkseer.
Oh, they're moving in. It happens. Oh,
God,
this
Miracle has
always
nightmares
feels
about this.
so bad. You're just
Oh, and his
walking
career.
away, wanting something to do, but ends up dying.
Radiant's bottom tower
Wow.
is under attack.
For as long as Darkseer has been in competitive, no matter how bad tri-laning is, this always happens still.
Oh, yeah.
Every couple of times they pull out this because Darkseer is truly useless level 1. If he took Surge level 1, that's fine. You're so happy. You're like that's better than killing you twice.
God. And look at him. Poor Kasane just stuck under tower with nowhere to go because guess what?
but
They're
look-
chasing Ari. And they
That's
already
okay though. Because eventually they'll make it, right? I mean, I think.
No. I think Ari's gone. Ari's like, this
No,
is
I
my
think
wave
he-
now.
No, but he loops it all the way around.
Well, he's losing creep after creep as it goes.
Yeah, you're right. They're falling. It's like breadcrumbs in the jungle.
Funnick, in the meantime, ends up dying. And guess what? Because the waves met back together, they TP away, loading, still zoning Kasane off the wave.
All right, yeah, you were right. This is bad.
This feels terrible.
They are going to rejoin now. Ari. Oh, he might get a courier if he turns around. Yeah, free courier. Nice. Easy.
Bow.
Ooh, that was blood grenade and 2 mangoes. That's a nice courier to get. That was a pretty happy Lich seeing that coming his way.
Oh,
You
yeah.
have a charge.
Wants to go. Needs to do something here. Loading, taking some punches. Needs to back away. Can they get him out of trouble? They will. But a big wave pushing under here, and Kasane almost has level 2.
Yeah, and Iron Shell was on cooldown when Ari first charged in, or else they probably get that kill. Is Ari going to grab the wave again? Does get hit by the old Frost Blast. Painful. Lich very good at controlling these waves. Doesn't go for the second point in the Frost Shield. It's not that committed to annoying the Spirit Breakers. It's not really going to change anything. It won't stop him from pulling that wave.
Okay. A little bit of a battle going on here in mid, where Dendi so far is having a really good time of it. A slight lead in terms of XP, just because there was a slightly bigger wave there, it looks like. But it's actually Bryle that's ahead in terms of XP. But this bottom lane is just all kinds of messed up. Everything's all wonky. But Kasane finally getting some waves for himself is going to get into those higher levels, which will help things out. But it's going to be a rough go.
It's not just TSM's offlaner who's having a hard time here. Funnick as well. Not having the best start here. Like, he's got one less last hit than even Kasane does. So,
Yeah.
not great. They're not really pressuring with this techies either. So, I'm feeling pretty good about this right now. For Tomato, obviously. Terrorblade, comfortable going to the jungle a lot of the time, but when he doesn't have to, he's even happier.
That's great. Yeah. So, Whitemon up there, but down bottom, there's still double range creep. It's going to be pushing in towards Kasane soon. And Stonebank, level 3. See if they can make anything happen here. Kind of tough to make a play, though, with just the level 2.
Ari again. Very familiar sight.
Yeah. Yeah, they just don't want to actually play this Dota out normally. They can't really do it. Stacks being
Wait.
built, though.
The talent tree doesn't flash anymore if you're holding a point. When did that stop happening? Because Lich is
Maybe-
holding a point and it's not flashing anymore.
I don't know.
Oh my god. Maybe it only happens after level 10. Am I crazy?
Maybe he took stats
I feel like yeah, honestly that's what I checked. I was like, did he misclick stats?
up top. Going on him. About him, there's also a battle happening. They are running away on Ari, but Rubik, he's not going to be so lucky. It's chased down by Whitemon, and the chase and kill power of techies, not to be trifled with.
Trifled and ran into the wrong spot. Almost because of the deny. Very close. Not quite able to get there. And, well, you know what that means? I died,
that?
so I get to go help my mid laner. As the 5 minutes approaches, so bottle refill there for Denny. He'll be happy about that. And obviously, Bryle's teammate's too good, not dying, to help refill him as the pounce doesn't connect, but there's a charge through. Ari will take the double damage on the both, but he's very low. Ari, oh,
Yeah.
you're crazy. Oh,
Yeah,
savage.
that'll happen. That was a nice little play in there, as they were not able to make that much happen down bottom, and this is always the issue. Losing that lane feels not so great. But Bryle, I mean, he definitely feels like he is one of the shining lights in this in terms of heroes that are going to do something.
He's just got the wave. He's just sitting there with his reactive armor. Timber, never change.
So happy. What a happy little Timber.
It's like, I will get every creep. What are you gonna do about it? Huh? Yeah, you want to lose half your HP? Good.
God. Yeah, it's pretty devastating. So whirling death, 5% of each attribute. Yeah, that feels bad. So it's actually more stat loss than strength heroes in terms of damage percentage, I think. Maybe not. Because it's 0.7 instead of 1.
Yeah, but it's on all 3.
Right. Denby.
What is it?
Chasing. Sane.
Radiant's bottom
Couple
tower
more
is
hits.
under attack.
Yep, he's done.
Did it ever occur to you that you may have been
Pain.
Nice telekinesis. That was pretty close. I mean, that's why you see Rubik versus Spearbreaker right there. Like, he is dead as any other support at level 2.
Right.
I don't know another support that lives there versus a level 6 Timber right there. And he just barely was able to turn in time and get that telekinesis.
God, they need these wisdom runes. When you said level 2, I was like, really?
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh no, Whitemon's going for it.
He's gonna
He's
get
going
there?
for it. He's running for it. Jump. It's worth it. No, blast off the other way. Okay. He's a
What he
dead
needs
guy.
now, he just needs to already use the vision to charge over there and then steal it. But he was busy in the mid lane as there was a roll coming up from Dendy. However, loading got him. They're gonna get both wisdom runes, so yeah, there you go. Supports saved.
Honestly, oh no, it wasn't
needed
his
those.
Darkseer. I thought the Darkseer was going to get the XP for it, but
Radiant's
no.
middle tower is under attack.
He's not quite the lowest that time. Okay. Stealing the sacks. That's pretty nice for him. Jump in from Whitemon. Oh, that hurts. That was so nice for them. But
Nice.
the stun, chase, and kill. So it costs them something to do this.
Whitemon's trying to get the ward on the way out. There is a roar now because he has hit 6. He's pretty low. Oh, it's so tempting to chase. This is funny, but the Rubik didn't stay, so just be back to farming instead. And yeah, the Rubik was busy. Give him the stacks here. Oh, that's so much XP. Beastmaster, come give me level 6.
I know. Well, and the scary thing is that, as we just saw, there are heroes on the Dire team that can definitely steal them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bryle, I mean, if Bryle gets an Iron Shell on him and they run on in there, that could be a play. But I think that probably Bait will take it soon. Yeah, there they go. They're starting to queue it up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, there is the question, though, of is there a Terrorblade in this game? Because he hasn't been seen in a while. I mean, he's been on the wave a little bit, but he's not really being contested all too much. A couple axes flying his way. And Tomato is quite large and in charge at the moment here at the top of the net worth board there. 5K already. Yasha done. Treads. He's ready for battle with a raindrop and magic wand, too, if someone comes his way. And they're going to maybe think they're smoking mid? No, not smoking. They're waiting to see if he gets the XP on the Rubik from him finishing the stacks to get 6.
Interesting.
So then they can go for it here.
That is hype. I like that. I guess for loading, too.
Let me help you out here. Yeah.
Yeah. Ready?
Yeah, let's just keep them coming here. Yep. Yeah, you need some help.
They have a wave, too. So, yeah, they're actually sharing all of this XP to try and get them all of their level 6s on time. That's really sick.
All right, there it is. And time to go and smoke it up. Funnick has the point booster done. Boom, boom, be dumb. Beat the drum.
Stolen Chakram. Wow.
Okay, now the smoke is on. It is smoke time.
Yeah, that is, were they just, I mean, depending on how this goes, they could just wait here too, because heroes are running in at them. They have level 6 on Whitemon too, thought about it, but doesn't decide to go for it. Whitemon checking
but
the
yeah.
stacks, sees they're gone.
Charge coming through.
Lift in the midst of it, has Chain Frost ready, throws it out. Good damage. Bounce back and forth from Dendy. Ari, he is going to get ran down and killed. But that might be the extent of it, unless they can chase down Whitemon. Good Tumbler's toy to get up to the high ground. Drops down a couple of mines, gets hit by it on the other side. Has the Chakram for the chase. Fade Bolt 2 pulls it back in. The damage comes out, but Dendi with the swash, it's enough to finish. It will be in trouble now on the Rubik. The Chakram on Chakram tries to get out, but won't be able to.
Yeah,
Dendi
he didn't have
able
an
to
opportunity.
separate.
Maybe if he could have grabbed Timber Chain, but he couldn't quite get there, unfortunately. And was really hoping to try and keep it. He also had like proximity goes sold too, but recognizes that Chakram just nasty right now. So was really hoping to get away and keep it, but not able to do it. He does have a Pavis done on this Rubik now, though. So the most farmed out of all the supports. It is a Drums of Slom game, though, I believe, right? Yeah, so Slom this game. Kind of interesting.
I feel like we've been seeing more and more of this item.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Helm's just so good.
They might be able to bait this out.
They missed the pounce on Xane.
Yeah, and I think that they're able to take this fight pretty well now if they want, although Dendi does move in. Bryle, Chakram back up, has stick charges too, so TSM playing a little bit of footsie back and forth and end up being fine. So 7-5 as the smoke is going to head mid. They have Rolling Thunder, but they also have Ion Chill. So that gank down bottom gave Dendi a huge kill opportunity here.
Okay, with an Arcane Rune as well. And I mean, the number one target they want is, of course, Tomato, but how are you going to find this guy? He's being disarmed by the creeps here. Those pesky kobolds.
I mean, they're going
You know what?
right
I
to
say,
him.
how are you going to find him? They are beelining to his exact position.
Believe in yourself. Oh, their smoke ran out. And yeah, they have the Hawk, but it's not sent over that other way. Man, that would have been huge if they could have found him right there.
Just those tiny timings in Dota. They're so close to finding him.
Ari gonna pull the wave. Dendi chasing a bit. Doesn't have defusal quite yet. They have the lift and the pull, and Ari, well, he is mega dead. They go for more, have to cancel that TP in.
Don't think that puts Bryle in any danger, though.
No, not really at all.
Whitemon. All right, he's a little crazy.
Stun onto 2, backs away, 1 mine killed. Throws out the blood grenade. Lodine gets the pull back onto Bryle, lives through it. Whitemon dead. Dendi needs to be careful here, though. Damage coming out from the Chakram pretty strong. But in the end, they reset. So another mid game that's kind of looking okay for Bait right now, but Terrorblade looming in the distance.
Yeah, I'm going to let Dendi blame it on ping, but I think he's missed more swashbuckles than he's hit this game. Consistently whip them a little bit off to the side, but we'll call it ping issues. It's okay. He hit the neutral camp, so he knows what he's doing. Just, the other guys are moving. It's a bit tougher. But yeah, again, they are coming out. Like you said, they have the lead once more. This time it wasn't really the gold lead, but they have the lead in terms of the XP. They're the ones who are dictating a lot of the moves, starting to pressure objectives. They don't have that quicker timing of just like immediately doing Beastmaster things because he is waiting for the eggs, but it's not far off. He's going to get it at a good time.
Bryle recognizing that there could be danger coming his way. They have a Hawk right on top of him. Ready to run in. Whitemon, he moves into vision. That's the easier target, but breaks the smoke, and they realize just a second too late that they could have gone for that. So Whitemon hosting the new show, I Shouldn't Be Alive.
That's right. This is Beastmaster eggs. When they get this tower. There it is. And another Stolen Chakram. So they're going to have Drums of Slom. They have another smoke. They have it on Lich, and he has that mech too, which is pretty clutch because they want to be forcing these fights right now. And the damage isn't that high. Like, if you can boost someone up after the initial blast off, it's pretty solid at the moment, particularly if Bryle's not there. Right. He's got to get over the hump of that initial burst that comes out of like a charge, another strike, techies. Like, Darkseer doesn't have the most damage right now. Tomato's not looking to be involved. He is very farmed though still and working on the Scotty pretty soon. So we might have to bring in Stoneback for some of these fights.
Yeah, if he wants to sort of make his presence felt, it's going to need to happen in that way. Drumming down to the south as Dendi positions himself a bit far forward. Has an illusion rune ready to go. So can use that to take off some of these debuffs if the time comes around. Jump in, tries to get out, and able to dodge it. Gets out of trouble, and look at this turnaround. Oh man, that illusion rune's so clutch, keeping him alive. Ari in trouble, gets sniped by Funnick, and what an explosion of a turnaround.
That's what happens. You pick up the Ags, you just roar the word Slom, and then everyone in your team is just powered up, emotionally available to fight. Just slomming on them.
Yeah, the chain frost was
Jom. Thank you, Mom.
There it is. That's not something that should ever be said on this broadcast again, Trent. Please fire him, production. It's a 2,000 gold lead. Up to 3K now. Now, Lodine hitting some big ulti there, too. Now, again, this is before Pipe comes out, so this is still a window that Bait have to be playing kind of aggressively, I feel like. Move in. So damage. With the Rubik, go for Brio, but the charge comes through. Now back wall onto 3. Follow-up, not really there. Turn it with the mech. Stun now from Whitemon. Reactive Taser onto several. Stonebake tries to back away. The Techie's damage starting to rack up slightly as the first glimpse of that Terrorblade throws out a reflection, and now a Metamorphosis rundown onto the Rubik, gonna find the kill. The Slom is not strong enough. Stonebake is gonna go in with the ulti already used, but has to jump away, and the Surge Terrorblade with an Ion Shell. Tell me you don't see this in your nightmares, and I won't believe ya. Sunders to the side, finds another kill, triple for Brile. As Tomato, he just shows up to fights and wins them. That's all he needs to do on the carry.
Got a T-ball set up here. And it was there for him to knock him down. Of course, most of the knocking went over to the side of Brile, though. He picked up a lot of those kills. And look at the damage. Doing about a third of the damage in that entire fight right there for the squad.
Very strong.
Yeah, nice plays from Whitemon, too. He, like, ended that fight. At the top of those stairs there by the Watcher when he just double blast offed in. Had the reactive taser going there, too.
Yeah.
Really controlling this space well.
It was very, very impressive. And, you know, that's sort of the danger of fighting through these jungles. There's a lot of weird choke points where these AoE heroes can really mess you up.
Yeah, but specifically Slark too. Like I always liked this matchup when I would play Timber versus Slark, because sometimes you get counterpicked in the lane, which could be like kind of annoying depending on the support matchups and everything. But Slark can never dodge your damage. You know,
right.
Doesn't matter if he's Death Shrouding or Shadow Dancing or doing whatever. Like I will hit you, and it is pure, and you're not gonna like it. I don't care how much like agi you're stealing. I'm gonna get you.
Well, the one nice thing at the very least is getting into BKB even harder of a counter, because other damage goes through it, pure won't.
There you go.
As he's trying to get into that BKB for the Slark right now. But another time where, I mean, they have harder stuns this time on Bait for sure, but there is still a lot of that chip damage and not really, again, that huge oomph. But maybe getting this Roche will help.
Something to put them back on track here. Probably wanted on Stonebank. I mean, I guess you could put it on Dendi, but I think he's gonna make his way over here in time. Or maybe not.
Stonebank.
Oh, it's going on Dendi now at this rate.
Takes it immediately.
Okay. Benefits putting on the Pango here is that there is some ways to control him, I guess, through the roll. So maybe just want to make sure he doesn't get like completely isolated during a fight, but
right.
Hey, he's the one who goes in, I guess, and Slark already has his own save and wants to keep fighting anyway, so if he dies, his revive's not gonna be that great anyway. But they're in there, pressure with Aegis, and they got Ari. He is gone. Look at that fast kill.
It happens very quickly. And again, stealing this Ion Shell, they have great carriers for it. Beastmaster, Pango, Slark. As long as they've got this spell, it's pretty scary for TSM.
Yeah, still has about 90 seconds left on it as well, so still more time to move across this map right now. Tough to get a tier 2. They have a lot of great ways they can fight from those angles, specifically like the mid tier 2 where the wave's pushing in now. That'd be a pretty bad spot to go, I think, if you're Bait, because it's just like blasts off from the nearby trees. Darkseer with like vacuums can just reach straight up. He doesn't need some sort of initiation or something. He just like surge a little bit and hop on in, so Unfortunately, I think going tier 2 would be a pretty poor decision for Bait, especially because they went Slom. Because he's the drums of Slom, it does limit your push quite a bit in comparison to like Helm of the Overlord.
Right. I mean, so the pipe does help. You might think about going one of those bigger items later, as TSM is going to be able to pick up an Aghanim Shard. The Planner Pocket, perhaps the most useless this game? Maybe not. The Roar is
honestly,
actually...
it's not bad.
Yeah.
Sinister Gaze, that strikes me as something that would actually be sick.
Yeah.
I feel like you probably are not trying to Sinister Gaze the Spirit Breaker compared to like a Timber trying to make a play or a Sundering Terrorblade.
If he somehow manages...
Funny ability, dude.
If he somehow manages to get the Chain Frost, that would be the one that's the weirdest. Planner Pocket's so strange.
I guess, yeah. Like if you catch it, then like you're not close to where they were trying to bounce.
Right. And it could end up like saving a really big Chain Frost.
Yeah, or it could make it like even worse possibly
Yeah,
if
exactly.
the Lich was like didn't have time to turn. I don't know.
I'm convinced it just doesn't do anything still.
We do need a sound effect. It should be like whenever it activates, so that we know that like, oh, he was pocketed.
Pocketed. That's good. It's a mafia term.
Oh yeah, true.
Odin sees the ward, realizes that he not go and take that right now while Stonebank is farming on up. Getting towards his items. Tomato still very much in the lead though at this point on this Terrorblade. Currently has Scotty done and almost completed BKB.
Radiant's top tower is
Very
under
scary
attack.
stuff. They see him though on the Hawk. They know this is the real one. Do they want to try and gank him? No.
They have that big damage with loading shard from the Tormentor.
I mean, he is going right into the area where they're at. They're pinging exactly where he is. This is huge. If they can find the real one, Roar is out. The drums full bore. And they also have the Chain Frost. Oh, they didn't get it out in time before the Spire. And he gets the Sunder off because of it. Oh, disaster. Disaster. Tomato turns. They had the damage, but a little mix-up. Stonebank now tries to get out. They all have to evacuate. Oh, that hurts. As Dendi is going to die. Lodine falls next, and it all goes so tragically. We're going to have to see a replay of that. I'm not sure if I saw that correctly, but I think he just didn't get down the Ice Spire quick enough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, it
painful.
hurts.
He tried to do like the witch doctors who maledict before the cask, you know?
Right.
And then they end up just
Is
missing
under attack.
because they wasted their opportunity to get it. Oh, that is tough.
Damn, dude.
Is
Let's
that
see.
what happened?
Let's see the replay. Oh, yeah. That's what happened.
Yeah, he tried to be cool.
Oh.
I mean, he probably thought like there were going to be illusions or something too. And even then, look, I mean, that was like
It was very
so
close.
close.
Oh, man.
He was, that was actually crazy.
That
how
was their
we got
moment to win the game, I feel like.
it. Like, actually.
Oh, geez, because they had Aegis and everything. What an unfortunate series of events for Bait. Oh, geez. Well, taking a look at Dota Plus win probability after that, it's going to be a gut punch for all the Bait fans out there. Because me, oh my, oh man, is there a cliff that has dropped off? Yep, there it is. That's a rough one.
I believe I found it in the logs and he felt like 90 HP. That's pretty tough. It might have been lower. I feel like it was even lower than that. That hurts.
Well, 24 and a half minutes. We did see one Tormentor taken. The second one also killed off. And you actually are seeing even more things come out right now. So Darkseer fully committed as they find Ari and are going to be able to find a pickoff, it looks like, to the max out like survivability for team build. You even took the Iron Shell provides 250 max health, which almost nobody gets. On top of finishing off the mech, the pipe, and the Crimson. He's just mass Aura's survivability.
Getting very, very healthy here as they're going to charge in on the White Mon.
Find
To
him.
help control the map with Rubik stealing that. Tomato, though.
Turns.
All right, Dyrachyo sunders that techies.
I mean, Tomato wins the game. As they chase, looking for Stonebank, seeing if they can find him here in the trees. It looks like, gets vision, wants to run through. An item delivery still being chased. Stonebank getting away.
Dire are scanning.
He's so scary.
The scan turns red.
He's like a demon. Oh, he is a demon. Oh, well, there you go. Living up to it.
I guess to be fair, Dyrachyo also wins the games a lot. Yeah, that team won a couple majors. So.
He makes it a little more interesting, though. I'll give him that. He has the best sunders. It's not even close.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like you never know what's going to happen with I think his sunders must have planar pocket.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
they just seem to go randomly in the fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is
4K
under
gold lead right now for TSM. For bait. Where are they going to
heartbreak, man? Just
Yeah.
heartbreak. That one kill. It felt like so relevant. It's so important for them. It sets them up. You control the area of the map. Gets you confident for that next Roche. But wait,
There's more.
Philosopher's Stone.
That'll save it.
I was rich. Look at those pupil gifts. Disgusting. 3 pupils gifts, 3 Vambraces.
Back connection. Dendi. Thondo. Is he going to get away? Oh, the answer, that one is a no. Tomato takes down the Pango. Yeah, that is a lot of
for a while
pupils.
there.
It does kind of have the feel that certain neutral items are a little better than others, huh?
Radiant's top tower is under
You
attack.
think?
Yeah.
Maybe just a little bit, yeah.
Radiant's
All right, well, better than neutral items is the Aghanim Scepter here for Stonebag. So way more control of these team fights. Ability to chase.
Ryle.
He's just isolated enough that they thought they could do something. It's a bait.
Back wall pulls back. Chain Frost. That's a good one. That's a great one, in fact, doing some insane damage. Stonebank now turns onto Tomato, ready to keep building up these stacks. He's drumming through it all on Funnick. The leash is going to be there. The turn chakra, double down on it. Tomato pops the BKB, saves the Sunder. Not at all afraid of anything that could have gone wrong there. The turn, the chase, and Whitemon, he's gone. They take down 2 after Bryle overextends. And suddenly, Bait, they're back.
I mean, I definitely thought that was going to go poorly for bait. I've seen that story 100 times. The Timber looks tasty and inviting, and then you obviously just get turned on. But nice plays, and now again another catch out of mana here, and out of life on that Darkseer. Nice inhibiting of the diffusal, and they go for this tier 2. And I'm talking about how this is a hard tier 2 for them to take, but not when you have 56, 168 stolen agi right now at Stonebank as he wallopes this tower.
Yeah, that is, that's kind of crazy. I mean,
the scan. They found Tomato. Going.
Yeah.
Hawk sees him.
they're right on him. This
Double
would
jump.
be enormous. Tries to go. Oh, doesn't quite have the vision, though. They need the dust, and now they find the Rubik 4-staff jump away,
saves?
but they're able to get there in time for the barrier. Ari, turned upon now. Stonebank building back up that agi. 50, 51. Keep counting. How high can you go? They're looking for more. Stonebank knows he's strong, but can he be strong enough to survive through all of this?
He's isolated.
Doesn't have his ulti. Backs away. Funnick jumps back
Teammates.
too.
They couldn't get past the tier 2 tower.
They still have Surge. They're waiting. They're ready to go back in again. If you're Bryle, you have to be careful here.
Yeah. And some, of course, waiting to surge someone to also try and find that next big steal.
Thinking about going, but they decide not to, and they're going to take this tier 1 tower potentially on bait. While on the side of TSM, they're going Roche.
There's only 30 seconds. Does that matter, though? That's a TV. And he's still got enough meta left.
Yeah, just enough time.
Nice.
Oh,
Snipe,
they're
dude.
pinging it out. Oh, they know that they can't go through the gate.
Man, I feel like Bait did so many things right there, where they pressure the tier 2 and they immediately like sweep over the Ancients. They hit the scan on it, and then they just lose this Roche. Oh, that's got to be so annoying.
That's heartbreaking.
They're getting out mapped.
Yeah.
It's like cartographers over there at TSM.
And, like, that's the thing, too, right? Because they saw the Terrorblade pop meta there, they felt like, all right, now's our chance to go and get Roche because it's going to be down for a little bit. But TSM, with that outpost in position, they are able to go on in and get it. If they don't have an outpost there, they don't get Roche. Big plays.
Isn't that something? All right. You just have to time your Roche takes on making sure it's at your outpost all game.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's so annoying.
Yeah.
But hey, play the map. All right. You picked Radiant. Play Radiant, I guess, right? That's the best way to look at it.
Well, and the other thing too is maybe you start to see people like set up for Roche beforehand and just wait 3 minutes or something, just doing nothing. You know, then it can hold the area.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm glad Cap also laughed at that when you said it. Oh, it's gonna work. Wait. Oh, he's using the Watcher to charge the Tormentor.
Yes.
Oh, that is so funny. He was.
like
oh
that.
my god, he was like waiting
like
for his
that.
TP to come back so that he could do that one play.
All right, somebody in this call is going to be playing Spirit Breaker later, and I think that name is Trent.
That's so funny. I have not seen anyone do that with the stupid Watcher.
That's awesome.
Why didn't he
All right.
just like solo the Watcher? Like we say though, you know.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I
He
mean he has
could've.
drums. That's enough, right? He's got planar pocket. Like doesn't the Tormentor just kill itself? Gets confused.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Also, should mention, Aghanim Shard on Techies is a disgusting answer for Slark. Although
That is
it's
true.
dispellable, I guess. So as long as he gets the Dark Pact off, he should be fine.
Yeah, but he's got Dark Pack Lost stuff. You know, those techies, they're pretty crafty. Ooh, hasten.
Surge is actually better because Rubik has the Shard.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Is going to run away now and not have it online anymore.
Oh, there it goes.
Stonebank. Jump through, found the backline. Techies leashed up for the moment, already down to super low HP. As Tomato came out with that silver, it started beating into him. Stonebank, he's in trouble, has to jump
nice
away.
jump. Nice
But
angle.
control onto Bryle, got him dead. Tomato still hanging onto his BKB, onto his cheese, onto everything. Dendi
Dondo?
backs away, tries to jump, can't get out of there. Easy bring down for Bryle.
He was so close to swashing back down that low ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, so it costs them the Aegis,
Structures are
but it gets them a kill on Dendi. And the ability to stay present here in the mid lane as well as rotate bottom if they want. So it's pretty solid here for TSM. And they're thinking about starting something else here. As Ari hops over to Stonebank. He's got a BKB. Gonna show him what's up.
Connection. This is now 2 times that Stonebank has gone on a support and then a core shows up and just like punishes that jump so hard. Last time it was Tomato and he's actually doing it again. Tomato finds him, breaks, but lift. And they thought about pulling him back in, but with no roar, no chance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Got ourselves the bomb here. And Timbersaw now complete. The
Oh, yeah.
Agnums.
That's a nice one. They really backing out?
I mean, there's not really much else to gain. They already get the mid tier 2. They don't bother grabbing the outpost on the way out, though. But no meta, no need to fight.
That outpost has no value.
You know, you gotta hit bottom, buy back, does some things.
Yeah, that's fair.
Some very small, teeny tiny things.
In comparison, though, it's very.
I do
very
love how they're
similar.
just like sending in Tomato again.
Yeah. Sending out his illusions too to cut the waves. Oh, is Tomato
So-
pretending to be an illusion? I don't know, with that iron shell on him.
Have you noticed anything from the drums of Slom like the entire game, or is that just me?
Maybe a little bit. There's been a couple, like maybe supports get brought down by it, or
Radiant's bottom tower
It's not been
is under
great.
attack.
I guess to me it feels like
Radiant's
it is just like kind of a snowballing item. Like you really gotta like get it again the next big item. So you gotta be like, they have to be scared of you, I feel like, for it to be really effective.
yeah.
I haven't really been feeling the impact here, but again, it's definitely one of those things that's harder to notice in the big skirmishes and engagements. You just have to like check the numbers after, just like see exactly how impactful it was. Whereas when you go Helm the Overlord, it's just so much more in your face of like, oh, there is a dragon hitting our tier 2 and we can't really handle it.
Right.
They are currently chasing Stonebank. He is charged.
He is in some trouble. BKB and TP out. So dust is for good measure.
Dust, blast off, vacuum. All right, he's out. I can confirm he has escaped.
I will also say that I think it's like also somewhat helpful as a farming item for Beastmaster.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely. I mean, so's help though, to be fair.
Right, that's true. 18 to 14. TSM starting to head down to the south side of the map. Ooh, Slark. Careful there, buddy. I think now with meta back up, they're feeling comfy to think about going high ground. Cancels, pulled back in, immediately taken away.
It is really frustrating that you can't really get charged these days as Rubik. That's why you never see him try and steal from the Spirit Breaker, because every Spirit Breaker is just going to bulldoze versus Rubik really early. And he only managed to get it once this game. He's going to Ogre Steel Totem over here to try and help. This is Telekinesis throwback here. Nice Timber Chain through. That's a big chunk of damage.
Otto wanting to run. God, he is so fast. What the hell? Demon Zeal is crazy.
I keep thinking he's being surged. And then I see that he's not. I look at the buff and it's not there. And I'm just like, oh. That's happened to me so many times already this game.
Got some sound issues.
Oh, we can go. It's all right. It must be the sound of those spaceships outside their windows.
Oh, yeah, that's it. They don't make noise, though.
Well, they go. You know,
Yeah,
there's some noises. Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe they're like a TIE fighter. I don't know how to make that noise though. No,
I
like
can't
the
do that.
scream where it's like
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good noise.
yeah.
Probably should stop doing.
I feel like that's a pretty terrifying noise though. You know.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. They did a great job on that one. It definitely intimidates.
You know the other noise that's really scary?
Mm.
The Nazgul scream. That's a really spooky one.
Oh, that's a good one actually.
Ooh. Jump.
Nazgul, Stonebank.
Bryle.
Steal his soul.
Bryle does not take that much damage as he popped his reactive armor. Demon Zeal run in. Tomato ready and willing to battle. Stonebank has to use his leaps to get away. And continuing to give bait right now the hug of death. As bottom lane is pushing in, they're pushing in mid. Everywhere they go, they have to deal with lane problems. And I mean, there's just not that much that's that much of an issue for them.
Yeah, pretty clinical Terrorblade stuff happening here.
Oh, yeah.
They haven't won every fight. They're lower on kills. But the lanes. He's almost doubling the CS of Slark.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's just TB. It's like it's still peppered in between of Radiant Dire, Radiant Dire, Radiant Dire the whole way down. So
Oh, yeah.
it's, you know, he is so farmed.
Yeah. And like you said, not taking it away from his team is the other really important part to that. A bunch of Lotuses down bottom. And with Blink Dagger now done on Darkseer, it looks like maybe that's what they were waiting for. As they're going to head on up and be ready to fight. Or maybe they're just waiting for bait to leave their base. Stonebank out of it. Chase, Timber Chain through.
Roche has just spawned, so to the victor go the spoils.
Looking for him. Can they find anybody?
The time bomb.
Very far away. Darkseer trying to buy a little bit of extra space. Whitemon over to the side. Backs out. Stonebank gets jumped on. Gets the ulti off. Pops BKB. Turns onto Ari. Starts to bring him down. Funny. Up on the high ground. They jump through for Dendi. Just gets obliterated. But they do have Tomato living through all of this. Does not even care a little bit as they kill off the Pango and thus ends the fight.
Okay, and good news, it's turning day. So the Roche is going to move down bottom there. Not going to immediately get it this time. Unfortunately, Dendi's still dead, but it does mean they'll have a chance to actually fight them down there.
And we'll see if they do decide to make that fight happen. But like you said, without Dendi, it feels kind of tough.
Yeah, I mean, they're already running back to the Twin Gate. It's not going to matter.
Oh my God, they're getting set up. maybe with buybacks, copium.
Tomato is the move and let Roche go through. Dude. All right, come on, bud. Let's roll.
He's got the Aghanim Scepter.
Tower is under
Yep,
attack.
they
They're
didn't hit him
ready.
first, so.
Radiant's top tower.
And just like that, Roche gonna go down. Who gets the Aghanims? I have a feeling Terrorblade gonna take it.
Yeah, it only seems right, doesn't it?
Yeah. To be fair, I think that both the Techies one and I think all of them are pretty good. Just good to get a free 6,000 gold, you know?
Yeah.
But the way that they've been fighting is like Terrorblade running in. Yeah, he's got it.
Tearwave's just so sick.
Double cheat.
It just amps up all their control.
Right.
Feels good. Does work better when you apply to your hero, though, so maybe it's not for him. Ari? They gave it to Ari. All right.
Oh. Ari, right.
I mean, cooldown of 7 seconds is amazing. There's no doubt.
And to be fair, also, like, Tomato's going to have an Ags almost whenever he wants. Like, he's going to get capped out, you know?
He's buying his Moonshard first, okay? Slow down.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if worse comes to worse and this game doesn't end in the next couple of minutes, then they probably want the other heroes to have gotten the Ags.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Great item there for Funnick and the Nullifier. It's something that they could really use on the Dire, but they don't really have a great way to make it happen. But the constant
Dire's
saves of
middle
the
tower
Slark.
is under attack.
He's been getting bailed out numerous times just by the one Force Staff.
Right. That item is good.
Dire's middle
True.
tower is under attack.
Very strong. Well, 42 minutes in, and TSM with this Terrorblade forces
So-
Bait back into their base.
He's so underleveled on Tomato. These illusion heroes, man.
Yeah,
Like, how is he only level 21 with these many lasses?
it is kind of nuts, right? Stonebank jumps in, Bryle chains around, and with the ulti now down, Tomato feels confident just keeping these illusions sent in. Funnick moves forward. Does not decide to go for the roar there onto Tomato. 22 seconds until Refresher is back up again as Bryle spams the Chakram consistently onto them. Jump, roar, finds it immediately onto Bryle. Tomato, Demon Zeal backs away. Stonebank can't really hit into him that much harder, has to jump out. So a whole lot of kerfuffle for not a whole lot of killing. You know what they say, Trent.
I do, and they have a scythe right now, so he's being a little bit careful here. Ross still holding it.
Charge. Interrupts. Leash now onto Darkseer. Not much mana. Backs away. Chain Frost down, but they get the kill. And now the
crap.
bash.
He's isolated.
Stonebank been building up a lot of these Jazzy stacks for a while. And they find more.
Tomato.
Although Tomato ready to come back in large and in charge. Can he kill them all off? He's doing a couple of misses up on high ground. Does take down Lodi. But still, Stonebank surviving through this. Just barely, not enough though in the end. And thus go the Essence Shift stacks. Can they catch them on the retreat though? Everybody buys back on the side of Bait. Tomato gets the Hurricane Pike pushback with a jump forward. Funnick on top of him. Oh, the Manta! He couldn't get the roar off. Oh, the Manta to dodge it. And just like that, that is going to be Rax. No Dendi, no Funnick. TSM taking buildings.
I mean, Tomato was looking kind of vulnerable there, and then he just pops out a cheese. He's now got a second cheese that he's going to put in here, which he can use again in 20 seconds. Pops the Refresher, and it's just, yeah, he's back, baby, you know? Unstoppable. Demon Zeal as well, is able to rip that out whenever he wants.
Really nice.
They're trying to find their moment here. They still have Stolen Chakram. They have the Lich ulti. It's only
Trying to-
level 2, though. He's level 17.
Rebuild these stacks if possible, but Stonegate, he gets ruptured, or not ruptured, excuse me. He gets sundered. Reflection stolen. That actually might be one of the best things they could do in this. Is try and... Wait, was that Reflection or that was Conjure Image? Never mind, that's not so good.
That's
Chain
not as
Frost.
good. No.
Chain Frost bouncing. Back wall, back onto 3. And the jump in from Techies put in a period and an exclamation point on this victory. As Stonebank, he's in trouble. Gets brought down, gets killed. And TSM, they are going to take this series 2-0. What an impressive showing. GG called.
Yeah, it's tough for Bait. It's kind of reminds me of the series this morning versus Liquid, where it's just a situation where you're coming in because that was the other. Who was that? Oh, my brain's failing me. The other team that qualified up.
It was Quest. No,
use our brains. It was Quest, and it was D1 Hustlers, who also qualified up to Western Europe. Similar situation where it's just like very heavily favored team. Like obviously TSM has been dominating Division 1, and a team you're not expecting to do like. Yeah, Bait have been in Division 1, but you're not really expected to get anything versus TSM, and you play so well, and you come really close in both games. Like they had an avenue to victory both times. It's not like they were strategically defeated in the draft, but either time, I will say I do think their drafts were like slightly weaker, but they weren't unwinnable. And they played so well in several situations, but feels like overall in terms of how the patches played, TSM definitely have figured out a lot more and are more prepared for the important objectives and the timings of the game, and they play really well around those.
Yeah, and like I think game number 1 particularly showed that to me, at least when I was looking at like, I mean, just even sort of the drafts themselves. You know, this Mag Void Spirit just felt so incredibly strong, and it felt like it was this sort of change to Universal Heroes that was hard to deal with. And then in this game, it was more of that more macro style that you're talking about. So it's like, in one way, the hero sort of adaptation, and on the other hand, the whatchamacallit, the map play style adaptation. But in either case, it was TSM just sort of holding out long enough for the victory in the end. They gave themselves the ultimate win condition, which was, who needs to go high ground? Just play the map.
So it's a pretty good solution. Just win, you know?
Just win, baby.
No, I do agree. Going high ground has certainly caused some issues for many a team, many a player here, and finding the right time is always the most important thing there. So very well done here from TSM.
Trent?
Obviously, very well deserved. Yes, my friend.
Do you know who said "just win, baby"?
Ari.
No, maybe he probably did at some point. It was Al Davis.
Yeah, my best friend. Al Davis, who was an American football coach and executive. He was the principal owner and general manager of the Oakland Raiders. Yeah, no, I love Alan Davis.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm a huge fan. He was for 39 years. He did that. What I said.
Right. And the reason I bring it up is because there's so many times where you go in these intricate solutions of if they win and then these guys win and then that person takes them down, then it's going to be, that's how we finally get it. Now Davis brought it down to the simple, just win, baby. Just win, baby. That's what he said.
That makes sense.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, no, I mean, I knew that because I'm just such a big fan. Like, you know, like, did you know
Of
he was
Alan
born on the
Davis.
4th of July in 1929? Like, what an American right there.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about.
Al Davis. Hoorah.
Yeah. Well, hoorah indeed there. And another real American hero here in NADPC. It's got to be Ari on the Spirit Breaker. They gave him the Ags for a reason. That was a reward. That was a
true
trophy.
American, Ari.
Yeah, that's right. That's why he got the MVP, and that's why he got that Agnums, because they said this is the scepter of North America.
That's
right.
right.
You know, they saw how like when they do the coronation, you have to hold the scepter, and so they just wanted Ari to get the American scepter, and that's because Dota is American, from Seattle, from Valve.
Yes.
And so they gave him the America's scepter.
That's good.
In congratulations of his coronation of the crown, which is why it symbolizes a crown in the Dota client of MVP here.
I like this. You know, I'm gonna have to ask if we do get a chance to interview if the coronation had anything to do with Ari getting the scepter. So we'll do that here in just a couple of minutes, hopefully.
Yes.
Wow, Trent, I don't even know anymore, man. So all jokes aside, for Bait, this was a team that, you know, came on in, really struggled, but they ended up looking pretty okay, I felt like, in a couple of these matches. The early game didn't look terrible.
No, definitely not. Their lanes were very solid, especially like the tri lane. Both times, like the early kill onto Kasane was good.
Right.
And finding solutions for the bat as well, even though it came pretty late in the draft. They didn't adjust their lanes or do any swaps. They just played it up They used the tri-lane of the Bounty Hunter and the Techies in game number 1 to really help solidify everything for their Bloodseeker and get themselves off to a start that gave them a chance at winning that game. So Bait just showing that, they have what it takes in terms of like the player skill and everything, but they are appearing to be lacking in terms of the overall like coordination and just, again, understanding of what Dota looks like right now. Whereas TSM, they have, they're at the top right now of the region, obviously, just like consistently over time. So very impressive.
Okay. Well, I can dig that. I think that the other thing that sort of stands out to me about TSM is that while they haven't had like the most success when it comes to the international scene, you think back Berlin, they got knocked out early. There is always sort of been this promising energy that this team has where you can see the individual skills, and then it's just sort of a matter of like coming together on LAN and need to pull that together. But at least here in these matches, they're definitely getting a chance to head back there and try and sort of prove themselves again, which is good to see. And man, I just hope we see some freaking bands of Magnus Void Spirit, I swear. But we do have an interview now, which we can gop into right away. And it's one part of that dynamic duo. It's the lovely Tomato. Tomato Man, how are you doing?
Yo, what's up? I'm good. I'm tired. It was a fun series against Dandy Mon, Big fan of the legend. Yep.
Perfect. So I'm going to start off with a couple of questions. First of all, during both of the drafts, there were various points in time where your team just started giggling to each other. And this was very cute. And I was wondering, was it the team that was talking and something was funny going on there? Was Moon in the call and just like yelling expletives very loudly, and that's why everybody was laughing? What was going on?
Let's see. Well, pretty much right now we're going for like a little rough patch. Like there's like a learning curve where like you're kind of trash and then you start playing better and then maybe you start winning something. Right now we're very trash. So the past few weeks or days have been very rough, or rather months of tournaments. So Moon's still doing his job, like as a coach you gotta go in there, you gotta like draft some heroes, tell people what to do, give them the foundations of Dota. So it can get a little stressful. So I'm just like trolling, I'm just talking like random shit, like I don't remember what said. I was just like talking about like universal hero, and I'm like, oh, TV again, I'm bored, so like people are like a little more like you just still have to have fun, I know it's rough and all, but you have to have some fun.
Fair. Trent, I'm gonna have a couple more, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Tomato, I'm always doing my sleuthing when it comes to watching everyone in their pubs and seeing what's up. And lately, I've been a little curious about a hero, Arc Warden, because there have been some recommendations for good old Slasher there saying, bring out the support Arc Warden. And I happen to notice that you've been dabbling a little in the Arc Warden. I was kind of wondering what your opinion on the hero is right now, and maybe some situations where we might see it.
I see. I was actually talking to Moon about it because I think he's my boy. I always like Arc Warden a lot. I used to play a lot of I still do play like Warcraft and Starcraft, so all like the micro heroes I really like. One day, maybe Meepo K will be viable, or it is, we don't know yet. But Arc is like so fun, dude. I feel like right now he's been buffed a lot for a long time, so I'm just trying to make him fit. I feel like he fits somewhere. Where exactly? We'll have to find out, and I need to test more. But I think he has a place right now. I think he's a little cheesy. But from what I played in pubs, every time I beat someone in my recording, I think I've done it twice, they immediately pick it the next game. Because I don't know,
Okay.
it's just rough. Listen, you don't expect it. You expect the same from last patch, but he's kind of changed a lot, and people have not noticed. So we'll see.
Okay, good. Like to hear that.
So I have a question about the Berlin major real quickly, which obviously did not go the way that you guys were hoping to. You did end up winning a couple of games in it. And I noticed that specifically in your group, you won against EG, you won against Execration. Oh, wait, is that right? Am I remembering those correctly? I think so.
Yeah.
I've heard a couple of people talk about this experience in North America of like not having the opportunity to play against a ton of the other top teams in the region. And sometimes that can mean that like it creates weird dynamics when you go to a LAN and you play against them. I was kind of wondering, do you still feel like your team is like learning and growing as you go to these tournaments, even if you don't get the best results? Do you feel like you're like learning more about yourselves or learning more about the team and the way that your dynamic works?
Yeah, I mean, of course, man. I mean, it's at the heights of despair that you learn the most about yourself and others. So right now we're there. Like when you lose 14 games at a major and you get last place, and then you getting flamed every pub, and even your family is kind of flaming you. Like, what are you doing? Like, yeah, it's rough, and people learn. I think like right now we have like 5 young people who, as much as maybe Wyman and I have like a lot of experience, Brawl too, in some sense, we're still very young, and there are a lot of things that we really haven't grown up or matured. So the team kind of needs us to be like that, and we're not like that. So when we take these losses, it's kind of like, hey, you either gotta like evolve, grow up, mature, and be a different person, or you're gonna keep getting last place. So everyone's kind of going through that right now. I think for the playing against teams in lands, I guess it helps. It helps you realize that you're trash. Like, let's say you're playing against gladiators, you get stumped 10 minutes, you're like, yeah, I'm trash. And the info's right there, you know, like you play against gladiators, you have a gold mine of like information that you can like gain, right? But for my team, I say rather than learning from the opponent, is we're kind of learning about ourselves and each other, how to enable people, how to have like a good atmosphere, talk more, you know, all that to some people is basic. Like, you know, someone like Seth has been playing for like 20 years, you know, that stuff to him is like bread and butter.
Yeah.
But for like newer players, it's like it's kind of a struggle, you know, like the button pressing is there, but the actual Dota playing is kind of missing. And you know, as we get bottom and stuff, so it's definitely like something new. I never had to like encounter something like this, like you know, life kind of asking me to, you know, like become like an adult, you know, become like, I look at Sai a lot. Sai is like, he's just like this old, I mean, he's older now, he's not that old, but he's like an older, you know, stable player that she's like, he has to be captain, and he's like, okay, I'll be captain, you know, now I'm drafting, I guess, but Tumpaman's gone. That's kind of what's happening in our team, because Moni's gone, Dubu's gone, so someone has to kind of fill those shoes.
Do you feel comfortable in that role right now, or do you still feel like you're trying to work out how to be in that role?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I like it, I also hate it, I guess. Like, I don't know, I mean, it's just like contradicting the tough personality thing. I don't know what it is, man, but like, I like it in a sense where like we win this game. Like, I remember at the Dream League major, we had some games where like I was just like, I'm gonna win this, you know. And I was like telling my team, like, there's this clip where like I think I kill everyone on Shadow Thing, and I'm like hands up, and I'm like, guys, I'm gonna kill them all. Like, I call it like 30 seconds ago, and I'm in the zone, and I'm making my team like feel better, play better. But sometimes I don't feel like that, and when I don't feel like that, I'm just like, you're not gonna convince me to actually do it, you know. That's something I need to get better at. So I see it's an opportunity to grow up as a human being, you know. You don't get to be like 22, you're only 22 once in your life, and I get the chance to enjoy it while growing. So I mean, it's fun, you know. We'll see. Like, we'll see a TI in Riyadh if I can do it. If I can do it, I can assure you we're gonna get like top 6, top 3. My team too, you know. Like, if they like get the shit together and they start talking and like getting pumped and being like, guys, I'm going top, guys, I'm TP, you know, like all that slate together, win together stuff, then we'll do well. So you'll be able to tell by our results.
Perfect.
Wow, that was all very insightful. Thank you very much, Tomato.
You talked about a gold mine of information coming out from playing Game and Gladiators. We just got a gold mine of information from you, Tomato. Well done. What a player. Tomato, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win against Bait. Good luck in the rest of the NADPC. Hopefully we get to see you guys continue to slay. Any final words before we head on out?
Thanks for the interview. It was always fun talking to you guys. It was a pleasure. Thanks to the fans watching, staying up late. My mom, my girlfriend, my dad, who were watching, you know, thanks for watching my games. Appreciate it. The fans, thanks for supporting us. I mean, we suck us like every tournament pretty much. We'll do better with time, and that's it. Hope you guys enjoy the games.
Awesome. Thank you so much again, Tomato. Have a good night. Get some sleep.
Cheers.
Bye. What a time. What a time to be alive. I always love talking to that guy. He's a very like introspective type of fellow, which I feel like is really important in Dota.
That was too good. God, blessed interview right there, honestly. Shout out to everyone getting a piece of that one. That was amazing.
So we can see right here as well. Yeah, the blessed interview, and that's the schedule. Yeah, it's over there. There you go. Over that way. No, that way. Sorry.
Oh, it's tough, isn't it? It's tough. Yeah.
It is. I messed up. So yeah, TSM, they moved to 1-1. Again, that one loss was against Shopify. So one of those big matches of the season already happened. And of course, they're going to be looking forward to the other matchup that could determine some of these things now. And of course, if Shopify end up dropping any of these series along the way, that could also become a pretty big deal. For Bait, 0-2 doesn't feel great. Need to pull together a couple of these series. Otherwise, Dendy's profile picture is going to become reality again.
Yeah, I mean, they played Nouns, right, in the first one. So they're also kind of like, okay, we played Nouns and TSM. So as long as we can figure it all out, play against the other teams other than Shopify is obviously the other big contender. And with how Bait played here, I think they definitely are looking like someone who's going to wind up staying in the division. I'm not expecting them to get relegated based on how they played here today. So looking forward to seeing more of that. And like you said, the question of the triangle here, like the matchup that everyone's going to be waiting for will be Nouns versus Shopify. I'm sure we'll be talking about a lot as we move through the rest of the season. And I don't think it's actually too far away as I quickly scroll through the schedule. It's okay. It's June 2nd. All right, it's like 2 weeks away, but it's not the last day. It's just the third last day.
I like
That's
that.
all.
Speaking of schedule, we can take a look at that right now. And this is going to be the games that are coming up in the future here as well. So Dog versus Nouns.
It is tomorrow. Well, today/tomorrow. It's today
Good
for
point.
me.
Yeah, there you go. TSM versus Alpha, so they'll have another chance to show up there. And then, of course, Bait will get their spot against San King Gomez. Be sure to tune in for all those matches tomorrow where there's going to be plenty of fun and wonderful action. Trent, you know what I just realized? I forgot to ask him about the coronation. I messed up.
I don't think that was a necessary question. We had a good interview. Don't ruin it.
Can we get him
right?
back? Is that...
No.
Okay, just kidding. Just kidding, production, please. So, oh my God, she said interview ready. Please. All right, we're going to head on out, everybody. Have yourselves a wonderful day. We will be back tomorrow for our NADPC. See y'all then.